Everything kicks off in PE class at a high school. All the students are sweating buckets, trying to snag a decent... Right then, they call Lin Shen up for his test. Now it's his turn to show off on the pull-up bar right in front of the whole class. Lin Shen just stands there staring at the bar for a long time, probably questioning his entire existence. He bends his knees and he takes the leap and actually manages to grab the bar, but not even a second later. It's painfully obvious he doesn't have an ounce of strength. He can't hang there for another moment. The poor guy starts shaking like a leaf, putting in a struggle that is honestly totally useless. Seeing him, even the teacher has a look of disappointment so deep you wouldn't believe it. And that's despite the kid trying so hard, his face is literally His classmates, acting like they just heard the joke of the century, are absolutely losing it at his expense. They're mercilessly mocking. They even start betting on how long he'll actually stay hanging there. The stopwatch barely makes it to 8 seconds. Lin Shen just can't take it anymore. Suddenly, he drops to the ground like a sack of potatoes right under his teacher's gaze of pure helplessness. The teacher just buries his face in his hands, completely speechless. Meanwhile, the rest of the class is cracking up in a way that's almost evil. Well, congrats to Lin Shen for beating his own previous record. Now he's rightfully earned the nickname, the 8-second man. It turns out Lin Shen is this weak because he had a super serious illness as a kid that left his body totally wrecked and incredibly fragile. That sickness made him weak, sickly, and short. He's way smaller than any other guy his age. No matter how much he kills himself training, there's just no way to change his genetics as a level 5 weakling. He's a total lost cause when it comes to sports, and he's always the laughing stock. Even the teacher doesn't know where to look when he sees him. The teacher tells him he's got to push himself a little harder if he wants to improve, because if he keeps getting these results on the next exams, he won't even earn one measly point. Lin Shen stays quiet, just swallowing all the insults being thrown at him. He feels beyond embarrassed by his pathetic physical state. When classes are over, he drags his feet toward the exit. He heads over to the security guard's booth to see if anything came for him. He asks Mr. Wang if they've received any packages in his name. Lin Shen has been waiting for this delivery for ages with so much excitement. Mr. Wang looks at him, gives a little smile, and nods. He starts digging through the mountain of packages at the school until, finally, he finds what the boy was dying to get. Mr. Wang pulls a box out of a wooden cabinet. The kid reaches out his hands to take it, and the look of pure joy on his face. The guard hands over the package, warning him that it traveled from very far away. Lin Shen takes the box with a grin from ear to ear, bragging that his dad sent it, and gives Mr. Wang a polite thank you bow. On his way home, he keeps staring at the package his father sent and decides he just can't wait. He has to open it right there on the street. Lin Shen's eyes light up when he sees a Godzilla figure along with a letter. As soon as he lays eyes on that monster, he's totally blown away by the skill of whoever made it. It's detailed down to the millimeter. It looks like it's going to come to life at any moment. Then he opens his father's letter. The Godzilla is his birthday present, since his dad won't be able to make it home to celebrate with him. Suddenly, a hand reaches out of nowhere and snatches the Godzilla away. Not only that, but some guy starts mocking him, saying he's a bit old to be playing with dolls. He tells him it's no wonder he always looks like a weak little girl. Seeing his father's gift stolen, Lin Shen reacts instantly. He spins around to try and get his Godzilla back, but the guys in front of him are like giants with legs for days. There's no way he's getting anything out of their hands. Seeing Lin Shen jumping around like a madman trying to reach his toy, the ringleader is having the time of his life mocking him. Whoa, look at that, the little chick has claws. Come on, come over here and I'll give it back, he says with a nasty smirk. Lin Shen senses something bad is coming, but before he can even move, the guy chucks the Godzilla way off into the distance while his two cronies laugh right in his face. The poor kid has no choice but to mutter a curse under his breath, feeling totally helpless. He sprints toward the road to save his gift. Just when he's about to lay a hand on the Godzilla, the absolute worst happens. A truck appears out of nowhere at full speed, heading straight for him. On the sidewalk, the bullies turn white as ghosts. They start breaking into a cold sweat and screaming like crazy. They scream at Lin Shen to get out of the way with pure terror in their voices. The truck driver tries to swerve desperately, but it's already too late. Lin Shen looks up, but he doesn't even have time to process what's going on. The truck slams right into him. The impact is brutal. The Godzilla and his backpack go flying through the air. Blood splatters everywhere, and the boy's body hits the asphalt in a tragic, broken heap. Lin Shen is left lying there, surrounded by a pool of blood, right next to the Godzilla his father just gave him. His vision starts to fade and everything goes dark. He wonders, is this the end? Is he really going to die like this? Wait, what? Suddenly, he feels water going straight up his nose. And then, the moment he opens his eyes, he's surrounded by water and a bunch of super weird-looking critters. This is Lin Shen. He shifts his eyes, looks down, and surprise, he's got a pair of the most adorable tiny hands. And that's not all. Turns out a tail has sprouted from his back. It's as fat as it is short. Honestly, it looks hilarious. Without even trying, Lin Shen has turned into a total chunklord Godzilla, and the poor guy hasn't even realized it yet. When he finally notices, he's completely tripping out. He's super confused. Wasn't he just hit by a car and about to kick the bucket? He looks around, suspecting this is the afterlife. But man, it sure is weird to be stuck in the middle of the ocean. Plus, what the heck are these hands and this bizarre tail? Suddenly, a voice comes out of nowhere. A ding-dong! Sounds out the system is now online. And out of thin air, a little dolphin appears. It comes with the strangest-looking user interface ever. Host consciousness has been confirmed as recovered. The beast system and evolution log have been automatically activated. Hearing this crazy stuff, Lin Shen is left speechless, totally in shock. Then he asks the dolphin if he heard wrong, because the thing claims to be a beast evolution system. Faced with all these questions, the dolphin calmly responds that it isn't lying. Everything it says is the absolute truth. To explain it better, it invites Lin Shen to look at the giant screen. It says it's the tutorial that comes free with the system. Right then, an info panel pops up in front of him. Host, Lin Shen. Race, Thunderstorm Dragon. Current status, Evolutionary Infant Stage. Sovereign level lineage can be upgraded. Height, 7.9 meters. Weight, 125 tons. Zzz. You're an ancient sovereign beast, the kind you see in mythology books, but for now, you're just a baby monster that hasn't grown up yet. Hearing this, Lin Shen thinks this thing looks like a knockoff Godzilla from a flea market. He asks the system, can I check in every day for rewards? And do those evolution points work for leveling up? Then it hits him, he's reincarnated as a mythical beast, and on top of that, he came with a system included. Discovering this harsh reality, Lin Shen starts kicking and screaming in despair. You've got to be kidding me. Is this a dream? But why does it feel so real when he moves his tail and claws? He can feel everything. Since being human was no walk in the park, Lin Shen decides he's going to be the most spectacular Godzilla in history. So he asks the system to check him in right now. After a successful login, it turns out his check-in location is the Mariana Trench. The reward for checking in is an S+ rank skill, Devour. By devouring, he can turn food into evolution points to grow, and he might even learn skills from whatever he eats. Basically, as long as he doesn't explode, he can stuff his face with whatever he wants. Seeing that Lin Shen is still in a total mental mess, the little dolphin confesses this is the power that monsters brag about the most. Right then, Lin Shen's stomach growls and he wonders, why do I get this ravenous hunger the second we mention food? He feels that if he doesn't eat something right now, he's going to die of hunger in a second. He's literally become a starving beast. Lin Shen notices a light on the other side. Plenty of sea critters glow in the dark, so he decides to go see if he can have a little mukbang session with one of them. As soon as he turns around, he lets out a gasp of shock he's come face to face with. A giant anglerfish with fangs that are absolutely terrifying. The thing is fat and round, but it's got a nasty attitude. It's got a piece of flesh sticking out of its head, like a little lamp, to lure in other fish. Seeing this creature, on top of its head, it has a fleshy growth poking out like a little lantern, capable of emitting light to attract other fish. This deep-sea fish is just as hideous as those photos on the internet, and Lin Shen is shaking like a leaf. After complaining about how he turns around to get the hell out of there, but suddenly, the dolphin pops up and gives him the most judgmental look ever. I mean, that fish isn't even bigger than his hand. So why the heck is Lin Shen so scared? Then, like a light bulb finally going off in his head, Lin Shen remembers he's not human anymore, he's basically Godzilla with insane power. So, he shoots a death glare at that ugly fish, spins around, and with his massive tail, delivers a direct tail slap that sends it straight to the afterlife. The fish kicked the bucket so fast that Lin Shen actually started questioning his own existence. Was it really that easy to take him out? The dolphin, totally done with his nonsense, says, "Look at yourself, man. Check out the body you're rocking now." Still not quite believing it, he picks up the fish, which is now stiffer than a board, and asks the dolphin if it's edible. If he eats it, he'll get evolution points or new skills, right? The dolphin just smirks and says, "Spot on." Then he drops the bomb that if he goes too long without eating, he'll literally starve to death. Left with no choice, he remembers he actually tried this thing in his past life. It's hideous, but it'll do, and most importantly, it isn't toxic. Plus, it didn't taste half bad when cooked. So Lin Shen sinks his teeth in and starts chomping down like a beast. He takes a bite, and hey, it's not as gross as he thought. The second Lin Shen finishes inhaling the fish, the system pings. Ding! You've successfully devoured an ancient deep-sea fish. plus 5 evolution points. Congrats on your first time eating this fish. You've unlocked the special skill, Illumination. Rank C skill, Illumination. This makes the spines on Lin Shen's back glow softly. Only then does it finally sink in. The system wasn't scamming him after all. He actually scored evolution points and a special skill in the blink of an eye. Right away, he decides to test out his new move. The spikes on his back start glowing bright blue. It looks freaking awesome. Lin Shen thinks, hey, this skill is actually pretty cracked. He can use it to lure in other creatures. Free food without even having to hunt. Anything for those evolution points. He doesn't mind being a little cheap. He decides right then and there to become a little monster that eats anything and everything. Lin Shen starts munching on every fish lured in by his light. With every single bite, the system pings him. Ding! You've devoured a deep-sea fish. Plus 5 evolution points. You've devoured a deep-sea dragonfish. Plus 15 evolution points. Congrats on your first dragonfish. Bonus reward of 50 evolution points. Congrats on your first stonefish. You've unlocked the special skill, Night Vision. Rank E skill, Night Vision. Now you can see in the dark like an owl. Darkness doesn't scare him anymore. A little while later, Lin Shen is completely stuffed. He's basically about to burst. That's when he starts thinking back to his old life. He could count on one hand the number of times he actually ate seafood. Who would have thought that after reincarnating, he'd be having an all-you-can-eat buffet in the middle of the ocean? He's already sitting on over 1,000 evolution points. Lin Shen calls over Truck-kun and tells him he wants to evolve right this second. Truck-kun pops up with a menu full of options. There are a ton of skills, but he decides to upgrade his scales, his claws, and his overall size. In a heartbeat, he drops 300 points on his scales and 200 points on upgrading his claws. Then he sinks 500 points into increasing his size. Lin Shen takes one look at his body and absolutely loses it. He can't believe that just 500 evolution points made him grow almost 1 meter longer. He's already imagining himself as a massive 100-meter-tall beast. Just the thought of it gets him hyped as hell. Lin Shen turns around to ask Little Con if, well, he's still on planet Earth or what the deal is. But Little Con, acting all mysterious, tells him he has to figure that out all by himself. Yeah, that answer leaves him totally offended. He snaps at Little Con, asking if he thinks this is some open-world game or what's his problem. He starts thinking, if he's in the Mariana Trench, it's only logical that he's still on Earth, right? The problem is, if he decides to just pop up in a human city like that, he'll probably have nuclear missiles raining down on him. So Lin Shen comes up with a plan. First, he has to evolve. He's going to work his tail off to get absolutely jacked and giant. He'll wait until he reaches the level of a 100-meter giant beast. By then, nuclear missiles will seem like a joke to him. That's when he can finally relax and just vibe. He'll use those nukes for massages and lava for relaxing baths. Just thinking about it gets him super hyped. Without wasting a single second, he gets to work doing what he does best, eating. He starts scarfing down food like there's no tomorrow to level up. As long as he doesn't kick the bucket, he plans to keep eating until while he's having a feast with the fish around there, in the deepest part of the abyss, something is watching him. A creature is silently monitoring Lin Shen's every move. It looks like it's just waiting for the perfect moment to go for his throat, and our boy Lin Shen has no idea he's being hunted. He's just there, having the banquet of his life under the ocean. Evolution points are skyrocketing in his system. His body is changing at warp speed to become more imposing. He tells himself he'll reach max level soon. No living thing will be able to stop him. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns incredibly tense and freezing cold. You can feel a bloodlust enveloping the entire area, and out of nowhere, a giant tentacle appears and completely snatches him up. Turns out it's a colossal octopus. Out of the blue, the octopus uses its arms to squeeze Lin Shen. It's like 100 times bigger than him. We're looking at one of the kings of the abyss, the great octopus king. Lin Shen curses himself for letting his guard down. It's clear that this beast was attracted to the glow on his back. The octopus king, also known as the giant octopus, usually measures from 6 to 12 meters. It can even reach 20 meters in length. It can weigh over 1,000 kilograms and has 10 tentacles covered in suckers everywhere. Lin Shen goes into a total panic. With the tiny body he has now, he doesn't stand a chance against a beast like that. It's holding him so tight he can't move a single muscle. The octopus's strength is so brutal he feels like the air is being squeezed right out of his lungs. He starts reflecting on his life. Is he seriously going to die like this? Did he just reincarnate, only to die between a bunch of tentacles? He's on the verge of tears. This feels terrible. It's not fair. Suddenly, a massive shadow appears over the octopus's head. It's a sperm whale. This beast is 18 meters long and weighs over 50 tons. It's the largest toothed whale in existence. It can dive to incredible depths for a massive amount of time. Seeing the sperm whale, the octopus, is completely stunned. It lets go of Lin Shen and looks for a target more worthy of its size to attack. It lunges headfirst at the sperm whale, wrapping it up in its tentacles. Lin Shen just stands there dazed, watching the whole scene. He realizes he had gotten a bit cocky just because he reincarnated as a monster. Next to those two titans, he feels like a helpless little chick. But he snaps out of it immediately. Hey, he's a monster now. He can't go around being scared of everything. Bloodlust, fury, brutality, that is the essence of a predator who wants to be at the top of the food chain. He promises himself that, from now on, he's not going to run away, nor will he ever let anyone look down on him again. Lin Shen lets out a war cry at the two giants who are beating the crap out of each other to get their attention, and without a second thought, he lunges straight for the octopus's head. Bam! He rips off a huge chunk of meat and starts eating. This is actually delicious. It tasted pretty damn good. Honestly, it looked like he was wolfing down some top-tier squid sashimi. And get this, just for one single bite of that octopus, he already racked up 21 evolution points. Getting all hyped up, he started taking massive, brutal bites out of the beast. As long as he didn't kick the bucket, he was going to keep picking like there was no tomorrow. And just like that, bite after bite, the points kept raining down, 21 by 21. Even though it was in the middle of a death match against the killer whale, it seems the octopus started feeling an its tentacles. The beast turned around, absolutely livid, to see what the hell was going on. And it finds Lin Shen picking its tentacle clean to the bone. Furious, the octopus used another tentacle to wrap around our main man. But of course, nobody likes being interrupted while they're eating, so Lin Shen got salty, dug his claws into the tentacle, and just kept going with his personal octopus mukbang right then and there. While savoring that juicy meat, he thought to himself, this guy isn't afraid of anything anymore, not even God. Bring it on whoever wants some. Seeing Lin Shen acting all cocky like that, the octopus got even more aggressive. Just when it was about to give the kid a serious beatdown, it catches a glimpse out of the corner of its eye and sees the whale was closing in. The whale opened its massive jaws and took a huge chunk out of the octopus's head, leaving it speechless from the pain. Meanwhile, Lin Shen just kept devouring the tentacles, one by one. In the end, the poor octopus was turned into mush and ended up completely inside the stomachs of Lin Shen and the whale. Both of them were so stuffed they looked like roasted pigs with their bellies sticking out. Even though he only wolfed down half the octopus, Lin Shen walked away with almost 3,000 evolution points. At that moment, the whale finally realized that Lin Shen was actually there. Our protagonist jumped, looked to the side, and found a literal death stare fixed right on him. But instead of crapping his pants, Lin Shen got cheeky and challenged the whale to throw some hands. The whale imagined what would happen if it actually swallowed Lin Shen. Every single spike on his back would get stuck in the roof of its mouth. Just thinking about it made its mouth hurt. Seeing the whale's awkward expression, Lin Shen figured it was just looking down on him. Suddenly, the whale turned around to leave, giving Lin Shen a look of pure, brutal contempt. Seeing that it was totally ignoring him, Lin Shen put his hands on his hips and bluffed hard. Since you saved my skin a moment ago, I'll let you slide this time. After that cheap excuse, he went to find Truck-kun to see if he could get even more buffed up. Bit by bit, his points were spent on upgrades, reinforced scales, sharp claws, lethal teeth, and a massive size increase. At that exact moment, Lin Shen's body began to glow, turning huge and looking 1,000 times more intimidating. Host Lin Shen, Flood Dragon race in infant phase, ready to evolve. Overlord level lineage available for upgrade. Height, 10 meters. Weight, 178 tons. Attacks, bash, bite, and dragon tail whip. Special skill, Devour, rank S+, Enlightenment rank C, and Night Vision rank E. Despite turning into a total beast, the guy felt a little disappointed. Man, he wished there was some kind of monster currency. Then he could go on a shopping spree and blow all his cash like a king. But oh well, at this rate, he only needed to gobble up another 50 octopus kings to break the 50-meter height barrier. Once that happened, he wouldn't care if it was the octopus king or a giant sperm whale. To him, they'd be nothing more than tiny mosquitoes. With that in mind, Lin Shen looked around, searching for his next victim. Out of nowhere, Truck-kun popped up and nearly gave him a heart attack. The system congratulated him for snacking on his first octopus king, and as a special reward, it dropped a little gift, the monster compass. Truck-kun quickly explained how the gadget worked. If there was any monster nearby, the compass integrated into Lin Shen's body would start beeping like crazy. The Beast Compass is a B-rank skill. It lets you detect the aura of every single living thing around you. With this handy little gadget, Lin Shen can go out and make friends with a lot more monsters from now on. But of course, the kid's gotta tread carefully around the big shots who have more raw power than him. Hearing this, Lin Shen thought to himself, wait, so what good does just detecting them do me? If I bump into someone way stronger than me, won't I just end up pushing up daisies in a heartbeat? Well, as long as he has this radar, at least he won't be caught off guard or left hanging with nothing to do. Lin Shen can also choose to sneak up on them on the down low. Thanks to the compass, Lin Shen doesn't have to worry about getting ambushed by the Octopus King anymore. But just to play it safe and not gamble with his life, he decides to turn off the light on his back and evolve slowly, step by step, no rush. The plan is to keep it low-key until he becomes a true boss. That's just the law of the jungle. A week later, Lin Shen was wandering around the surface, complaining about his luck. He totally miscalculated. There are barely any decent-sized fish in these shallow waters, not even a great white shark is enough to even take the edge off his hunger. His body already measures an impressive 30 meters long. In the deep sea, only the Octopus King could barely give him any evolution points, but that Octopus King is so scared witless that he doesn't even dare to show his face anymore. With no food in sight, he has no choice but to head to the low tide zone and see if he gets lucky. Lin Shen lets out a sigh and decides to head out. First, he'll check in. And as for the food, well, Little Kun pops up to the surface to give a heads up. The check-in spot is the sea area around Kokuyen Island. The reward for checking in is an S-rank skill, Explosive Breath. It's a technique that focuses all the body's energy into one point. It fires a beam of light from the mouth with insane destructive power. If used right, it'll be the most brutal mouth cannon. Checking out a new spot and getting an S-rank technique right away, that's left Lin Shen on cloud 9. Suddenly, the beast compass detects monsters all over the island, but Lin Shen is getting a bad vibe. He's worried there might be people. Even so, he decides to go up and take a look. How is it that so many monsters are just showing up out of nowhere in a place with humans? Lin Shen didn't expect there to be so many treacherous currents around here. If it weren't for the fact that he's now 30 meters and weighs over 50 tons, the tide might have swallowed him up in the blink of an eye. After swimming for a while, he finally hits the shore. Lin Shen grabs onto the rocks at the bottom and starts climbing up very carefully. But man, it seems like moving that massive body, it takes him half a day just to make it to the top. From here, Lin Shen can see plenty of trees and birds without any trouble. In the distance, two huge beasts appear. A giant Meganura dragonfly and an ancient centipede. The dragonfly is about 0. It's the largest flying insect to ever walk the earth. The centipede is about 2.6 meters long. It's one of the very first invertebrates to appear on the planet, seeing no sign of humans, just prehistoric bugs. Lin Shen suspects that time on this island must be completely warped. That's why there are so many prehistoric creatures running loose. He's treating this like his own private all-you-can-eat buffet. From now on, Lin Shen won't have to stress about the lack of food. He looks around and starts scouting for the prey with the most potential. With his new power, he isn't afraid of anything. Those giant bugs are nothing more than a walking feast for him now. Lin Shen moves stealthily, trying not to cause too much of a scene. He spots a swarm of dragonflies hovering up high. It looks like they're hunting smaller insects down below. On the ground, the centipede crawls through the cracks in the rocks. Lin Shen is totally blown away by this wild, primitive ecosystem. He knows this island is going to be perfect for leveling up in a flash. Checking into these special zones was definitely the right move. Everything seems to be going according to Lin Shen's plan. He starts closing in on his first target on this deserted island. His heavy footsteps make the ground tremble beneath his feet. He'll never have to worry about having nothing to hunt ever again, nor about evolution points. Lin Shen walks on, full of excitement. Now he can start his very own private mukbang session. But if you want to get rich with gains, you've got to clear the field first. The guy is debating whether he should start by tearing down a few of these trees or what his next move should be. Even though he can breathe in the deep sea, he really digs this fresh air that smells like grass and nature. Suddenly, two creatures appear, soaring through the sky. They're prowling around, keeping a close eye on Lin Shen. They're staring right at him. The second it spotted Lin Shen, it zoomed straight at him like a guided missile, maw wide open and ready to snap. Lin Shen was like, really? With his massive size now, did this overgrown pigeon seriously think he was just a light snack? Without missing a beat, the pointy-beaked pest rammed headfirst into the spikes on Lin Shen's back. Pissed off, he tried to use his spikes to fight back, but those nasty claws dug right into his face. While the two pests were busy panicking, Lin Shen didn't waste a second and went for the kill, biting down hard and sending them straight to the afterlife. He started munching away, and honestly, it tasted just like a piece of crispy KFC chicken. That's when the system chimed in. For snacking on a pterodactyl for the first time, you've earned 375 evolution points. plus a bonus reward of 1,000 points. He was stoked because, finally, he could finally switch up the menu after being sick to death of eating nothing but seafood. Suddenly, Lin Shen's back began to glow, taunting the others if they were too chicken to come down, they'd better get ready for his new move. In the blink of an eye, his entire body and mouth lit up with a blinding light, like a final warning to the two pterodactyls hovering above. Those things were scared to death, practically on the verge of tears. Seeing their reaction, Lin Shen didn't hesitate and let out a roar to unleash all that power. The two pterodactyls were shaking in their boots, crying their eyes out, but what actually came out was a tiny, pathetic little flame that wouldn't even be enough to light a cigarette. It was like a bad joke. The two birds were completely dumbfounded. They almost ended up as rotisserie chicken, or so they thought. Realizing they'd been punked, they got furious and geared up for round 2, putting Lin Shen in a real tight spot. The pterodactyls caught their breath and dove headfirst at Lin Shen, eyes filled with pure rage. This time, it wasn't just two of them, about a dozen showed up, all gunning for him. Seeing the mess he was in, Lin Shen started cursing the damn system. I mean, what kind of trash skill is this? It's Little Kun explained that this was the explosive breath, which made Lin Shen think the system devs had totally lost their minds. Kun reminded him that you can't just spam a move this powerful. Lin Shen had to focus, like really focus, feeling the energy surging through every inch of his body, flowing through all his meridians. He had to close his eyes, visualize the power, and then let his aura explode. After that, his back spikes would light up, and finally, he blasted them with the explosive breath. Hearing all this, it sounded exactly like the energy cultivation stuff he'd read about in those Chinese web novels. So he asked Kun, "Are you sure I'm in the right series?" Lin Shen kept badgering Kun to tell him how to actually fire the damn thing. If he didn't spill the beans soon, he was going to end up as a 5-course meal for these monsters. Kun just replied that he'd already shown him how. He needed to focus all his attention and channel all that power into a single point in his body. He didn't have much of a choice, so he started straining, hunching over like he was dealing with some serious, multi-day constipation. Right as the spikes on his back were starting to glow, one of the pterodactyls slashed him, drawing blood. The hit was so brutal it sent him crashing straight to the dirt. The other beasts saw their chance and swarmed him, ready to tear him limb from limb. Lin Shen could only cover his head, since he had no way to fight them all off. Watching this disaster unfold, Kun could only shake his head and let out a deep sigh. Wait a second. I've felt this before. This feeling of being ganged up on by a crowd. He flashed back to his past life, to the time he got cornered for a beatdown. He had to suck up the pain and focus everything on the guy closest to him. Once Lin Shen realized it was the exact same vibe, he finally managed to break through their circle. He used every ounce of strength to lunge at the nearest one and shove it out of the way. After taking a nasty tumble, he finally managed to shake off those pests. Our main man tried to shrug off the pain. He locked in, channeled every bit of his energy into his throat, and bam, he let loose his explosive breath. That blinding light surged right out of his gullet, and in a heartbeat, he vaporized every single one of those pterodactyls that were getting on his last nerve. After pulling off a flex like that, Lin Shen watched as charred scraps rained down around him like some kind of freak storm. He was feeling pretty damn proud of himself because, finally, he'd mastered that move. But of course, that little stunt left him bone dry, without a single drop of energy left in. Now he needed to grab a bite to eat to recharge. He looked down, and there they were, those crispy critters, all burnt to a crisp. Looks like that was the only thing on the menu today. So, with a sigh, he started digging into his DIY barbecue, choking down his tears and that burnt chicken all by himself. Bite by bite, the system started tossing him some evolution points. Hey, it's the least it could do. A little while later, Lin Shen finished off that fried bird buffet, though it left him with a nasty, burnt aftertaste. Now, what he really needed was water and fast. He had to hydrate to soothe his scratchy throat. Looking at the rocks ahead, he spotted the scorch marks his explosive breath had left behind. After a lot of searching, he finally hit the jackpot, water. But something didn't feel right. A lake this massive should have been crawling with animals getting a drink, right? But the place was dead silent. That stillness was creepy. Was it salt water or something? Or maybe something nasty was lurking under the surface? Suddenly, the water rippled. Something rose from the depths. Turns out, it was a giant ox playing pretend as a rock. Lin Shen nearly jumped out of his skin when he realized what it was, a great mountain ox. The thing was 19 meters long and weighed 22 tons. These brutes usually hang out in big lakes and rushing rivers. With its back and belly armored and bone hard as granite, it looks like a floating mountain. Plus, it can stay submerged for up to 4 days straight. That rocky back is the ultimate camouflage. But just then, another creature poked its head out. It was a Sarcosuchus, the emperor crocodile. one of the most massive reptiles to ever walk the earth. Clocking in at 13 meters long and weighing 5 tons, it lunged out of nowhere and sank its teeth into the ox's leg. In an instant, a whole swarm of crocs surrounded the poor ox, launching a full-on tactical strike. They dragged it down to the bottom. In the blink of an eye, the only thing left to see was the ox's picked clean skeleton. Man, that's brutal. Those things tear through meat at a terrifying speed. Then, the crocodile spotted Lin Shen. He thought to himself, well, with these monsters running loose, it's no wonder nobody comes here for a drink. But come on, those bargain bin lizards were no match for him. He let out a wicked smirk. It was time to show them who really runs the show and who the real apex predator is. Who's at the top of the food chain? One croc lunged at him, jaws wide open. But suddenly, a massive hand snatched it up. That hand dragged the beast toward a cave while it shrieked in pain. Gone in a flash. Now the cave entrance was splattered with blood. Lin Shen peered inside, dying to know what happened. He had no clue what was lurking in the dark, but the raw power it took to yank that thing in was insane. Not even an emperor croc could put up a fight. Its screams slowly faded away into nothing. Silence took over once again. Lin Shen stayed put, watching for even the slightest movement. Just as he was wondering what the hell that could be, a shadow appeared at the entrance. And then, boom, it leaped out. It was a King Kong with one hell of an attitude. The second it landed, it stomped right onto a crocodile, turning it into a total pancake. That ape looked like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, glaring around with pure rage. King Kong snatched up the lizard kebab and, without a second thought, shoved it straight into his maw. He was busy stuffing his face when, all of a sudden, he whipped around. He spotted another croc trying to make a break for it and, with one kick, sent it flying into next week. And suddenly, he charges like a total maniac, stomping through the water in a blind rage. The crocodiles have no choice but to stay quiet and deal with it. Then, out of nowhere, King Kong whips his head around. He locks eyes with Lin Shen, staring him down while letting out a bone-chilling growl. Our main man figures this beast isn't exactly thrilled. He probably thinks he's trying to snatch his dinner. He stops to think it over, because honestly, right now, he's just not on this guy's level. He's no match for him, so it's better not to poke the bear. Like they say, a brave man knows when to bail before he gets wrecked. He decides to play it humble, so he raises a paw and gives King Kong a little hey there. He's telling him he was just passing through, chill vibes only, and that he's getting out of his hair right now. But of course, he starts to wonder. Did that actually sound like human speech? Will King Kong even get it? Though from the look of things, the beast doesn't seem like he's planning to attack him just yet. However, King Kong is definitely interpreting Lin Shen's gestures in his own special way. Turns out, in ape language, chimps only show their teeth and smile when they're scared to death or under a ton of pressure. And raising a hand? To them, that means gimme food or it's an order for another ape to step up or back off. King Kong looks at Lin Shen with a face that says he's 0% amused. He's totally offended. He thinks this cheeky brat is acting scared, but has the nerve to demand he hands over his prey. To the ape, Lin Shen is basically laughing in his face. He feels this lizard deserves the absolute worst and decides that he's going to teach him a lesson. After pounding his chest to mark his turf, he rockets out of the water after him. King Kong throws a... Seeing that he missed, the ape goes even more berserk. Lin Shen can feel that this beast has some insane raw power. But the silver lining is that his attacks are super wide and flashy, which leaves his whole body covered in weak spots. Lin Shen thinks that, at the end of the day, he's just a simple brute. The classic case of all brawn and no brains. His moves are way too basic. What a waste of such a jacked physique. Lin Shen watches closely, looking for an opening to strike back. He's got it all calculated down to the millimeter. First dodge, and the moment the ape loses his balance after a swing, bam. Then he'd use that momentum to trip him up and leave him wide open. And then, the master move, the Divine Dragon's tail whip. He plans to whip his legs so King Kong loses his footing and finish him off with a lethal hook that'll turn his lights out. But what he didn't expect in a million years was that his arms were so freaking short. He literally can't even touch a single hair on that ape. That's when he realizes the tiny flaw in his current body. The ape is stunned for a second, then immediately gets into a foul mood. He lunges at him with a punch the size of a house and slams his shoulder right into Lin Shen's chest. The hit sends him flying about 10 meters. This King Kong isn't just raw power, he's damn fast, too. Without giving him a second to catch his breath, the ape takes a massive leap straight toward him. He grabs the spikes on his back with a death grip. Lin Shen realizes that at his current level, the only way to win is by using his explosive breath. The problem is, that technique takes forever to charge up, and if he misses the shot, he's in deep trouble. He's holding on for dear life, looking for that one chance to hit back. The pressure from the enemy is insane. Lin Shen has to put all his senses to work at 100%. He doesn't take his eyes off the ape for a second. He knows one more mistake and it's game over. This fight isn't just about strength anymore. It's about who's smarter. King Kong lets out a roar that makes the whole area shake. He's gearing up for another savage charge. Lin Shen takes a deep breath and focuses all his energy into his legs. He's ready for the head-on collision. Intense heat starts building up in his throat. It's his last ace in the hole. If he can land a direct hit, this ends right here. But his opponent isn't making things easy at all, leaving zero openings. So, he has no choice but to find a way to slow him down. First, he sinks his teeth right into his arm, just as the ape was about to strike, making him howl in pure agony. The ape, now furious, grabs Lin Shen's lower jaw to try and pry his arm loose. Then, he tries to force his mouth open with both hands, when suddenly, a blinding light appears. Just kidding. What the ape didn't expect was that Lin Shen already had his explosive breath fully charged in his throat. Seeing the situation, King Kong tries to shut his mouth real quick, but it's already way too late. While the beast was losing its mind, Lin Shen conjured a sphere of light out of thin air. The ball kept getting bigger and bigger, making King Kong back away, scared out of his wits, trying to dodge it. But did you really think Lin Shen would let him get away that easily? Not a chance. Instantly, he blasted his explosive breath straight into the giant monkey's face. Poor King Kong is going to remember that hit for the rest of his life. The power behind this attack is so brutal it sent him flying into a distant rock. But watch out, because this beast is tough, it didn't even leave a scratch on him. That explosive breath can take out dozens of pterodactyls and smash through mountains like they're nothing. And yet, all it managed to do this time was leave a nasty, bloody wound on the big ape's chest. Our boy is stunned, having no idea just how durable this monkey's body really is, thinking Lin Shen was about to drop another nuke on him. King Kong turned tail and hauled ass. Seeing that, Lin Shen felt incredibly proud because he just made the king of the island run away with his tail between his legs. Now the top spot is definitely his, but of course, in a single night. He used that attack twice, and his body is already paying the price. He feels like absolute garbage, but the crocodiles nearby aren't taking their eyes off him. He can't let them see him struggle, or he'll end up like that poor giant ox from earlier. So, Lin Shen decided to finish off the crocodile leftovers the monkey left behind a while ago. Suddenly, the system pops up. Lin Shen has successfully devoured the Emperor Crocodile. Heck yeah, 500 evolution points and a special little gift, upgraded scales and claws. This got him totally pumped because his defense just leveled up. Suddenly, he felt incredibly strong and dove right in to snack on a few more crocodiles. And just like that, his evolution points shot up so high you can't even count them. A week later, Lin Shen upgraded his explosive breath into something like a giant lighter. With this, he'll never have to eat raw meat ever again. Seriously, the guy is a genius. While he was eating, he did his daily check-in at the Polar Abyss Island Zone. The reward for showing up was an A-rank skill, Thermal Beam, an unstable energy fueled by radiation. Inside the Thunder Dragon's body, when released, the friction with the air causes a reaction that creates high-temperature smoke. It's the ultimate bad breath, the upgraded version of his mouth cannon. He feels like he's hit the jackpot. The other day, he got the Monster Compass to upgrade skills, and it even came with a feature to see the creature's stats. Yesterday, when he checked in, they gave him the A-rank skill, Sword Claws. And today, the Thermal Beam. What a rush. Even winning a massive bet doesn't feel this good. Catching the scent of the roasted meat, a giant orange mouse thing showed up. A prehistoric critter about 3 to 4 meters long, weighing between 1 and 1.5 tons. They've got an incredible sense of smell, super sharp and massive buck teeth. They're omnivores, so they'll gobble up anything they find. They usually hide in the brush, waiting for food to just drop from the sky. Since he's in a good mood today, upon seeing the little mouse, Lin Shen decided that he'd treat him to some roasted beef. Every time he sees little Orangey, Lin Shen remembers when he was human in his past life. Back then, he was a scrawny little shrimp, and people spent all day giving him a hard time. He thinks Orangey is luckier than him because he found him. So, Lin Shen decided to be Orangey's boss, and with him as a bodyguard, nobody will dare touch a hair on his head. Lin Shen has finally reached his adult stage and can evolve to upgrade his sovereign lineage. He's 51 meters tall and weighs 13,525 tons. For now, his main way of attacking is just by charging in. Divine Dragon Bite and Tail Whip. His special skills are Devour, S+ rank, Night Vision, E rank, Illumination, E rank, Beast Compass, E+ rank, and Atomic Breath, S rank, Heat Burst, A rank, and Thorny Claws, B rank. According to the system, The blood of a divine beast already flows through Lin Shen's veins, a true ancient sovereign, the kind you see in the classic of mountains and seas. Lin Shen has officially left his sweet and romantic childhood behind, to dive headfirst into adulthood and those lovely teenage angst crises. Lin Shen checked himself out from head to toe and felt that, with his current body, he finally had a shot at giving King Kong a real beatdown. Since being all alone on a deserted island is a total drag, he decided it was time to find himself a monster buddy. And the first candidate that popped into his head was none other than King Kong himself. The big guy looked pretty smart and had the muscle, so with a little effort, he could probably accept him as his right-hand man. So, Lin Shen let out a shout for Truck-kun and told the guy to use every single one of his evolution points to upgrade his body. Truck-kun immediately hit him with the stats. Alright, right now you have a total of 48,131 evolution points. All those points are going to be spent on Lin Shen for a little cosmetic makeover. But what he actually got in the end couldn't have been more disappointing. Despite spending over 40,000 points, the dude only managed to grow 0.5 meters. He remembered perfectly that before, with just a few hundred points, he'd grow an entire meter. But Truck-kun snapped back, saying that the higher your level, the more experience you need to rank up. The more he thought about it, the more he questioned his existence. Because right now, his biggest wish was to become a one. To reach that size, who knows how much he'd have to gobble down. But Lin Shen didn't care and decided to go look for that giant gorilla once and for all. He wanted to have a good fight first to, strengthen their friendship with a few punches. Then, Lin Shen called over Little Orange and told him he'd been living for free and slacking off for way too long. It was high time he did something useful. He pulled out a tuft of hair that King Kong had lost in their last scrap and asked Little Orange if he could track him using the scent from those hairs. After sniffing the tuft, Little Orange started nodding like crazy. This made Lin Shen super happy. He promised that if he found the beast, he'd have enough roasted meat to eat for an entire year. And so, Little Orange started leading the way to find King Kong, much to the delight of everyone living in that area. It was all those animals Lin Shen had been pestering for so long. Seeing him leave made them feel like they were finally free. Noticing they were celebrating a bit too soon, the guy turned around with a look like a total mob boss. He thought to himself that he was just going to find a little buddy, but when he came back with that gluttonous King Kong, they were really going to get what's coming to them and cry tears of blood. After walking for a while, Little Orange suddenly stopped in his tracks. They were in a super desolate, freezing place where you could only see a thick white mist. The trees were all withered and dead, which made Little Orange start shaking with fear. Lin Shen was totally stunned. He didn't expect to find such a gloomy spot on Polar Island. He started suspecting that Little Orange had taken a wrong turn, because this place looked nothing like where the gorilla lived. Lin Shen started grumbling under his breath. Who the hell would want to live in such a godforsaken place? Plus, it smells terrible, and it's scary as hell. On top of that, his beast compass wasn't detecting King Kong's trail anywhere. While he was mulling it over, it seemed Little Orange noticed something weird and bolted off in one direction. Lin Shen had to rush after him, having no idea what was waiting for him up ahead. Realizing something, he turned around and called him back. He pointed toward the cave entrance and scooped up Little Orange to head inside with him. No matter how much poor Little Orange tried to resist, there was no escaping it. He thought it was really strange that the compass wasn't detecting a single thing. No trace of spiritual energy, and no signs of other creatures in the area either. Suddenly, he heard the growl of some kind of monster, but honestly, its energy didn't feel very strong. He started doubting if it was actually King Kong. Seeing another cave up ahead, he decided to sneak in and take a peek. Inside, the place was crawling with larvae eggs, and Lin Shen takes a good look around, scanning every detail. Suddenly, he spots a girl right in front of him she's got killer curves that are practically bursting out of a few silk threads. Turns out, this girl is actually King Kong. Yeah, the one who carries the proud blood of the ancient beasts from the Book of Mountains and Seas. Usually, God knows what the heck she ate to end up looking human. Right then, Lin Shen's jaw hits the floor as he realizes the truth. The King Kong he was looking for is this exact girl standing right there. But he can't wrap his head around how she transformed like this. And not just that, she's incredibly hot. As soon as King Kong looks at him, Lin Shen leans in close just to mess with her a bit. Weren't you a lot bigger before? How'd you get so tiny? I mean, look at you. That wound on your chest. Hearing that, King Kong screams at him, asking what the hell he's doing there. Not only is she human, but the guy is totally tripped out. Did King Kong become some kind of spirit after? Right at that moment, King Kong girl lets out a scream to warn him. She's shouting at Lin Shen to watch his back and be careful. Hearing her, he looks behind him and sees a whole pack of reptiles. A massive swarm of those creepy crawlies with eyes all over their bodies is heading. It looks like he stumbled right into the middle of their nest. Suddenly, a monster lunges out of nowhere to take Lin Shen by surprise, but he's got lightning-fast reflexes and catches the beast midair. It's one of those stinky reptiles that think they own this. The rotten stench coming off its body is absolutely revolting. The pack of reptiles keeps closing in, surrounding both Lin Shen. Worried sick, the girl screams for him to get out of there as fast as he can. But Lin Shen stays totally chill, even facing this entire. He gets ready to launch an attack and just wipe them off the map in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, the monsters keep throwing themselves at him like total maniacs. Our guy grabs one with his bare hand. These are those filthy reptiles carrying the blood of the ancient Xiangliu lineage. We're talking about an ancient beast from the classic of mountains and seas that can grow from 6 to 10 meters long and weighs anywhere between 40 to 100 tons. They hunt in packs, have razor-sharp fangs with a brutal bite, and their tails can spit out corrosive venom. This giant lizard is the ultimate arch-enemy of King Kong Girl, the true master of the underground world on Polar Abyss Island. He remembers that back in his past life, his friends used to use these things to prank and scare him. So in this life, just seeing them makes him feel a massive wave of disgust. One of them tries to sink its teeth into Lin Shen, but the guy just gives his hand a little squeeze. The lizard ends up turned into total mush, and seeing all that sticky, gross slime all over his hand makes him want to gag. The reptiles just won't stop coming, and their numbers are growing by the second. Suddenly, one lunges with its jaws wide open, trying to get a piece of him. But he delivers a kick so hard it blows the thing's jaw. That's when he notices another one lurking right behind him. It already had its mouth, wide open, ready to chow down on the spikes on his back. Just as he was about to send it flying, he realizes there are dozens more lizards crawling all over his back, and that really makes him lose his temper. All right, you bunch of morons. Now you're going to see what I can really do. He tenses up and triggers his thorn claw technique, sending a massive surge of electricity through every single spike on his, frying those nasty lizards on the spot. In the distance, King Kong is losing his mind watching Lin Shen's attack, enjoying the show like it's a blockbuster movie. Once he's gotten rid of all those reptiles, Lin Shen lets out a massive sigh of relief, but when he looks back, he screams at the top of his lungs. Because right now, his whole body is covered in that gross lizard slime. It's so nasty he feels like he's actually gonna die. Out of all of them, one survivor turns around and starts staring hungrily at the King Kong girl trapped up there. Just as it tries to pounce on her, Lin Shen stomps on it, flattening it like a pancake. Acting like a total tough guy, the kid warns them that if anyone wants to touch his King Kong girl, they'll have to go through him first. Seeing they don't stand a chance against him, the lizards try to book it, but Lin Shen isn't letting them off that easy. To him, those nasty bugs all have to kick the bucket for him to feel satisfied. So, Lin Shen charges up his energy, uses his heat beam, and blasts a wave of scorching heat that incinerates the lizards, sending the whole pack to the afterlife in a split second. Lin Shen turns around. Seeing King Kong's terrified face, he flashed a grin from ear to ear and blew her a finger heart to calm her down. She's got nothing to fear now because he's here, and no living creature would dare lay a single finger on her. Right after that, Lin Shen stepped closer and used his claws to scrape off all that sticky slime that had poor King Kong pinned against the rock. Seeing this, she also did her part to peel herself off, but of course, the moment she moved her arms, her two assets started bouncing like crazy, and Lin Shen couldn't help but stare at the whole show. Feeling a bit awkward, he shyly asked her how on earth she ended up looking so unique. He realized the wound he'd given her on her chest was actually pretty serious, and the poor guy felt terrible about it. Just then, the girl managed to break free from the goo and hop down to the ground. She started rummaging around the area until she picked up a piece of bone. Lin Shen thought she was looking for a weapon to defend herself. Seeing her like that, he hurried to reassure her. She didn't need to be afraid. He wasn't the type to take advantage of the weak. Suddenly, King Kong showed him a very strange object and made him understand that, because she ate that thing, she now looked like this. When he saw what was in her hand, Lin Shen completely lost it. Wasn't that the famous devil fruit from the legends? Or rather, one of those transformation pills from fantasy novels. The two of them headed outside, and Lin Shen announced they were about to witness a straight-up miracle. Then, he opened his mouth and blasted a torrent of flames directly onto the firewood he'd already set up. That whole display left King Kong a bit freaked out, to be honest. Next, Lin Shen skewered a lizard with a stick to roast it over the fire. At first, the creature totally grossed him out, but hey, anything for those damn evolution points. He had no choice but to dig in. Once it was nice and roasted, it actually smelled amazing. The girl just stood to the side, having no clue what he was up to. But the aroma was so delicious it made her mouth water. Noticing that both she and little Narangia were drooling, Lin Shen told them these were barbecue skewers and served them up so they could have a feast. When she tried them, they turned out to be way better than she expected. While they were eating, he asked King Kong that, even though he loved her current look, would she be able to go back to her original gorilla form? Mostly because, if she'd been in her King Kong form inside that cave, those disgusting reptiles wouldn't have dared to mess with her. With her mouth full, she confessed to him that she couldn't go back anymore. Lin Shen was absolutely floored, wondering what on earth that fruit she gobbled up actually was. In this wild jungle filled with monsters everywhere, a girl like her wouldn't last a single round. And the worst part is, despite being in such a mess, the girl just kept eating like nothing was wrong. She's definitely got a screw loose. He was also curious if she had any family. If it hadn't been for him, those lizards would have already made a banquet out of her. The way things were going, there was no way she'd make it to tomorrow alive. So, Lin Shen asked Little Kun if there was any way for King Kong to get her old form back. Little Kun nodded immediately. But before doing anything, it wanted to analyze exactly what that fruit she ate was made of. Hearing that, Lin Shen's face lit up. He figured all they had to do now was find another fruit just like it so Little Kun could analyze it and she could finally go back to normal. The little creature, acting like a total know-it-all, explained that after analyzing the components, it could modify them so she could regain her old form. He could even make her eat that fruit again, so she could change at will, between her beast form and her human form. Hearing this, Lin Shen got more hyped than a kid on Christmas morning, because if it actually works, he could finally go back to the human world to see his parents. So Lin Shen asked King Kong where the heck she'd even gotten that fruit from. Stuttering, she blurted out that she found it in a canyon full of bones. And just like that, Lin Shen decided that as soon as they filled their bellies, she'd lead them to snag a few more fruits so she could get her original form back. After scarfing down a few reptiles, Lin Shen pocketed over 200,000 evolution points. He was on cloud 9. But then he started thinking about the worst-case scenario, in case he hadn't ended up on Earth, but in a totally different world. At least, by becoming human, he could be a cute couple with King Kong and they'd live happily ever after on this deserted island. 2 hours later, they were at the canyon. The place was a bone graveyard, through and through, and the kid had no clue what the hell had happened there. Then King Kong pointed up, showing that she'd swiped the fruit from way up there. But man, that tree was tall as hell. Lin Shen looked up and saw that those fruits looked amazing. He got himself ready to climb up and bring them down. Lin Shen gripped the soft earth to climb up bit by bit. When he was finally near the tree, he noticed something. A pterosaur was fluttering around nearby. Seeing it, he got super nervous because right now, he was in a really sticky situation. He was caught between heaven and earth. If they attacked him from behind, things were going to get ugly fast. Suddenly, the pterosaur opened its sharp beak and Lin Shen braced himself. But to his surprise, the creature took a bite out of one of the and he got curious to see what it would turn into. After eating the divine fruit, the pterosaur's body started to glow, and just like that, it transformed into a human mid-flight. Seeing the mess, Lin Shen started connecting the dots. All those bones down there were from beasts that ate the fruit and plummeted. He thought the place had seriously bad vibes. He decided to snag the fruits quick and get the hell out of there. Suddenly, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest when another flying monster appeared in front of him. It was the spirit bird of death, a legendary creature with incredibly powerful blood. From the ancient beasts of the classic of mountains and seas, it was 65 meters tall and weighed 130 tons. Wherever it set its eyes, death followed. Lin Shen didn't get what that thing was even doing there. He figured it was the guardian of the tree, but he didn't understand why it kept staring at the pile of bones. The big bird had a face that looked like it was laughing at everyone. Suddenly, it snapped its head toward Lin Shen, and he almost had a heart attack. He got the feeling this random bird was mocking him to his face, but Lin Shen didn't back down and decided to keep climbing. He realized the big bird didn't seem to want to throw hands. Lin Shen moved closer and, being the polite guy he is, greeted the creature. He explained that a friend of his had told him those fruits were to die for, and that's why he'd come. He didn't want any trouble or anything. Lin Shen treaded carefully toward the branch, keeping a sharp eye on the massive beast. The bird stayed quiet, but its gaze commanded insane respect. The kid took a deep breath so he wouldn't lose his cool. His fingers brushed the skin of the magic fruit, and a shiver ran through his entire body. He whispered a quick thanks that the creature hadn't attacked him, and while he talked, Lin Shen reached out and plucked 2 fruits. When he was done, he flashed a fake smile at the bird to say thanks. He promised he wouldn't bother it again. But the big bird was already playing out its own little movie in its head. It was imagining him eating the fruit, turning human, and slamming into the ground like all the others. Suddenly, the creature got pissed and spread its giant wings. That sudden move scared the living daylights out of Lin Shen. The bird started flapping its wings to chase Lin Shen with a serious grudge, and the poor kid had no choice but to dodge for his life. And he yelled out, "Holy crap, what's wrong with this giant bird? We were totally chill a second ago, and now—" Lin Shen had no choice but to hand over the 2 divine fruits to Xiao-kun. He asked if she could stash them away in the system for him. Since he's currently stuck crawling on all fours, carrying them around is a total pain. Seeing his struggle, Xiao-kun asked him if he wanted to have them analyzed. The thing is, analyzing just one fruit costs 100,000 evolution points. But right now, Lin Shen is sitting on him, so an analysis is definitely off the table for now. He immediately felt a wave of regret, wishing he'd known sooner, so he swore to himself he wouldn't go on any more reckless spending sprees. But right at that moment, the spirit bird decided to dive. It lunged in and gave him a nasty scratch. Seeing that, Lin Shen whipped his tail around to swat the bird away and send it flying. The creature was absolutely stunned when it realized he was already gearing up for another attack. Lin Shen opened his maw. He fired directly at the spirit bird the second after he hit it. That one blast left the thing completely cornered. It took a direct hit to the wing, and the oversized pigeon went spiraling down into the abyss. Lin Shen realized it wouldn't matter if he used his explosive breath or his heat ray. Hitting a giant bird in mid-air wasn't going to be easy. That's why he had to wait for the perfect moment. He needed one golden opportunity to land a solid, crushing blow. Just one explosive breath to send that thing straight to the afterlife. In his mind, he was taunting it. Come on. Just a little. After tumbling for a bit, the bird managed to regain its balance. It wasn't about to just roll over and accept defeat from Lin Shen that easily. Lin Shen braced himself, powering up for the next strike with everything he had. His focus was through the roof. He watched every tiny twitch the bird made. The second it messed up, he was going to strike without a shred of mercy. This fight to the death was reaching its breaking point. In total silence, he kept daring the bird to make a move. After falling a bit further, the bird finally snapped out of it. The spirit bird began flapping its wings with all its might, soaring right back toward them. But Lin Shen, being the clever guy he is, locked onto his target, let go of his boom. He landed right on the bird's back, forcing it to plummet back into the void once again. A few seconds later, the beast regained its balance and started flying a bit slower. Lin Shen, perched right on top, joked that he was a bird knight now before sinking his teeth deep into its neck. He bit down hard, right on the throat, making the animal shriek in pure agony. It sounded like its bones were being ground into dust. It let out these ear-piercing screams that could turn you deaf. And while it was screaming, it went into a vertical nosedive. It plummeted at such a terrifying speed that Lin Shen and Kim Kong felt like their teeth were about to vibrate. Just before smashing into the ground, the bird did a sharp pull-up and shot straight back into the sky. It didn't slow down for a single second. And at this rate, they were all going to end up in heaven pretty soon. Lin Shen looked down with the most amused expression on his face. In his past life, he'd never even stepped foot on a plane, so who would have thought that after turning into a monster, he'd end up hitching a ride on another beast? That feeling of soaring straight into the clouds was out. But suddenly, the bird changed its mind and pulled a sharp, violent turn. It flipped upside down and aimed its head straight at the cliffside, making Lin Shen nearly wet himself. It looked like the damn bird wanted to slam into the mountain just to take everyone down with it. The bird was already flying dangerously close to that sacred tree, but in that split second, Lin Shen spotted a lake right next to the mountain. He calculated that if he timed it perfectly and used his explosive breath to propel himself toward the water, with how tough his hide is now, he'd probably survive the impact. So, Lin Shen shouted a warning at the bird. Don't think you're the only one brave enough to put your life on the line. Didn't your mother ever teach you not to mess with the nice guys? And as he spoke, he began charging his explosive breath in his mouth and fired it point blank. The bird's body took the full force of the dragon's explosive breath, wall-breaker attack. The pain was so intense it twisted midair and slammed hard into the mountain. Lin Shen was sent flying backward, heading straight for the lake nearby. The girl, Kim Kong, grabbed onto him with every bit of strength she had, and the two of them went headfirst into the water. On the other hand, the bird hit the mountain with a massive thud and fell right onto the sacred tree, causing every single fruit to come raining down. The spirit bird lost its balance once again, plummeting like a missile into the abyss. It was a never-ending cycle. It would hit the ground, only to be launched back into the air. Meanwhile, down by the lake, Kim Kong and Lin Shen watched that devastating crash with faces full of pure, unadulterated excitement. Finally, the big feathered freak was knocked out cold on top of that pile of skulls and bones. Lin Shen was absolutely euphoric, looking up at the sky with his mouth hanging wide open, screaming like a total lunatic that they had won and that they were going to have a massive fried chicken feast tonight. But out of nowhere, the sacred fruit fell right into his mouth and slid straight down into his stomach. And the worst part? Lin Shen didn't even notice at first. It was only when he felt something sliding down his throat that he looked at the tree in the lake and realized with a shock that he'd just swallowed the devil fruit. But right then, Lin Shen really didn't want to turn back into a human while in the middle of the lake, fearing that since he couldn't swim, he'd sink like a stone. But in the blink of an eye, his body started glowing intensely, revealing rock-hard biceps and a ripped, chiseled chest that was incredibly masculine. Lin Shen couldn't believe this was actually his body, the body of a powerful, muscular man. And it didn't stop there. The spikes on his back were still perfectly intact. Lin Shen took a look at himself and noticed his tail was still there, though now it was just a tiny little nub. He quickly hid in the lake to keep an eye on the bird, unsure if it had finally kicked the bucket or not. Staying in human form was way too dangerous right now. The system calculated that he still needed over 6,000. He planned to sneak out and steal a few chunks of meat from the bird to rack up some points. He just needed the system to finish its analysis so he could turn. But suddenly, the bird's head twitched, making Lin Shen almost choke on the water. Unbelievable. This thing has more lives than. The spirit bird stumbled to its feet, holding the kid who used to be a pterodactyl in its beak. Plus, right in front of it, there was an emerald. It dropped the kid, snatched up the gem, and swallowed it whole. From across the lake, Lin Shen saw the bird gulp down. Its wounds started healing like magic. In no time at all, the bird was standing tall on that pile of bones again. It unfurled its massive wings with its old strength and took off, leaving Lin Shen to let out a massive sigh of relief. But seeing his roasted chicken fly away like that left Lin Shen feeling pretty bummed out. Afterward, he swam to the shore with the girl. He decided he'd have to find smaller beasts to hunt and eat. If not, he'd settle for scavenging. He needed those. Lin Shen was feeling super regretful. If he'd known, he would have taken a few bites out of that bird to get the points he needed. Just then, the girl on the shore screamed at him to hurry up because something was creeping up behind him. When he turned around, he saw an emperor crocodile lunging at him. Its jaws were so wide open it looked like it wanted to swallow Lin Shen. The crocodile snapped at him, but Lin Shen jumped back fast. He yelled at the beast, calling it rude for. The sketchiest part was that it wasn't just one. A whole pack of crocodiles was heading straight for him. Lin Shen didn't expect to get surrounded like this. He tried to double back and escape, but realized there were just as many crocodiles behind him. They were slowly closing in on him. Lin Shen knew he was in a real pickle this time. He glanced over at the girl on the shore. She was looking at him with a face full of worry. Lin Shen signaled for her to run, but she just shook her head, refusing to leave him behind. Lin Shen felt a warm, fuzzy feeling in his chest. He made up his mind right then to fight to the bitter end to protect her. He let out a roar and charged at the crocodiles. A brutal showdown was about to go down. Will Lin Shen be able to wiggle his way out of this ambush? And what will the girl do to help him? Find out everything in the next episode. You definitely don't want to miss it. See you next time. And man, look at that, it wasn't just one, but a whole bunch of giant crocodiles. And with a tiny body like this, you can forget about surviving in a jungle full of monsters. Seriously, even back in school, guys like this would be face down on the ground getting a beatdown. Right after that, Lin Shen spun around and started swimming for the shore like a maniac. Because deep down, he really didn't want to die, and he still had that dream of becoming the ultimate monster. And just like that, his arms started moving like outboard motors, churning the water over and over again. Do you really think this is that kind of hidden potential that just explodes whenever you're in danger? After running for a while, he finally managed to shake off that croc. But hey, life doesn't always go according to plan. A massive crocodile blocked Lin Shen's path. He totally didn't expect these things, to actually know how to tag team and corner their prey from both sides. Without missing a beat, he leaped out of the water, determined to take the beast head-on. Lin Shen jumped right onto the animal's upper jaw, forcing its snout shut. You see, crocodiles have an insane amount of closing power in their bite, enough to crush bones like they're nothing. But the muscles they use to open their mouths, those are way weaker, making their opening strength almost non-existent. If an adult just applies a little pressure, they can keep that mouth clamped shut without much trouble. Lin Shen thought, don't think just because I lost my beast body that I'm an easy target. I've still got my superior brain power. But right then, the crocodile's eyes turned blood red, and Lin Shen had no clue what it was planning next. Suddenly, the beast twisted its body and slammed its snout into the water, thrashing like crazy to shake Lin Shen off. If he let go now, that emperor crocodile would swallow him whole in a heartbeat. And if he didn't, the other crocs closing in from behind would turn him into a snack regardless. All of a sudden, a voice screamed from above for Lin Shen to grab onto a vine. Looking up, he saw the King Kong girl swinging on a rope, using all her skills to pull him away from the pack of ferocious crocodiles that had him pinned down. Lin Shen did his part too. He used his legs to squeeze the beast's jaws tight, while reaching out with one arm for the rope. In the blink of an eye, he managed to grab hold. He was just inches away from having his lower half bitten off in one go. High up on the vine, the King Kong girl was swinging like a total pro, landing safely on solid ground. Seeing her beat her chest with pride, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief after that whole Tarzan experience. But they both jumped out of their skins when they saw the crocodile had almost reached the shore. These emperor crocodiles must have evolved into some kind of cunning demons to pull off an ambush like that. The beast charged straight for the tree they were standing on. When it missed them, it turned its head and glared intensely at King Kong, making her let out a panicked warning roar. Seeing this, Lin Shen yanked her back and reminded her, "Look, listen to me. You're not as big as you used to be. Acting all tough yet cute isn't going to do squat against that thing. If we don't move it, we're dinner." Right after that, Lin Shen dragged the King Kong girl into the forest with the emperor crocodile hot on their heels. As they ran, he couldn't help but wonder if they'd eaten too much emperor crocodile meat before, because these things really seem to have a death grudge against them. Now that they're small with short legs, there's no way they can outrun those giant monsters. To make matters even worse, Little Kun popped up just to mock how pathetic Lin Shen looked. Who would have thought he'd end up so tiny? Even though he was fuming, Lin Shen still needed Kun's help. He begged Kun to let him get the analysis for the transformation fruit on credit, but the little guy insisted he was a Kun with principles. If he didn't pay up all the evolution points, there'd be no analysis, period. Beep. At that, Lin Shen clasped his hands and, with tears in his eyes, begged from the bottom of his heart. He pleaded with Kun, "Where am I supposed to find beasts to hunt when I'm this weak? Everywhere I go, I'm just a bite-sized snack for everyone else." But despite all this whining, the system stuck to its ridiculous rules. Lin Shen felt completely helpless and embarrassed to find himself in such a pathetic state. The bugs haven't even finished him off yet, and they're already roasting him. Hearing this, Little Kun tells him that once Lin Shen finishes roll call, he's going to hook him up with a fresh set of clothes. A bit later, he finally snagged a super epic outfit so he could haul tail alongside the King Kong girl. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks and scales a tree, making Lin Shen realize this girl is actually sharp and knows exactly how to play to her strengths. Then, she yells for Lin Shen to get his butt up there, but let's just say climbing isn't exactly his specialty. Still, the situation's too sketchy for Lin Shen to be picky, so he decides to go for broke on the first try. He digs deep, gives it everything he's got, and lunges at the trunk, and as he's climbing, he keeps pushing himself to the absolute limit. But what Lin Shen didn't expect was that, with just one burst of energy, he'd make it halfway up and stay glued there. This feeling is way too intense to be normal. It's not just adrenaline kicking in because of the danger. Back in his past life, he couldn't have done a single pull-up if his life depended on it. But now, thanks to eating that devil fruit, his physical condition is light years ahead of what it used to be. Just as Lin Shen manages to haul himself up the tree, the crocodile shows up. It's got a look of pure rage on its face, starts slamming into the trunk with everything it's got, over and over, making Lin Shen lose his grip and fall flat on his back. Luckily, Miss King Kong catches him just in the nick of time. Grabbing him tight by the arm, she doesn't miss the chance to give him a look of total disgust. What a loser. Lin Shen can only give a nervous laugh and thank her, all while feeling totally humiliated by her mockery. Once Lin Shen gets his feet under him, the King Kong girl keeps on climbing. A little while later, they both make it to a high branch. Up there, Lin Shen sprawls out, letting out a massive sigh of relief while she keeps an eye on the chaos below. Those crocodiles are more annoying than a clingy ex. They brought the whole squad and won't stop headbutting the tree, just waiting for their lunch to drop. Lin Shen, feeling a bit safe for 2 seconds, starts talking smack, saying those crocodiles don't know when to quit. With a trunk this thick, do those oversized lizards really think they can knock it down? But suddenly, Lin Shen gets the fright of his life when he sees Miss King Kong staring him down. When he asks what's up, it turns out she's just hyped because Lin Shen is as tiny as she is. Her attitude really grinds his gears, so he asks her if she wants to go a few rounds with him. Instantly, the King Kong girl grabs his arm. Lin Shen never imagined this girl actually wanted to throw hands. Then, she starts pulling with insane force, clearly intending to hurl him straight down so the crocodiles can have a feast. Seeing how things are going, Lin Shen has to swallow his pride and remind her that now is not the time for a brawl. Turns out, she wasn't looking for a fight. She was growling because she'd spotted a new monster right in front of them. It was a giant prehistoric python, 70 meters long and 5 meters wide. It weighs no less than 70 tons. It's not venomous, and it loves lurking in the trees. It usually ambushes its prey from above. Lin Shen feels completely helpless. We went from the frying pan straight into the fire. The ones below are still waiting, and without warning, he's got another nightmare right in his face. The giant python slithers slowly toward them. This new threat is way more terrifying than the pack of crocodiles below. Lin Shen has to think of something fast to get away. He can't just sit there waiting for his time to come. A brutal fight for survival is about to go down. The next problem is already here. Though, come to think of it, he's never tried python meat before, so he asks Mr. Snake what kind he is. But it looks like the beast thinks he's an idiot and doesn't want to chat. The python suddenly whips its tail right at them, and immediately Miss King Kong grabs Lin Shen to bolt out of there. She leaps from branch to branch like a total pro, while Lin Shen is the only one hesitating. He's absolutely terrified of taking a nasty spill. To avoid ending up as a snack for the crocodiles lurking below, he carefully tiptoed toward those branches. That giant snake wasn't giving him a second to breathe, staying right on his tail. While he was running like a bat out of hell, Lin Shen, he'd dive headfirst into that jerk's mouth, rip his insides apart, and then serve him up as shark bait. Right then, Little Kun popped up to annoy him, reminding him he needed 100,000 evolution points for the analysis. But Lin Shen didn't give a damn about any analysis right now. He just wanted the system to give back his transformation fruit already. But Little Kun with his straight face blurted out, "If you want to cancel the process, you're also going to have to cough up 100,000 evolution points. You charge to start and to stop." Hearing a scam like that, Lin Shen absolutely lost it. If he actually had that many points, he would have just let the stupid system finish the analysis. Seriously, what kind of glitchy system is this? It's like it wants to see its own master kick the bucket and not even care. Just then, that jumping expert girl came back, and seeing Lin Shen still arguing with thin air, she decided to risk her neck to distract the snake. But before she could even lift a finger, the beast bared its fangs and lunged straight at her. In that split second, Lin Shen dove in and shoved the girl aside. And just like that, the snake swallowed Lin Shen whole in one big gulp. When he opened his eyes, he was surrounded by nasty, sticky fluids everywhere inside the beast's body. A sickening, rotten stench hit his nose, and Lin Shen figured he was already deep inside its stomach. Luckily, for now, he didn't feel his flesh melting away from the stomach acid. Maybe it's because his body is way tougher now, but if he stays in there too long, he'll end up as human mush, so he's got to find a way out no matter what. Then Lin Shen remembered that since he became human, he hadn't had a chance to test out his old skills. If he could use his explosive breath, he could easily blast a hole and get the hell out of there. But just as Lin Shen was gearing up for the attack, Little Kun appeared out of nowhere and screamed, "Stop right there. Cut it out now. You've already charged up enough energy, don't add another drop. Otherwise, the one who's gonna blow sky high is Lin Shen himself." See, in human form, compared to his Thunder Dragon form, his body density just isn't the same, and he wouldn't be able to handle such insane power. Right now, that energy in his mouth, even though it's not even a 10,000th of his original breath, it'll make his biting and devouring power way more intense. Little Kun filled him in on the details. Explosive breath has mutated into explosive bite, boosting your attack power. Hearing this, Lin Shen wondered if eating the snake's guts could actually net him some evolution points. If he can scrap together the points he's missing, he can turn back into a beast. Even though it totally grossed him out, to save his life, Lin Shen would swallow the nastiest thing on earth. So, he decided to sink his teeth directly into the snake's stomach walls. But with just the first bite, he got a taste that reminded him exactly of his own used socks after a week without washing them. Instantly, his evolution points jumped up by 150. Just for snacking on the monster's stomach. He was having a real feast inside that giant snake. He was happier than a kid at Christmas, like he just hit the jackpot. Now he just had to take a few more bites to finish the points. Right after that, the attacks on the snake's stomach started raining down one after another without stopping. To collect as many points as possible, Lin Shen started eating like he hadn't had a meal in centuries. The evolution points started piling up so fast he couldn't even count them anymore. Meanwhile, outside, and just like that, the evolution points kept stacking up until I lost track. At that moment, outside, that massive python was in so much pain that it actually started crying. It began writhing and thrashing so violently that it sent our protagonist flying through the air inside its very own stomach. But Lin Shen was already locked in. No matter how he tried to torture him, he wasn't going to stop biting and tearing through its guts until he carved his way out. Suddenly, Lin Shen noticed the stomach was contracting even more violently. It seemed like the python was trying to puke him up just to get rid of him. Seeing this, the guy got stubborn and clung to the fleshy walls of the stomach with everything he had so he wouldn't be spat out. Just then, little Truck-kun popped up to let him know his evolution points had hit 190. Did he want to start the analysis to transform the human form fruit? But when he agreed, the system hit him with some seriously crappy news. The progress was starting at only 1%, and the estimated wait time was about 30 minutes. This made Lin Shen absolutely furious, and he screamed at Truck-kun, asking if there wasn't any way to put it. But the little creature turned out to be a total gold digger. He told Lin Shen that if he paid an extra 1,000 evolution points, he could cut the wait time down to 20 minutes. Hearing such a blatant scam, Lin Shen grabbed Xiao-kun by the head and demanded to know why on earth everything in this life had to cost points, calling the system a total loan shark. But the little guy explained that evolution points are like gas for a car. Without them, the system simply won't start. He had no other choice. Lin Shen, practically crying with rage, had to go back to eating the snake's stomach. He kept chewing those guts until he finally gathered the 1,000 points and pushed the progress to 25%. Since that still wasn't enough, he kept taking chunks out of the python, making the poor animal twist and turn in pure agony. Lin Shen's psychotic energy was so intense that even the crocodiles were scared shitless and went running back to the lake. Finally, after a few pretty disgusting minutes, the progress reached 100%. When the system asked if he wanted to activate the fruit's transformation, Lin Shen said yes instantly, happy as a clam. Xiao-kun explained that the pink one was for transforming and the blue one was for saving his life. Without a second thought, the sacred fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. He said it tasted kind of like papaya. Within a few minutes, his belly was so bloated, Lin Shen felt the moment had arrived. He stood up, struck an epic Power Ranger pose, and yelled, "Transformation." But no matter how much he shouted, his body stayed exactly the same. Right then, Lin Shen started to suspect that Xiao-kun was just pulling his leg. Seeing him like that, the system explained that during the analysis, they detected that the human-formed fruit contained a power that wasn't from this world. Once that energy enters a beast's body, it can cause its life essence to condense into a crystal core, a stone about the size of a human fist. It's by losing that life essence that the beast becomes human. The system had modified that power, and now Lin Shen had to concentrate as hard as possible to feel the existence of that core inside him. Then, he had to use his willpower to shatter the core and guide that energy toward his bones and limbs so he could turn back into a beast whenever he wanted. Lin Shen, though not entirely convinced, followed the... He closed his eyes and focused on that new energy. Every single cell in his body began to change radically. Lin Shen felt the presence of the crystal core and, with a massive mental effort, he cracked its shell. A surge of brutal power raced through his entire body. His massive monster frame began to shrink down bit by bit. His hard scales vanished, and human skin appeared in their place. After struggling with the pain for a while, he had finally... Lin Shen looked at his hands and got incredibly emotional. He stood up and took a deep breath, soaking in his new human form. Lin Shen asked Xiao-kun one more time to make sure that the place he traveled to wasn't some immortal cultivation world. All of this was way too mystical. That crystal core he mentioned. Wouldn't that be the famous golden core from those Chinese cultivation novels? Little Xiao-kun swore up and down that he never told lies. Whether it was true or not, he'd have to find out for himself over time. Hearing that, Lin Shen asked if he now had to go find a sacred rock to sit on and meditate for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But Xiao-kun told him not to overdo it, just closing his eyes and feel. So, without a peep, the guy did exactly what he was told. Lin Shen focused all his thoughts inside his body until he finally found his crystal core. But the guy had zero clue how to break it or what to do next, to make the energy flow through his whole body. Suddenly, he remembered, when he was in PE class in his past life. Right in the middle of volleyball, the coach told them they had to learn to put all their strength into their wrists and arms. Wouldn't feeling the core's power be just like feeling the strength of your muscles? In his past life, Lin Shen knew the theory by heart, but when it came down to it, he was a total klutz. In this life, he's sworn he's not going to be that weakling anymore. After trying everything, just like he expected, Lin Shen finally felt that sensation. He reached out, his hand toward the core, grabbed it, and squeezed so hard the crystal shattered, lighting up his whole chest. Instantly, Lin Shen's body started to glow, making the snake's belly swell up. The beast started writhing in pain, letting out screams like it was about to puke up its soul. In the blink of an eye, the snake exploded, revealing Lin Shen's massive new body. Uyan, who was watching from up there, saw him and figured Lin Shen had managed to save his own skin. The crocodiles couldn't hide their shocked faces when they saw what a beast Lin Shen had become. At that moment, he started trash-talking those little runts. "Did you guys have fun bullying me, huh?" Shortly after, the snake kicked the bucket, and the crocodiles got the beating of a lifetime. Lin Shen sighed. He didn't think hunting for 4 fruits would be this dangerous. Thank goodness he held on, 'cause if not, he'd be dead meat. After this, even if you killed him, he doesn't want to be human again. Even with the big mouth, round belly, short arms, and fat legs, Lin Shen feels like the king of the dinos. But down there, the King Kong girl started shouting because he was so big he couldn't hear her. She was asking why the hell he'd gone back to that form. Plus, compared to the last fight, he was way taller now. Hearing her, Lin Shen joked it was because he went to bed early. Since I never skip a meal, that's why I grew so fast. Honestly, he wasn't about to tell just anyone his transformation secret. Then, Lin Shen used his explosive breath to roast the crocodiles. He gave one to Cam No and another to the King Kong girl, even though he was still traumatized from being inside that giant snake's stomach. For a dinosaur with the soul of a glutton, wasting food is a sin. Right then, the system notified him that he won a prize. It was a life fruit of the beast. This fruit contains a massive source of vital energy. No matter how bad the wound is, even if you're on the verge of dying, it heals you in a heartbeat. But when he saw it, Lin Shen was speaking. It's a bitter melon. Seeing him like that, Tiu-kan explained the shape is exactly like a bitter melon. But that bitter melon is super nutritious. It's got protein, vitamins, zinc, and a ton of other minerals. With such a high concentration, it works to bring down fevers and detox the body. His body will recover in a flash. Lin Shen nodded. After all, what matters is that it works. He stored the fruit in the system inventory for when it was needed. The delicious smell of roasted crocodiles filled the whole area. Cam No ate while nodding, praising how well Lin Shen cooked. The King Kong girl was also loving this weird dish. The three of them enjoyed the feast after a total nightmare of a day. The sky started to get dark and the sunset painted the whole forest red. Lin Shen looked at the horizon, knowing what's coming won't be a walk in. There are much stronger beasts waiting for him deep in the continent. But with his current strength and the system's help, he's convinced he'll be the top dog soon. Tiu-kan reminded him not to get cocky, since enemies are always lurking. The bitter melon has protein, vitamins, zinc, and huge amounts of other minerals. It's perfect for cooling the body and making beasts strong. It detoxes, gets rid of stress, but Lin Shen kept complaining. What rotten luck that the life fruit has to be a melon, a bitter one at that, which is the thing he hates most. He felt bad throwing it away, so he decided to give it to the king because that wound on her chest still hasn't closed up. Right away, he handed it over to the King Kong girl and told her to eat it after dinner. She, thinking it was just some regular fruit, took a massive, legendary bite. But as soon as it hit the back of her throat, the girl's taste buds went totally numb from how bitter that thing was. My God. After that, our King Kong girl couldn't but at the same time, she felt that the wounds on her body didn't even hurt a tiny bit anymore. King Kong girl put her hand on her chest and, would you look at that? It seemed like she was already healed. So, without missing a beat, she grabbed the bitter melon and started chomping down on it because she knew it had saved her skin. Right after that, she jumped to her feet, beat her chest a few times, and suddenly felt like her whole body was bursting with strength. Seeing that, Lin Shen called her out, "Hey, you've got to stop that habit. You can't just be beating your chest and howling all the time. If it wasn't for that habit of yours, the wound on your chest would have healed a long time ago." But King Kong girl said that when she ran into a beast, just giving a good loud shout solved everything without needing to get into a fistfight. Hearing that, he wondered why, when they first met, she didn't think twice and just lunged straight at him with her fists flying. Then, King Kong girl blurted out that at that moment, Lin Shen was moving his hands around like a crazy person. She thought he was going to steal her food, so she had no choice but to give him a good smack. This left him speechless, thinking it really wasn't worth it, trying to reason with such a glutton. Then, while she kept eating, she explained that for territory and food, if the shouting didn't work, well, then it was time to start throwing hands. On the flip side, Lin Shen argued with her about fighting only for food and territory. If you don't agree, you either shout a couple of times or you fight. Honestly, the world of beasts is pretty chill, simple and rough, without any hidden bad intentions. Lin Shen wondered if he'd look imposing while shouting too. He imagined himself there, screaming like a lunatic, beating his chest and breathing fire like a total, high-grade dragon breath. That being said, Lin Shen kept eating to gather enough evolution points and help King Kong girl get back to her original form. But suddenly, he had a doubt, because just a moment ago, that bird almost pecked him to death. So how did she, while picking fruit, manage to dodge it? And how did she end up kidnapped by those nasty bugs? At that moment, the King Kong girl told him in great detail how, while she was looking for fruit, she suddenly turned into a human. Right when she got to that part, she noticed Lin Shen turning redder than a tomato, and with such an excited pervert face that she screamed and smashed a bone right into his head. Once she calmed down, she went on with the story. Turns out she was clinging to a rock on the cliff when she suddenly saw a lizard go flying as if it had been kicked. Climbing up a bit more, she discovered a bunch of those rotten bugs fighting with the spirit bird. They plucked the poor bird's head bald. Lin Shen couldn't believe the spirit bird would let itself get pushed around by some simple bugs. He thought that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so he wanted to go talk to the bird. Then, King Kong girl said that in the end, the bird fled and she ended up getting caught by those nasty insects. Hearing this, he wondered why, if they'd taken her from the cliff to the cave, they hadn't eaten her yet. But King Kong suspected they'd captured her to hand her over to the Bug King. As soon as he heard that, Lin Shen's jaw dropped, thinking that maybe the Bug King wanted King Kong Girl to marry him and make her his mountain queen. But she, with a very sad face, told him that this island used to be beautiful, where her whole family of apes had lived forever. But one day, those rotten bugs appeared out of nowhere to invade the island, destroying the land and wiping out everything that had life. Hearing this, Lin Shen thought, no wonder I'd already noticed that the area around that bug cave was so desolate and gloomy. And your parents? And to protect the island, some of Manvian's uncles went straight into the heart of the insect nest to fight the insect king themselves, but the girl's parents never came back. As she grew up, she also joined the fight to defend the island, searching for the nest in hopes of seeing her parents again. Maybe it was because she still carried her parents' scent on her body that those things eventually caught her. Hearing this, Lin Shen comforted her, telling her that she wouldn't have to fight alone anymore. Since you're my little sister now, I, as your big brother, swear to you that I'll help you fulfill your wish. Extreme Heaven Island is also my second home, and I'm determined not to let those damn bugs destroy this place. With a deep grudge in his heart, he thought that any insect king, capable of defeating Manvian's parents and killing so many other beasts, definitely wasn't some pushover. He decided he needed to level up fast to become an elite beast. Once I'm over 100 meters long, I'm going to find that insect king and make him pay for what he did. After that day, Manvian excitedly invited Lin Shen to her home. Every day they went out hunting, pushing themselves to the limit to grind for evolution points. Every time they did, Manvian would beat her chest and start roaring, making a desperate Lin Shen cling to a tree branch just to complain. I mean, right now, she's not in her giant ape form, so she should really try to keep up her image as a refined young lady, but it seems she just can't shake the habit of pounding her chest. Suddenly, at that moment, Lin Shen jumped when he noticed that the roars were also coming from deep inside the forest. Turning around, he saw two giant sabers. They weighed 24 tons and had razor-sharp fangs. They were true expert hunters. The two tigers approached slowly. They moved stealthily, stalking Manvian. This made Lin Shen think that her little chest-thumping routine might actually be useful as bait. Instantly, the two tigers lunged. They had their massive claws ready to pounce right on top of her. From behind, Lin Shen only needed one single stomp to completely crush them. He slammed his foot down hard on one of the tigers. This sent the beast face planting into the dirt in a pretty pathetic position. You pair of perverts. I was waiting outside for ages and not a peep out of you, but as soon as Manvian shows up, you jump her like crazy. As he said this, Lin Shen made a face. He put on such a furious expression that the two tigers started shaking with fear. They didn't know what to do except hug each other. Immediately, he bit the tiger clean in half. Shortly after, two chunks of tiger leg were already roasting, filling the entire corner of the cave. While eating, Lin Shen looked around and figured this must be Manvian's hideout. It was supposed to be a girl's room, but with this massive mess, it didn't look like a young lady's bedroom at all. Not even close. But then, a doubt crossed his mind. Using Manvian to lure in other beasts seemed very convenient, but why were there so few monsters around her territory? Hearing that, Manvian told him it wasn't few at all. She was putting away at least 8 meals a day. It was just that lately, none of those creatures were showing up anymore. After listening to her, Lin Shen finally put 2 and 2. He realized his brain was processing the information a bit slowly, because based on what Manvian was saying, it's because she had eaten every single one of them herself. But then Manvian confessed that she had recently moved to a new hunting ground. This made him feel super indignant. He was really annoyed by that change of territory. Hey, you should have controlled yourself a little. You've got to leave something for others to live on too, woman. Lin Shen looked at the pile of tiger bones stacking up and couldn't help but feel a shiver. He never imagined this girl's appetite was so... No wonder the beasts around here were going extinct so fast. Manvian kept munching on the meat totally naturally, not caring one bit of... She wiped her mouth and asked, "Do you want another piece?" Lin Shen waved his hand, turning her down. "I'm full. You just keep..." Internally, he thought he had to finish his plan as soon as possible. If not, sooner or later, there wouldn't even be a fly left. He sighed, thinking she was a world-class glutton. Staying with her, the island's beasts would end up disappearing completely, not a single... Suddenly, Manvian turned pale and stopped eating. It looked as if something had gotten stuck in her throat. She started clutching her chest and groaning. She collapsed on the ground, screaming that her heart hurt. But Lin Shen didn't dare touch her. His hands were huge, dangerous claws. In that moment, her body was actually cracking. It was probably a side effect of maintaining her human form for way too long. Hearing this, it turns out that transforming forces these giant beasts to compress their life essence. They have to shrink their energy core. Plus, beasts don't really know how to control that energy well. That's why the longer they spend transformed, the more their original life essence goes. That caused a massive internal organ failure. Man-Vien has been stuck in her transformed state for a whole week, while Lin Shen could only normally she'd be pushing up daisies by now, but luckily, she's one tough beast. Plus, since she ate Lin Shen's fruit, if it were someone as weak as Lin Shen, they probably would have kicked the bucket in half a day. Hearing that, he needs to know how much longer Man-Vien can hold on. The problem is, his current evolution points aren't even close to being enough to upgrade the transformation. Little Cone drops the bomb. The only way is to grind 100,000 points at lightning speed. He needs to rack up 100. He's still 90,000 points short. Where the heck is he going to find enough food for that? But begging Little Cone now is totally pointless. Because if he's going to ignore his own master like that, you can only imagine how much he cares about helping Man-Vien. If he doesn't give a damn, so Lin Shen decides he's got to man up and take matters into his own hands. He can't just leave his friend in such a critical state. It's literally breaking his heart. His eyes burn with more fire than ever as he sees the cracks forming on her skin. He asks Little Con where the highest level beast. Little Con points toward that dark, creepy forest to the north. Super aggressive monsters live there, and they're loaded with evolution. Lin Shen doesn't hesitate for a single second and gears up for a life or death hunt. He tells Little Cam to stay behind and keep he tells her not to let anything weird happen until he gets back with the points. Lin Shen takes off like a lightning bolt, and with every step he only has one thing on his mind. He has to save her no matter what. 100,000 evolution points is an insane amount, but time is ticking away, and every second is pure gold. Lin Shen sharpens all his senses to track down his first. The roars of high-level beasts begin to echo through the silence. The battle has begun, and Lin Shen is ready to stare death right in the face. He'll do whatever it takes to grind out those 90,000 points he's missing. He just hopes it isn't too late for poor Man-Vien. But honestly, crying to Little Cone is just a waste of time, because if he completely ignores his master, he definitely won't lift a finger for Man-Vien. Stepping out of the cave, he activates his beast compass. Apparently, Man-Vien's territory is emptier than a fridge at the end of. He has no choice but to look elsewhere. Luckily, he's got the compass, because he just spotted a glowing dot that looks very promising. It's bound to be a powerful beast that'll net him a ton of points. The only thing bugging him is that he doesn't know its power level. Will he be able to beat the crap out of it, or is he the one who's going to get clobbered? Whatever, the priority now is safe. He remembers his past life, where he was always hiding like a total coward. He had never put his life on the line for anyone before. But in this life, Lin Shen is dead set on fighting until the very end. Then, he tells Man-Vien to hang in there. He tells her to find a place to hide and that as soon as he saves Man-Vien, he'll come back for her. Right after leaving the cave and walk, Lin Shen runs into an ancient frog that's 1 meter long and weighs 0.7 tons. This species lives hidden in the jungle. As soon as it opens its eyes and sees Lin Shen, it opens its mouth wide, dying to eat him alive. The poor idiot has no idea who it actually has the guts to jump at him and try to take a bite. Seeing that, Lin Shen unleashes a rain of punches right to its face with just one. He lays into the filthy frog, how dare try to eat him. Then, Lin Shen starts grabbing all the frogs with both hands and chucking them far away from He doesn't even care that he's getting covered in slime and filth. He's in full-on beast mode. He stuffs the frog straight into his mouth and starts chewing like a maniac. At the same time, the system alerts him. Congratulations, this is the first time he's devoured an ancient tree frog. He gets a special bonus of 2,000 evolution points. With that, he stands up and announces he's going to eat until he bursts. To save Man-Vien, he'll swallow anything, even if it gives him the worst diet. Right after finishing with the frogs, a giant ancient centipede shows up. It's about 5 meters long and has venom that'll send you to the after. At this point, Lin Shen doesn't give a damn what's in front of him. He doesn't care what kind of freakish bug tries to block his path. He concentrates all his strength to get serious. His only goal now is to get much stronger, no matter what. He lunges at the giant centipede without a second thought. The beast starts screaming in pain with every blow it takes. Lin Shen doesn't give it a single second to breathe or counterattack. His power level is skyrocketing with every passing moment. He doesn't feel a shred of fear, despite how ugly and disgusting the thing is. Everything the centipede tries to do to defend itself is completely useless. Finally, he manages to take down that dangerous creature. Once again, the system's little jingle plays in his head. But his journey to becoming the strongest has only just begun. In his mind, there's only one word: eat, eat, and eat. Whatever he sees, he snacks on. Even a 3-meter-long scorpion with a razor-sharp venomous tail. The system was trying to even a giant 1.5-meter dragonfly that was zooming by ended up landing straight in Lin Shen's gut. He's eaten so much and so fast that his nose has actually started to bleed. Lin Shen gets super pissed and starts cursing, complaining about why the monsters he finds are so tough and hard to chew. Plus, this dish is an adrenaline bomb. It even makes blood spurt out your nose like a fountain. Suddenly, a roar erupts from deep within the jungle. Lin Shen realizes instantly that it's the cry of a beast. Unlike how worried he was before, this time he feels incredibly lucky to finally escape the curse of eating frogs and toads. Without wasting a second, Lin Shen runs to see what the gossip is. Turns out a pack of wolves is surrounding something, and right then the system drops the info. Spiny-back wolf measures 10 to 30 meters, weighs between 30 and 90 tons. They're cruel, violent, and sharper than a tack. They've got an insane bite, they live in packs, and the spines on their backs are hard and sharp as blades. Seeing this, the guy has his doubts. I mean, these spiny-back wolves, what the hell are they surrounding? Turns out they're ganging up on a giant chimpanzee. It's 35 meters tall and weighs 105 tons. The beast uses its back legs and tail like a tripod to stand perfectly stiff and upright. The monkey, absolutely furious, unsheathes its sharp claws and sends one of the wolves straight to the afterlife. As soon as that wolf goes flying, Lin Shen emerges from the trees and catches it in his mouth midair. After that, the others try to counterattack, but the chimp sends them flying in one single hit. Eating and enjoying the show, our MC just laughs. Ha ha ha, give it everything you've got. The harder you hit each other, that way I don't have to lift a single finger. You can tell this beast is a monster. It snacks on 10 of them all by itself, and they call it a sloth. If you ask me, he could take down 100 without even breaking a sweat. The system alerts. You have successfully devoured the wolf. You gain 250 evolution points. After a little while, the chimpanzee is full of holes and can barely hold on anymore, but the wolves won't stop biting him. Suddenly, the beast stands up and angrily shakes off all those wolves that were on top of him. Seeing the monkey rushing straight at him, Lin Shen freezes and thinks, wait, what's going on? Is it possible? This chimp already spotted me. I wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but with the rage he's got, there's no stopping him. Better not be stubborn. Due to exhaustion, the monkey's steps start to slow down. Bam. Out of nowhere, our MC whips his tail, catching him completely off guard. The monkey gets spooked, trips, and boom. Face first into the dirt, skidding quite a distance until he stops. Lin Shen pins him down with his paw to keep him stuck and starts savoring his prey. Calm as can be, he comments, definitely. This flavor is the best. And then the system machine pings, ding. You have successfully devoured the chimpanzee. You gain 500 evolution points. Hearing that, he exclaims, whoa, that's a great amount of points. This is amazing. While Lin Shen is feasting on the monkey, the spiny-back wolves approach and just stare at him. The bastards growl at him, showing off those nasty teeth. Then, one crouches and leaps through the air to attack him while he's busy swallowing his loot. Seeing that, Lin Shen gets a look that says he's not in the mood for games. He's in a foul mood and gives them a killer glare. He leaps up and opens his maw to catch the wolf that was flying toward him. With a look of pure annoyance, he snaps his jaws shut, tearing it right in half. Blood flies everywhere. With bloodshot eyes, he turns around furiously and roars, "Don't you damn well interrupt me while I'm eating. I won't let anyone live who messes with me during lunch." But the wolves aren't backing down. They growl with rage and all pounce on him at once. They won't stop jumping on him to bite him. Lin Shen, totally fed up, lets out a battle cry, grabs the one hanging from his neck and stuffs it into his mouth to chew it like gum. Then he whips his tail again and dispatches another one by splitting it in two. In the process, he plants his paw and crushes a spiny-back wolf into the ground. At that moment, the wild ape on his shoulder sees the wolves swarming him and starts shaking from pure terror. Seeing those nasty maws wide open, the little one tried to hold her ground, screaming at the top of her lungs. As they lunged for the kill, he snatched her up instantly to keep her safe, taking the blow himself. Lin Shen didn't miss a beat and started lecturing her. "You're just a tiny thing, and you're already trying to take a hit from me?" Not wanting to waste any more energy, he tossed her onto his back. With the spikes on his back crackling with electricity, he growled, "Everyone, get the hell out of here right now." Then, Lin Shen's eyes, in an instant, they were all slammed by brutal electric shocks. After a good long while of getting fried, those spiny-back wolves started raining down on the ground. They smelled delicious, so he just sat back and started snacking on them. The survivors, seeing their buddies drop like that, let out a furious roar. Suddenly, they let out a deafening howl, calling for backup to get their revenge. Seeing this, Lin Shen, with his cheeks stuffed with food, blurted out, "Wow, so since you can't take me on, You're gonna go cry to your— I bet you're just worried I won't have enough evolution points, so you're bringing me more deliveries. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red. He turned with a fierce gaze and said, "How thoughtful of you. Hand over your points to your daddy." Not long after that, a massive, aggressive beast showed up, the alpha of the spiny back wolves. With their boss on the scene, the rest of them started acting tough and threatening. Lin Shen just kept eating like nothing was happening. Even as they closed in, he was cool as a cucumber. The pack was surrounding Lin Shen, and their numbers were growing. They were growling their heads off, but he couldn't care less. To him, they were nothing but juicy experience points. The alpha wolf stepped forward, acting all high and mighty. He watched his opponent with extreme caution. Lin Shen swallowed the last bite of meat and stood up. He stared right into the leader's eyes with a defiant look. While he kept chewing, Lin Shen watched them approach. He thought to himself, "This must be the boss. I bet he's worth a ton more evolution points." Right then, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, you have successfully devoured the gorilla. 510 evolution points gained." He added, "Is this the bright dot that showed up on the beast's radar?" The creature stopped dead in its tracks. After doing the math, he told himself, "It's glowing so much that I'm afraid this one's going to be a tough nut to crack. This won't be easy." Lin Shen kept eating heartily and said, "Nothing beats food comes first," he muttered, while the system kept spamming notifications. Seeing the kid didn't even flinch, the alpha wolf started, "Is this guy seriously still just thinking about food?" Suddenly, he lunged with insane fury, aiming his razor-sharp claws right at him. That attempt to ruin his banquet put him in a foul mood. "I'm just trying to have lunch. Why do you guys have to keep bothering me?" It was like the beast was saying good food should be shared. But Lin Shen wasn't about to back down, and he opened his massive mouth wide. At that, the alpha wolf got the fright of his life. He just sat there on the ground, completely shell-shocked. The kid zoomed right past him and devoured the wolf standing behind him. "Move it, out of my way. Don't get in my way while I'm stuffing my face." After gorging himself, he just walked off like it was nothing. The system chimed again. "Congratulations, you have successfully devoured the spiny back wolves. Evolution points increased by 210 and another 250. The alpha could only stand there frozen, glancing back over his shoulder. Once he realized he'd been completely ignored, he started gnashing his teeth in a rage. "Damn it. How dare he just blow off a leader like me?" Seeing Lin Shen still feasting away, he decided to risk it all and lunge for another attack, swinging his claws at him. But suddenly, the kid stood up in a total state of euphoria, throwing his arms up and celebrating. "Finally, I've hit 100,000 evolution points." The alpha wolf couldn't stop himself in time and slammed his entire face right into the spikes on the kid's back. Lin Shen, thrilled, accepted the prompt immediately. "Yes, let the evolution begin." The alpha wolf couldn't stop himself in time and slammed his entire face right into the spikes on the kid's back. Lin Shen, thrilled, accepted the prompt immediately. "Yes, let the evolution begin." The system then initiated the restructuring analysis, also adding 2,100 extra points to speed up the process. Several lines appeared on the system display. Initiating restructuring and analysis. Current progress, 40%. Estimated time to completion, 18 minutes. Suddenly, he went quiet when he saw how much she was struggling, and he got really worried. Seeing the little one making a superhuman effort to endure the evolution, completely soaked in sweat, Lin Shen said anxiously, 18 minutes. I don't know if my little VN can hold on that long. Meanwhile, all around them, there is nothing left for me to swallow around here. The guy props himself up on his hands, sparks flying, and screams in a total rage. "It is all your fault, you damn bastards, for wasting my time." But suddenly, Lin Shen gets all hyped up, and his eyes start to glow. Well, since things turned out this way, he turns his head toward the leader of the spiny back wolves and says with a nasty look on his face, "Looks like I will have to use you." At that exact moment, the beast suddenly lunges, baring its razor-sharp claws and throwing everything it has got at him. But before it can even move, Lin Shen, who is absolutely fuming, grabs it by the back with his mouth and hoists it into the air. The poor animal, scared to death, starts kicking and screeching like crazy. Then our main man gives it a front-row seat to his most terrifying face. Realizing there is no way out, the wolf starts screaming in desperation. Lin Shen whips his head around and spits it out with force, sending the thing flying way off into the distance. The wolf leader is already all battered up, but he still tries to get up, wheezing with every ounce of strength he has left. But the stubborn brat won't quit, and all fired up, lets out a roar to challenge him again. Remembering how much he loves to eat, the words of little Vian come back to him. In the beast world, whether it is over food or territory, if someone doesn't respect you, you just throw hands. Works for me. Lin Shen's eyes go wide, and he swings a massive hand to unleash all his rage. I already told you not to mess with me while I am eating. The wolf was charging in, but that giant hand comes crashing down and delivers a massive blow. It was so powerful that it went soaring through the air, skidding across the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust before finally stopping. But despite everything, the wolf leader still hasn't bitten the dust. When the smoke clears, you can see its face is full of pure hatred. Without giving it a chance to react, Lin Shen starts sucking in all the energy from the surroundings with his mouth. Once he has built up enough power, his eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. He looks so imposing that the wolf's eyes go wide as saucers, completely paralyzed with fear. Without hesitating for a single second, he fires off a super powerful radioactive heat beam. That devastating force rips through the air and goes straight for the beast. The wolf leader doesn't even have time to react before the blast hits it full on. The impact is brutal, slamming into it and rocketing straight up into the sky, making such a racket that it can be heard across the entire area. When the white smoke clears, there is the wolf leader, but it is blacker than a piece of coal and hasn't got a single hair left on its body, though at the same time, it looks like it evolved and is now way more agile. Realizing it is butt naked with nothing to cover itself up, the poor creature gets all flustered and tries to hide its bits. Out of pure pain, it stretches its neck toward the sky and lets out a heartbreaking howl. This gesture causes the rest of the pack, who were just watching, to go into shock and charge forward aggressively to protect their boss. Seeing this scene play out, Lin Shen lets out a mocking chuckle. Wow, so you guys are helping each other now? Well, to me, that just means I have got more food in storage. But suddenly he feels weird and starts looking around suspiciously. But why won't this guy stop screaming? Right at that moment, not far from there, a golden-furred wolf carrying a giant sword appears, watching everything. He has got a deep scowl and a look dripping with pure malice. The guy is just standing there, firmly planted on a rock. The system activates and flashes a warning. Bin Tri Lang possesses the strength of the legendary beast Tri Lang from ancient times. It is 50 meters long and weighs 150 tons. Seeing that, Lin Shen jumps out of his skin and points his finger at it. We are toast. This wolf boss has zero honor. He went and called for backup. And what is up with these new guys? Everyone else comes empty-handed, but you lot show up in a crowd and carrying massive swords to boot. This Bin Tri Lang guy, with that giant, majestic body, makes everyone else bow down to him in respect the second he arrives. Seeing this whole performance, Lin Shen grits his teeth in annoyance and thinks, this guy looks nothing like the spiny back wolves, and on top of that, he is just as big as I am. And to top it off, what is he even supposed to do with that massive sword he is carrying on his back? Look at this guy acting all tough. Meanwhile, poor Manhwa is totally exhausted, leaning against his shoulder. Her whole body is covered in popping veins. She's going through absolute hell with this transformation process. Seeing how Lin Shen is looking after and protecting her, that beast has already jumped to its own conclusions. But that look is really getting on Lin Shen's nerves. Why won't this guy stop staring at little Veen? Is he some kind of freaking creep or what? Suddenly, Bin Tri Lang starts glowing with a golden light and charges in at full throttle. He thinks, here it comes. The monster opens its gross mouth, full of razor-sharp fangs, aiming straight for Manhwa. Realizing what it's up to, Lin Shen panics, thinking it's all over. Why did this beast go after little Veen right from the start? Lin Shen quickly dodges to the left, barely managing to avoid those teeth. Then, totally ticked off, he says sarcastically, what a waste of a great sword you've got there. Why even carry it if you're just going to spin around like an idiot? Suddenly, the beast swings a claw. By the time he notices the move, it's already too late to dodge. Bin Tri Lang leaps up and plants a little gift right in Lin Shen's face. Seeing it land with such elegance, Lin Shen grinds his teeth and curses under his breath. Was the beast faking an attack on little Vien? Was its real target my eyes? You've got to be kidding me. It even knows how to use feints. In the middle of that tense situation, the wolf skids to a halt. It turns around, runs a bit to build up speed, and takes a massive leap high into the air. Once again, it thrusts its sharp claws directly at Lin Shen. Looking at the little girl on his shoulder, Lin Shen reaches out his arm to protect her at any cost. That's when it all clicks. This isn't just a simple distraction. The beast has spotted his weak point. It knows that if it targets little Veen, he'll be completely distracted. Damn it. Has this wolf become super intelligent or something? Lin Shen turns to glare at it with pure rage. He thinks, oh, so you want to play a game of wits with me, huh? As the beast charges like a maniac again, he yells furiously, you're nothing but a yellow-furred vermin. Immediately after, Lin Shen uses his tail to slam it into the ground with one massive hit. The one in charge here is a real human, the true master of the earth. Then, he swings his tail again and hurls a bunch of bones at Bin Tri Lang. But the beast is fast and dodges the bones, which end up smashing against the rocks behind it. He concentrates all his power to use the radioactive thermal beam and screams, "Hey, look at me." Hearing him, the wolf looks over in shock, remembering the attack that hit the leader of the spineback wolves. It already knows all too well how powerful that attack is. Then Lin Shen opens his mouth and fires the thermal beam directly at Bin Tri Lang. Guessing where the hit was coming from, it quickly jumps to the right to avoid that nasty attack. Even so, it doesn't escape completely and gets hit square in one of the beast roars in pure rage. Lin Shen, feeling pretty proud of himself, looks down and laughs. "Haha, you stupid wolf, now we're even." But right at that moment, Bin Tri Lang leaps off a tree to boost itself even higher. Lin Shen is stunned, watching as its shadow covers him from above, and only then the wolf turns its head and grabs the sword on its back with its mouth to unsheath it. Seeing that, Lin Shen's eyes nearly pop out of his head, and he starts breaking into a cold sweat, yelling, "I screwed up." It's actually the beast makes some incredible moves in mid-air and, in an instant, dives down at top speed. While he's still standing there in shock, the wolf lands a direct slash on his shoulder. Seeing that the counterattack worked, Bin Tri Lang, now Lin Shen is a total mess, covered in wounds, and says irritably, "I'm bleeding from everywhere." On top of that, the wound is super deep. That sword stuff was no joke. If they expect me to fight that thing with my bare hands, I don't stand a chance. Imagining the beast mercilessly splitting his head open with one slash, he's scared to death and blurs out. Fighting a wolf with a sword barehanded? No freaking way. And he bolts out of there as fast as he can. Damn it. Seriously, what kind of world is this? Since when does a wolf pull out a giant sword over 40 meters long just to chase people down? They told me when I reincarnated, I'd become a beast that could bathe in molten lava just to feel nice and chilled out. Suddenly, Lin Shen remembered that the little ape girl was still on his shoulder. Oh, right. I'm a beast now, too. I can't just go running off just because the other guy happens to have a sword. I have to save this little one. I need to hurry up so she can go back to being a normal ape. It's 2 against 1, we're definitely taking this guy down. He lifted her up with both hands and said, "Listen, little sis, if you stay with me, you're just a weak spot, and my hands will be tied." Even though she was shaking from head to toe, she nodded, understanding everything. Then, Lin Shen placed her on a branch and told her, "Find a high branch and wait there. I'll help you get back to normal right away." But he didn't realize the enemy was charging straight at him. Taking advantage of his distraction, the soldier wolf delivered a nasty slash to his thigh. A few meters away, the little ape was trying to climb as high as she could, while he, gritting his teeth, struggled to uproot another tree. Using every bit of his strength, in a heartbeat, he managed to rip the tree right out of the ground. Instantly, Lin Shen hurled it with all his might. Don't you go thinking only humans know how to use tools. Seeing the trunk flying toward him, the soldier wolf quickly dodged to one side, managing to avoid the impact. Sensing it was the perfect moment, Lin Shen took a deep breath, building up energy in his mouth, and unleashed his lightning-charged explosive breath. Lin Shen's attack hit the enemy dead on, but it didn't leave so much as a scratch. Immediately, the soldier wolf ran. Seeing that, he gritted his teeth in a rage. Damn it, his skin is way too tough. My explosive breath isn't doing a thing. This guy definitely feels like a final boss. I can accept that, but why does he have to hit so hard? And there's no way he's letting go of that sword in his mouth. Lin Shen started calculating. That sword is way too sharp. It does way more damage than his claws or fangs. I have to find a way to make him drop that weapon. Determined, he told himself. If that's how it's going to be, then here I come. And he shot forward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Let's see if you can handle my 6-direction strike. Let's see if you can keep biting that sword then. And he used the Supreme Dragon's Path. Suddenly, the leader of the spineback wolves opened its jaws and lunged, biting his legs to pin him down so he couldn't defend himself. Lin Shen was completely stunned by this. At that exact moment, the soldier wolf took a massive leap with the sword between its teeth, surrounded by yellow lightning. When he swung the blade, luckily, he managed to throw himself backward and dodged just in time. Good grief. Are these beasts some kind of geniuses? They even know how to coordinate with each other. A wolf with a sword and the agility of a monkey is annoying enough, but getting grabbed from behind is the last straw. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. The sword wielder was hounding him from the front, and the leader of the thorny wolves was pouncing from behind. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Lin Shen shouted furiously, "Humph, 2 against 1? Have you no shame? You don't have an ounce of honor." Meanwhile, from high above, a giant bird was watching the entire fight. Its cold eyes didn't miss a single detail of what was happening below. It seemed to be waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Lin Shen was still having a hell of a time, surrounded by the wolf pack. The situation was truly critical. Turning its gaze away from the fight, the bloodshot-eyed bird searched for something with a malicious look. Right then, it spotted the little ape girl huddled on a branch, and it let out a wicked, excited smile, thinking, "Finally, I found you." Immediately, it opened its beak, spread its wings, and dove straight down toward her. Hearing the noise, the little ape got spooked and quickly jumped to escape. Missing its mark, the big bird crashed right into. Suddenly, a sound echoes and Lin Shen jumps. Why the hell is that oversized pigeon back? Little Vian is in danger. Since he couldn't catch her, that beast is searching everywhere with a nasty look on its face. He peeks through the trees, silently hunting for any trace of Man Vian. Knowing she's in deep trouble, he panics and screams at the top of his lungs, "Little Vian." Seeing this, Lin Shen thinks to himself, in her past life, poor little Vian didn't have a single friend, let alone someone willing to risk their neck for her. Memories of her keep flashing through his mind, and fueled by rage, he thinks, "I won't let anything happen to you." Completely ignoring the fight he was in, he bolts toward her. "Because if this big brother gave you his word, I'm going to make your wish come true no matter what." But the Binshi Lang isn't about to let him go, chasing him down and swinging its sword in a massive slash. It drives the weapon viciously into his massive body, making blood spray everywhere. Seeing the blade buried deep in his flesh, Lin Shen's eyes widen in horror, and he gnashes his teeth in total disbelief. Even the leader of the spiny-back wolves takes the chance to bite him mercilessly. Lin Shen, his face dark with shadows, just stands there, motionless, when suddenly the sharp quills on his back start shooting off electric sparks. The Binshi Lang senses something is wrong. Its sword is stuck. This scares the living daylights out of him, and he starts sweating buckets. Then, Lin Shen growls through his teeth, "You little idiot, you fell right into my trap." And instantly, Lin Shen triggers his skill. Extreme Thunder Spikes. A massive electrical discharge hits him head-on. "I left that blind spot open on purpose, just as long as I dodge the hits to my vitals. With a body as tough as mine, a sword strike from the likes of you is nothing but a scratch. After getting the absolute crap beaten out of me for 17 years, don't think it was all for nothing." Seeing this, the wolf leader is frozen in shock. Lin Shen's spikes slash him up and send him flying through the air. The wolf crashes straight into the brush, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In that moment, Lin Shen looks down at the wolf leader with eyes filled with pure killing intent. "I've dealt with that sword. Now it's your turn. Hand over all your evolution points." Hearing that, the beast is terrified but still won't give in. Without wasting a second, Lin Shen lops off its head in one clean swipe. The system announces with a ding, "Successfully devoured the spiny back wolf leader. Evolution points, plus 500. For devouring the spiny back wolf leader, evolution points plus 490. User has paid 1,000 evolution points. Current analysis progress is at 67%. Payment of 1,000 evolution points completed. Analysis is at 89%. The wolf gets up, and seeing Lin Shen's fury, he's scared to death, just standing there shaking like a leaf. Then the system asks him, "Transformation fruit analysis is complete. Do you wish to obtain the fruit?" Excited, he replies, "Yes." As soon as he says that, the system hands him a tiny blue mushroom. Taking it, Lin Shen tosses the mushroom toward Man Vian. "Little Vian, eat it quick." Just as the mushroom flies her way, the big bird pushes the branches aside and finds her. Seeing her, its eyes gleam with malice, thinking, "Heh heh, there you are." Man Vian grabs the mushroom in a hurry and starts chewing it like crazy. The monster opens its massive beak and lets out a terrifying screech. Hearing it, the little one cowers in fear. Right then, Lin Shen screams in desperation, "Quick transform. Use what I taught you before. Come on, just transform already." Hearing his words, Man Vian snaps to attention, stunned, her eyes flying wide open. She grits her teeth, swallowing her fear, and reaches out her hand while watching the enemy. Seeing no threat at all, the big bird lets out a sneer of pure contempt. But suddenly, Man Vian's hand grows massive, and she delivers a slap so hard it twists his face, sending him flying with a single blow. The smoke clears, revealing Man Vian in her King Kong form, pounding her chest with pure excitement. Meanwhile, our main man is being patched up by the system, and the poor guy is screaming bloody murder. Divine Soul Fragment. The beast transmigration is complete. After Long Ca took down the Frosty Pond wolf, he traded for the fruit to give to Little Vian. She wolfed it down instantly and evolved into King Kong, using those massive, powerful hands of hers to deliver a slap. So hard it sent that big bird flying through the air until it hit the ground with a thud. Ouch, that's gotta hurt. But Vian is on cloud 9 now that she's back in her King Kong form. "I'm back to normal," she shouts at the top of her lungs so the whole world knows. She's stoked to be her old self again. But the joy is short-lived because Long K starts plotting. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? What if I go talk to that bird and negotiate? She fires back. Wait just a second. You want him to be our friend? Fine. I'll go have a chat with him for you. Little Vian throws her arms up, gets a head start, and leaps into the air, aiming straight for the bird to deliver a brutal stomp on its puny body, which can't even fight back. The bird's eyes almost pop out of its skull as it lets out a scream of pure agony. Vian's way of making friends is strictly through punch diplomacy. As she's laying into him, she asks, "Talk already. Do you want to be our little buddy or what? Say it now. Or I'll beat you to a pulp," she yells, raining down a flurry of blows, leaving the bird furious but totally helpless. Seeing how stubborn it is, Vian jumps with everything she's got to land a flying kick. That's how she makes friends, by kicking them into next week. The bird goes sailing through the air. Vian is fuming, pounding her chest with all four hands and letting out a roar. And then, surprise, she spots a pile of logs on the ground and a light bulb goes off in her head. No sooner said than done, she grabs a log, Vian's version of diplomacy, gifting her new friend a massive piece of lumber. She takes aim, gets a running start, and hurls it with every ounce of strength toward the flying bird. The monster looks back, absolutely terrified, watching the log fly straight at him, and he goes into a nosedive, totally panicking. Good grief, what a beast. Who on earth tries to make friends like that? Looking over at Longka, he hears something from a distance, he thinks the bird just spit out an insult. With it done with this face, he lets out the longest sigh ever. He looks at his rival and thinks, okay, sword-wielding wolves, tree-throwing gorillas, and cursing crows. Nothing surprises me anymore. But seriously, damn it, what kind of crazy-ass world have I ended up in? Right in front of him, the enemy is still there. Anyway, let Vian handle the foul-mouthed bird. I need to focus on finishing off this guy right here. But that's weird. Chi Lang has gone completely stiff. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? He isn't even trying to attack. Could it be that seeing a tiny human suddenly turn into a giant gorilla scared him half to death? At that thought, Long Xie lets out a smug little chuckle. I've got backup now and you've lost your sword, so you know where the exit is, right? Hey, I'm talking to you. This isn't over yet. You want more of this or what? But the victory lap is short-lived, because in an instant, Chi Lang bares his fangs, lunges, and tackles him. Whoa, Long. Did I say something wrong? Why did he suddenly turn into a total savage? And the inevitable happened. He lands a hit that sends Long bleeding and seeing stars. And the worst part is, after brawling for so long, the guy hasn't lost a single bit of strength or speed. He stood there for a moment, just staring at that damn great sword buried deep in his gut. This loser is clearly after the sword. I literally risked my life to get this blade, so how the hell am I supposed to just hand it over? But then, things started going south. His body just quit on him, and his heart was racing like a freight train. Damn it, I'm huge, so how am I losing this much blood from such a tiny scratch? Am I actually bleeding out here? Just then, he whipped his massive tail and gave that Chi Lang guy a one-way ticket to the floor. The beast took a nasty fall. Both him and little Vian were completely frozen, just staring at the wreck. But out of nowhere, that overgrown bird dived straight from the sky. Vian didn't see the move coming at all. The beast's talons came down fast, aiming right for her. It happened in the blink of an eye. Little Vian started throwing hands left and right to protect herself. Long, freaking out, yelled, "Forget about me, kid. When you're in a fight, you've got to keep your eyes on the enemy. That bird is more twisted than a pretzel and has the high ground. If this fight goes on too long, Vian's going to be in big trouble, for sure." He looked at the greatsword in agony and then looked at his own state. No matter how tough I am, with this hunk of iron stuck in my chest, if I keep going like this, hell no. I've got to end this thing right here, right now. I need to take one of them out first. At that exact moment, his opponent was already breathing down his neck. Chi Lang went straight in to bite the sword and rip it out. He realized things were about to get real ugly, real fast. Seeing that, Vian stopped fighting the bird and screamed out in desperation, "Brother Long." She tried to rush over to help him, but you really think that bird was going to let her walk away that easily? Not a chance. Taking advantage of the fact that she was distracted, it dug its sharp talons into her, sending the poor gorilla slamming into the dirt. Boom. Back to Brother Long and Chi Lang. Those two were still going at it full force, neither of them backing down an inch. Long was at his absolute limit, sweating buckets. "You still got the guts to stay this close to me, huh? You call this fighting, you damn animal?" And right then and there, the spines on his back started throwing off electric sparks. The beast completely froze up. That insane power surging from his spines forced Chi Lang to back off and jump away as fast as he could. Long let out a growl as he watched his opponent run. "That's what I thought. Be scared, you little puppy." But a second later, he opened his mouth wide, gathering a massive amount of energy, ready to blow. Too late for regrets. You walked right into my trap, because the truth is, you were never my real target. He glanced over at where the bird was. The naive thing had no clue about the danger heading her way. Brother Long unleashed everything he had with his special move. Explosive blast breath. He aimed right at the bird, firing a massive beam of supernatural energy straight for her. The beast let out a pathetic shriek. Why is it always me getting smacked around? Long was drenched in sweat, totally wiped out. Who would have thought that this little chicken, the one everyone used to push around in his past life, would now be doing this for his friends? He actually managed to handle two guys at once. But of course, now he didn't have a single drop of energy left. His whole body was shaking. The rest is up to you. That Chi Lang guy started growling, showing off those razor-sharp fangs as he prepared to pounce on him. Without missing a beat, Vian leaped into the air, fueled by pure rage, and delivered a devastating double-fisted blow. The impact was a direct hit, leaving him half dead and spitting blood everywhere as he fell back. But suddenly, Chi Lang lunged forward, opening his mouth and letting out a terrifying roar mid-air. He landed with a look on his face that was pure nightmare fuel. He started clawing at the ground so hard that rocks were flying everywhere. He charged like a maniac toward little Vian and took a massive chunk out of her leg. It wouldn't stop bleeding, but she just gave him a look of cold steel and didn't even flinch. She used those massive, muscular arms of hers to deliver a brutal slam to the ground, causing everything around them to shake like a massive earthquake. Not even Chi Lang himself could dodge that impact. But let me tell you, this guy is no pushover. He's sharp as a tack, clinging onto that giant tree like his life depends on it after that counterattack. Those piercing eyes of his were just locked onto her. Without missing a beat, Vian Moy lunged forward and threw a straight punch right at his snout. She thought she had him for sure, but the beast read her like a book and gave her a bite that hurt like hell. Right then, she realized this wolf was on a whole different level. Meanwhile, over with Big Bro Long. He was feeling proud as hell of his little sis for saving his skin at the last second. Man, this wolf is a beast. There's no way Vian Mui can take him down solo. In that intense situation, both sides were just stuck in a brutal standoff, neither one willing to back down even an inch. Suddenly, it clicked for Long. He remembered the rest of the pack had bailed, but this guy? He was playing the long game, taking one step back to take two steps forward. He's terrifyingly smart, honestly. You never know what his next move is going to be. At that exact moment, Vian Mui mustered every bit of strength she had to shove the wolf away, while blood just kept gushing from her hand. But the wolf was just waiting for this opening. Instead of going back for more with his old rival, he pulled a total pro-gamer move and switched targets instantly. And yup, you guessed it, he's going straight for Long. Oh crap, he's charging. The sneaky bastard used a dirty trick pretending to focus on Vian Mui just to catch us off guard for the finishing blow. This is impossible to dodge. Just as Long and the wolf were about to collide, Vian Mui moved like a bolt of lightning. She grabbed his tail tight and started spinning him around like a rag doll, using all her power to yeet him into the distance, slamming him right into a cliffside. He smashed into a massive ancient tree with a bone-shattering thud, making the leaves rain down like confetti. Long was thinking to himself, why the hell is this guy so bloodthirsty? I mean, he's covered in wounds and still trying to take on two of us at once. While the blade was still stuck in him, it suddenly hit him. That's it. It's this blade. This thing is the reason I got wrecked so easily. It's definitely not just some ordinary weapon. No wonder he wants it back so badly, right? He kept his eyes glued to the wolf's every move, watching its unpredictable movements. Plus, honestly, even for Vian Mui, taking this thing down wasn't going to be a walk in the park. As the two of them kept tearing into each other, Long realized this fight couldn't just drag on forever. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Cut it out, right now." Long immediately shifted his tone, going into gentle negotiation mode to try and reason with the wolf. But looking at Vian Mui, yeah, she looked like she still wanted to slap the soul right out of him. To get her to change her mind, he hit her with some logic that was actually pretty hard to argue with. Look, this wolf isn't trying to take our turf, and he doesn't care about our food, so why the heck are we fighting him to the death? Vian Mui listened and actually thought it made sense. But why did she agree so fast? Well, probably because she'd already eaten that transformation fruit. The wolf seemed to get what I was saying, too, so the smoothest way to settle this was, look, I can see. This blade is a big deal to you. So I'm gonna give it back. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Deal? The wolf's expression started to shift, looking way more chill now. And he gave Long a look that said 1,000 words. He asked Vian Mui to help pull the blade out of him. She just stood there with a blank face, clearly not too thrilled about the idea. But she did what he asked, grabbing the blade and yanking it out without a second thought. Poor Long felt a surge of pure, unadulterated agony rip through his entire body. He screamed, "Gah! It hurts like hell." Blood was spraying everywhere. Vian Mui looked on, honestly thinking she'd just— In the middle of all that excruciating pain, the wolf's howl suddenly echoed across the entire area. The two of them just stared at each other, totally clueless about what the hell was about to happen next. The wolf started licking some dry soil and patting it onto his unhealed wounds. Seeing that, Long had a light bulb moment. So, turns out the best way to stop the bleeding is just using dry dirt. Who knew? Make sure there's no junk in it and press it tight against the wound. There's no doubt about it. This wolf has definitely dealt with humans before. So, he suggested to Vian Mui that she grab a good handful of dirt and press it hard onto the injury. But before handing it over, he trusted that the wolf would keep its end of the deal. Vian Mui pulled that dagger out of Long Ka's body and tossed it onto the ground right in front of the wolf. And just like that, the beast grabbed it in its mouth and slowly slunk away. Meanwhile, over by the giant trees, a girl appeared who had witnessed everything. It was none other than Dear Ni. She sat there looking all dignified and high and mighty. Since I couldn't get the ancient ape spirit core, then I suppose yours will have to do for this humble servant. And with that, the forest returned to its usual silence. Lumthun collapsed onto the ground. He was a total wreck, covered in wounds from head to toe. Man Vian, looking worried sick, asked him, "Big brother Long, are you okay?" Lumthun, panting and struggling for breath, snapped back, "What do you mean? Am I okay? Look at my stomach, woman." Then she grabbed a handful of dirt, but the thing is, it was crawling with worms and everything. She looked at him and blurted out, "Well, hurry up, we gotta slap this on your gut." Seeing that remedy, Lumthun almost started screaming in terror on the inside. "That dirt you put on my back earlier. It wasn't just like this, was it?" Seeing those worms wriggling around, the poor guy felt a chill of pure horror run down his spine, and Man Vian, cool as a cucumber, was already getting ready to smear it on him. He could only pray to God to help him deal with— Is she seriously going to put that on me? Terrified, he started waving his hands like a madman to stop her. He yelled with all his might, "No, no, no. What I meant was, I'm starving to death. Let's find something to eat to get our strength back instead." And those words actually worked. Man Vian took off like a rocket while saying, "Okay, wait here. I'll go get some food." Only then could Lin Shen finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least he saved himself from being buried alive. Several thorn wolves were lying dead on the ground. Nearby, a bluish campfire was already burning. Man Vian was holding the prey she had just caught. Then she grabbed a skewer and, with absolute seriousness, said to herself, "Some kebabs are exactly what we need right now." Who knows if that thorn wolf was even fully dead? But with that brute strength of hers, she squeezed it so hard that the poor animal's eyes literally popped out of their sockets. Lin Shen covered his face and muttered, "Good grief, she's a savage. The beast wasn't even all the way dead and you've already skewered it for me." They lit the fire and started roasting the two creatures. She wouldn't stop flipping and rotating her piece over and over. Lin Shen, seeing the disaster unfolding, yelled at her, "But you just put it on. Don't flip it yet. Let it actually cook over the fire for a bit." And he had to repeat it to her time and time again. Watching Vian try to cook really made his hair stand on end from sheer frustration. He had to correct her every single second. What a dummy. Who thinks that when you roast something, you're supposed to smash the meat against the stick? After a long while, Man lifted her skewer, laughing out loud. "Ha, ha, time to eat." But before she could take the first bite, bam, the fire licked her hand. Seeing her trying to blow out the flames, Lin Shen didn't even know what to do with himself out of pure helplessness. Ow, 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 fire. You're burning yourself? Why on earth would you stick your whole hand into the bonfire? If you don't end up charred, nobody will. After all the trouble it took to make one measly skewer, she goes and drops the whole thing on the ground. After an eternal wait, they finally got to sink their teeth into the meat. The problem was, it tasted absolutely foul. Lin Shen chewed with a look of pure disgust on his face. Teaching someone this clumsy is more exhausting than doing it myself. If it weren't for the evolution points, no way would I eat this garbage. It was all burnt, bitter, and full of dirt. But just as he finished, a notification popped up. Meanwhile, Man Vian kept wolfing it down like there was no tomorrow. She was even dripping snot from eating so much. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire her a little. This girl eats more than a tiger. She's definitely not just your average glutton. And suddenly, the system sent him another alert. Lin Shen took a look at the screen. The system was scanning the host's body. You sustained severe damage. Evolution points will be automatically deducted to heal your wounds. After using the evolution points, Lin Shen's wounds vanished completely, as if nothing had ever happened. He checked out his body and was beyond satisfied. Haha, this devour skill of mine is freaking awesome. His wounds were closing up bit by bit, As Lin Shin shoveled down a big chunk of meat, he thought back to all those things he'd seen before. You know, that whole dream about becoming a legendary, powerhouse beast. But looking at how things are right now, all he could do was grumble to himself. Mehaha. And here I was thinking that after reincarnating, I'd get my hands on the burst breath and transform into a massive magic assault dragon, blowing up everything in my path with just one breath and wiping out anyone who stands in my way. I'd be the king of the world, but of course, easier said than done. Before I can ever get that strong, Lin Shin has to face off against a ton of opponents, and the worst part is that almost all of them are way stronger than him. But who would have guessed I'd run into those damn spirit birds, the wolf soldiers, and all those crappy monsters? That's why he ended up taking such a massive beating. According to what the little monkey Vian Moi said, her parents died years ago trying to take on that disgusting rotten worm king. They teamed up with a whole bunch of beast experts, but in the end, they didn't achieve a damn thing. I didn't expect the power gap to be this insane. Lin Shen kept chewing his meat while glancing over at Man Vian, and he thought to himself, looks like I'll have to keep devouring and biting to evolve even further. I have to eat like a beast every single day so my body hits a new evolution level soon. I need to rack up a ton of points. After little Veen ate the fruit of life, her strength shot up like crazy. In the future, if the system gives me more rewards, I'll share some with her. Because, at the end of the day, having an ally by my side makes me feel a lot safer. Thinking about that, an idea popped into Lin Shen's head. Oh, right. Speaking of helpers, Lin Shen turned to the little girl and asked, "Hey, that big bird that was fighting you. After I blasted it with my burst breath, where the hell did it land?" Man Vian pointed to the right and replied, "That one? It fell over there." As soon as he heard that, Lin Shen took off like a bullet, shouting excitedly, "It's been quiet for a while now. I bet it already kicked the bucket. Perfect. Roasted chicken for lunch. If those wolf soldiers didn't eat it, I'm not letting this chance go to waste. How many evolution points will I get for a good bite? I wonder if it'll drop a new skill for me." Man Veen just stared at him with a totally confused look on her face. But when the two of them reached the spot where the monster had fallen, they found the ground was completely empty. The big bird had vanished. Lin Shen was stunned. He thought he was going to rake in the points, but he ended up empty-handed. However, no matter how much he thought about it, something just didn't add up at all. Why isn't there a single trace of it? If it's not dead, there's only one possibility. Although if it tried to run, we would have seen it. Meanwhile, Man Vien kept eating calmly, and between bites, she mumbled, "A moment ago, when I went to check, it wasn't there anymore." They still didn't know where the bird was when little Cone suddenly showed up. Lin Shen asked, Tear Cone, what are you even doing here?" Seeing Lin Shen talking to himself made even Man Vien, who was busy eating, give him a weird look. Tear Cone looked around and gestured for silence. "Shh." A monstrous energy just exploded in this place. What Tear Cone said made Lin Shen shout in surprise. "What? Don't tell me that big bird turned into a human." He started thinking about it seriously. The idea of a winged monster turning into a human seemed really bizarre to him. The only one he knew with that ability was Tear Cone, so he turned to interrogate him immediately. Turning into a tiny human and sneaking off quietly like that. It's true, nobody would catch you. But to transform, you definitely need one of your transformation fruits, don't you? Tear Cone, startled, rushed to defend himself. "Hey, leave me out of this. Don't go blaming this great Cone. I'm a total professional. Why would I ever be interested in a bird that's so ugly and boring?" Lin Shen, hearing that, couldn't help but keep roasting him. "Professional? More like you just want to see your host kick the bucket." Kun didn't say a peep. He just looked the other way, playing dumb. Quickly, Kun changed the subject and brought up something from the past. "Hey, besides that bird thing turning into a human, something else smells fishy to yours truly. Remember what happened after your first fight? That creature swallowed the energy core of that dragon heron-turned man to heal its wounds." Lin Shen, who still wasn't getting it, "Yeah, I remember. But what does that have to do with anything?" Kun explained it to him, making it clear that the transformation was no coincidence at all. "I already told you the fruit of transformation is the beast's life essence concentrated into a core. So, the fact that the bird eats a core to heal itself is exactly the same principle as when you devoured that beast's meat a little while ago." Hearing this, Lin Shin let out a scream of pure shock. "What on earth are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Man Vian was just sitting there watching Lin Shen talk to himself, not understanding a single thing. The poor girl could only think, has Big Brother long gone crazy from fighting those wolf soldiers so much? He just started babbling to himself out of nowhere. After the initial shock, Lin Shen sat down and started questioning Kun again. If that creature can use this method to heal, it could also use it to level up, right? Kun replied, That's something I still can't say for sure. You could look for a chance to take him out, and after I analyze him, maybe we'll solve the mystery. By this point, Lin Shen was already on edge. I blasted that thing with my explosive breath twice, and he didn't even flinch. If we meet again, I don't know who's going to end up killing who. But of course, since the host is the one risking his neck and not him, Kun wasn't even a little bit worried. While calmly looking through his microscope, he blurted out, "Actually, you don't need to capture him whole, just a bit of his skin will do. I'll slice some real thin layers, do a little research, and boom, we'll have the results." Lin Shen, who values his life very much, just sat there eating his food while gesturing no way to Kun. "Look, you're better off going alone. I'm not up for that kind of trouble. I've already got a plan, head back to my territory to keep leveling up. I'm not leaving that place until I'm invincible." Without another word to Kun, Lin Shen stood up, signaled to Man Vien, and suggested, "Little sister Vien, let's go. Come with me to my turf. After all, the beast corpses in your area have all been gobbled up. If you stay here, you're going to starve to death. Don't you think?" Man Vien wasn't totally convinced, and asked him, "But is there really that much food in your territory?" Lin Shen smirked and replied, "Of course." At the same time, he was thinking to himself that he was going to have a whale of a time bringing little Vien back. Heh. I can't wait to see the faces on those monsters who were so happy to see me go when they see me coming back with another big eater. 1 week later, in the cave, Lin Shen had just woken up and let out a massive yawn while stretching. You see, Lin Shen is the type who, once asleep, won't open an eye until his body says enough is enough. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he found the hardworking Man Vien with a mountain of spine-backed wolves perfectly lined up. What's more, there were even other crocodiles around, and right next to them, little Kun was slowly opening his eyes. When he finished gathering wood, Lin Shen cheered them on happily. "That's it. I expected nothing less from our little sister Vien. She's already out here picking veggies so early. And you, little Kun, you're getting so good. You're stacking that wood with more style every time." But his pride didn't last long, because Lin Shen immediately pointed toward the sign at the cave entrance. 2 poisonous spiders were scurrying around there. He exclaimed with resignation, "Are you kidding me? How many times do I have to tell you not to bring any more poisonous spiders home?" And right then and there, Brother Lin gave little Vien a real earful. While listening to Lin Shen's instructions, Man Yuan was taking notes like a total pro, making sure she didn't miss a single detail. I mean, with our beastly physiques, eating a few venomous spiders won't even tickle us. But honestly, the flavor of this dish is just too tempting to resist. After skewering those 4 spine-backed wolves, Man Yuan lit the fire to get them roasting. Being here is, without a doubt, living the dream. The moment Lin Shen woke up, the food was already good to go. He sat there with a little smug smile, just waiting to dig into his feast. Let the action. While waiting for the food to be cooked to perfection, Lin Shen was imagining Man Yuan rubbing sticks together to make fire. He thought, maybe I should teach the little one how to start a fire using logs. That way, I wouldn't have to lift a single finger. Every day, all I'd have to do is open my mouth to eat, move my fingers a tiny bit, and that's it. Getting stronger while just lying around now, that's the ultimate chill life. After thinking it all over, Lin Shen snapped his fingers to call the system. "System, I want to check in." Right after he said that, the system immediately sent over the check-in location, the secret cave of the proud wolf of the Great Abyss. Lin Shen received an A-rank skill, the Ghostly Dragon War Cry. The Ghostly Dragon War Cry. Your roar can inspire your allies with burning passion and make your enemies fall into a state of total, absolute panic. Every beast in the world stops in their tracks because the ones from the Great Abyss are the ones calling the shots. When he heard that news from the system, Lin Shen actually started tearing up. Finally, after all that hard work, he was finally seeing some real results. While sobbing, he shouted excitedly, "This is great. 20 days of checking in and I finally freaking made it. I'm almost at the achievement. Pop, I actually did it." Little Kun, looking super happy, set off some fireworks to celebrate. "Congratulations to the host for successfully checking into Abyss Island. You've been here for over a month now. You've obtained the grand prize, the assistance of a new beast." Hearing grand prize was the final straw for Lin Shen. He couldn't hold it in. Since this morning, it's just been one good thing after another. Lin Shen asked enthusiastically, "A grand prize? Is it something even more powerful than that A-rank skill?" Little Kun gave a smug grin, acting all mysterious. "Haha. This great Kun has meticulously prepared a newbie starter pack. And it's not just a skill, there's way more." To keep his host from waiting any longer, 3,000 evolution points popped up on the system screen. Along with that, a map and a shop appeared. Little Kun continued shouting, "The host has checked in consecutively. During this past month, this great Kun will unlock several functions. vital support features like the shop and the map, and at the same time, I'm gifting the host 3,000 evolution points. This time, the prize was seriously generous, and this made Lin Shen completely lose his mind. His eyes were practically glowing, and he wouldn't stop pestering the system. Man, if I open that shop, I'm definitely going to blow all my evolution points. But hey, I just graduated from the newbie zone. Come on, open the shop already. Let me see what's inside. Sunlight hit every corner of Lin Shen's cave when, suddenly, a flash of blue light zipped through the place. Lin Shen, who was just super hyped to see the shop, was now standing there with his jaw on the floor, paralyzed by the shock. It turns out the shop little Kun was talking about was actually inside his own mouth. When Lin Shen saw the 3 items, he was totally stunned. You've got to be kidding me. The shop interface is in your mouth? Well, as long as there's a shop, I don't care where it is. Lin Shen could only let out a nervous little laugh and continued. Haha. Well, let's see if a few shiny objects appeared before his eyes. Lin Shen examined every single one of them with intense focus. These 3,000 evolution points were worth their weight in gold. He started thinking about the new abilities he was about to get his hands on. Without a doubt, this was the best support he could possibly get right now. Little Kun kept acting all proud of his gift. Lin Shen, full of excitement, started going through the list of items. He didn't want to miss a single detail of those treasures. He began checking out the objects one by one, displaying information, the lightning fruit, the Eye of Destiny, and the dark gold battle armor. Let's start with the lightning fruit. Product name, lightning fruit. Origin, the world of One Piece. Just mentioning pirates is enough to get anyone hyped. Lin Shen imagined himself using it, and he looked so badass that he couldn't help but praise it. Whoa, this is incredible. It grants the power to turn your body into pure electricity. Plus, you can blast high-voltage lightning bolts. Plus, it lets you teleport at lightning speed, perfectly fixing any weak spots you might have. It's perfect for those giant beasts that tend to be a bit clumsy when moving around. And now, get ready for the Eye of Destiny's Wheel. Product name, Eye of Destiny's Wheel, straight from the world of Naruto. Just imagining his own face carved into the Hokage rock gets Lin Shen all hyped up as he keeps reading. Man, this is insane. Not only does it let me see everything crystal clear, but it even detects the enemy's weak points. This power is freaking nuts. Finally, we've got the Titanium Combat Armor. Product name, Titanium Combat Armor. Brought to you directly from the world of Iron Man. Just looking at this, Lin Shen's eyes turn into literal hearts because of how much he loves it. If this great dragon puts this on, all decked out in metal and attacking nonstop, the enemy is going to be absolutely floored. Just thinking about it, he can't help but get excited and let out a shout of pure joy. Look at this. Isn't this basically the Iron Man version of the Great Dragon? Giant robots are every man's dream. But hey, as much as he loves it, Lin Shen has to snap back to reality and check the price tag. He stammers out a question. With all these amazing things, how am I supposed to get anything when I only have 3,000 evolution points? Wait a second. This costs more than 1 billion points? Following its users' wishes, the system immediately pulls up the price for every item on the panel. The Tribulation Lightning costs no less than 500 million points. The Eye of Destiny's Wheel is around 200 million, and the Mechanical Combat Armor goes for 100 million points. Seeing those numbers, he's left completely stunned. What the heck are you talking about? Lin Shen screams. There's no way it's this freaking expensive. I'm gonna die. 1 billion points. Listen here, little system. Is this a daylight robbery or what? Hearing this, the system rushes to explain. This is the fairest price you're gonna find, okay? These items are brought in from other parallel universes. Just the shipping costs alone cost an arm and a leg. If the user thinks it's too pricey, he can just hit the button on the right and the price will go back to the original, which is way higher. Putting those items aside for now, Lin Shen starts scrolling through the system screen, shocked by what he sees. Wow, so I can swipe just like on a smartphone? That's some top-tier tech right there. The system gets a bit cocky hearing that. Well, duh. Just so you know, I'm a high-tech product of the highest order. 3 different items now appear on the screen. Superalloy Bone Powder for 50 million points, the legendary 5 Thunder Combo for 20 million, and the Electric Particle Cannon for 10 million points. As soon as he sees the prices, Lin Shen lets out a gasp of shock. What's the deal? Does everything from outer space have to cost a fortune? Everything is crazy expensive, but Lin Shen isn't giving up. There has to be something he can actually afford. With that in mind, he starts flipping through the pages like a madman while complaining nonstop. I've been looking for a while now and there isn't a single thing under 100,000 points. This is a personal insult to my poverty. But fine, whatever. We dragons live for a long time, so sooner or later, I'll save up those billions. Although by the time that happens, I'll probably be a giant beast over 1,000 meters tall. And then, I wouldn't even want this junk if it were free. Seeing that there's nothing cheap, Lin Shen starts getting more and more pissed off. Screw this shop. He roars. The system tries to stop him. Wait, don't leave yet. Actually, you can use the filter function to search directly for products that cost less than 1 million. The idea of finally finding something cheap seems to convince him to stay. Lin Shen turns around and yells, "And why didn't you tell me that before so I could try it?" A few minutes later, just like the system said, something appears that's so cheap. Lin Shen almost cries for joy. Finally, I found something for less than 10 million. Product name, flavor adjusting lighter. Price, 1,000 evolution points. Even though the price is pretty good, it seems Lin Shen isn't exactly sold on it. If the flavor needs a little tweak, then we tweak it. We can't have a monster leaving empty-handed, now can we? As soon as he chose to buy it, Lin Shen received a notification from the system. The host has spent 1,000 evolution points to redeem the flavor regulator. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the flavor regulating flamethrower. All you have to do is tilt your head and take a tiny step. Man, what a massive haul. The item hit the ground and it's completely dripping wet, but according to the system's explanation, it's just the 3D printing technology of this era. Lin Shen panics and yells, "You gotta be kidding me. That's gross. Couldn't they be a little bit cleaner about it?" Even though it gives him the creeps, Lin Shen has to pick it up and shake the water off with a look of total defeat on his face. Meanwhile, the spiny-backed wolf meat that was grilling is finally ready, and man, it smells heavenly. Lin Shen takes a deep sniff with a grin from ear to ear. Now this is the aroma I was looking for. Manvian and little Quack 2's eyes light up and their mouths start watering. He adds, "If I could just get my hands on some cans of soda, eating skewers with an ice-cold drink would be absolute bliss." The meat is finally done, so they each take their seats to dig in. While he's chewing, Lin Shen tells Minicone that the system shop is what it is and that they can't really buy much all at once anyway. Minicone starts checking the map. Minicone opens the map instantly and, pointing at each location, explains, "Actually, the system's map is based on scientific methods to perform a large-scale panoramic scan of Cook Wien Island. But since the island's surface is massive and the terrain is incredibly complicated, I can only show the detailed landscape of the areas that the host has already traveled through." Lin Shen, who has been paying close attention, nods and replies, "Ah, the fog of war and the map markers. I'm already familiar with that whole deal, but it's true that the island is ginormous. With my speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, I've only lit up a tiny little speck." Pointing to a spot on the map, Lin Shen zooms in on the image. This map can be zoomed in even further. Let's see. Let me take a good look. Wait a second. What is this desolate-looking place in the west? It gives off such a bad vibe, it's creeping me out. And if I look closely, there are gray spots in the territories of V Mui and that monster bird too. Minicone points to the spot with a little stick and says, "Those are the lands of death, places where the rot insects have passed through. I'm sure the host has seen the gray sky, the parched earth, and the withered plants. Everything has that color of death." Minicon's words make Lin Shen understand everything, basically. Those damn bugs won't stop expanding their territory. Damn it. I have to stop them as soon as possible. Following the markers on the map, I'm going to take out every single one of those bugs. Minicon points excitedly and adds, "Go for it, kid. Show some guts and gobble them all up with that mouth of yours. Use your footsteps to light up every single corner. If you turn on all the points on the map, you'll be the absolute master of Cook Wien Island." Lin Shen leans in curiously and asks, "And do I get some kind of prize for lighting up the map?" Then he goes back to zooming in and out of other areas with his fingers. Lin Shen continues, "Whatever. I don't really care about being the owner of the island." Then he turns toward Manvian. Seeing her eating so happily, Lin Shen remembers how joyful she was back when she lived with her parents. "What I really want is to crush the Insect King, to avenge my little girl's parents and make Cook Wien Island peaceful and beautiful once again, just like it used to be." As if sensing someone watching her intently, Manvian turns around. Brother Long's hand rests on her forehead and makes her. He stood there frozen for a second, watching the little ape wolf down her food with such gusto. Lin Shen finally made up his mind. As for who's going to be the ruler of Polar Abyss Island, it's going to be her. Lin Shen kind of blurted it out, stuttering a bit. Honestly, he was just getting way too hyped up at this point. He let out a shout that had Manvian shaking in her boots. "Becoming the king of beasts is my true destiny. But it looks like your little monkey friend is still pretty clueless." With a meat skewer in hand, Manvian said something totally ridiculous. "What's all this nonsense about being the island's king? Does being the king of beasts taste better than these charcoal-grilled skewers?" That made Lin Shen do a total spit take. This guy really knows how to enjoy the finer things in life. Being the king of the polar abyss or the lord of monsters. Those are just empty titles. How can that beat the feeling of a full belly? Let's just drop the subject, Brother Long said, giving him a pat on the shoulder. He looked at Man Vian and said cheerfully, "It's all good. Come on, keep eating." While she was holding her meat, suddenly, some green liquid dropped out of nowhere, right next to her hand. That slimy stuff got all over her hand and her food. It seems Man Vian hasn't quite realized what it is yet. Man Vian gave it a sniff. "Wait, what's this?" "Is it a new spice?" Brother Long added. When she took a closer look at her hand, her face twisted in pure disgust and she screamed, It stinks. Wait, this is Kra." Just as she was about to finish that thought, a voice called out from above. It was a trio of 3 pterodactyls circling overhead. One of them mocked her. "How do you like the smell of my little gifts?" Furious, Man Vian chucked her meat aside. She threw it away and took a massive leap. If those pests wanted a fight, she was going to give them one. I gotta say, Man Vian's jumping power is insane. Even though those dragons were flying way up high, she came within a hair's breadth of snatching them. But she celebrated way too early. The creature tucked its legs in at the last second, leaving Man Vian empty-handed. Even though those oversized birds escaped, they were all shaking in their feathers from the scare. Only when they saw Man Vian falling back to the ground could they finally breathe a sigh of relief. They figured as long as they stayed up there, they'd be completely safe. Despite the sudden drop, the little ape luckily kept her balance, managed to flip around, and landed right on her feet. That move made Lin Shen stop eating just to watch. Since she couldn't take those pests down, Man Vian wasn't about to let it slide. She bolted toward the biggest rock she could find. Seeing his little sis, Lin Shen caught onto her plan immediately. "Whoa, wait. Is this meathead seriously thinking of lifting that boulder to throw it?" Man Vian was straining with all her might to pick it. Lin Shen's jaw hit the floor, and he shouted at her. "Hey, I used those rocks as nail files. Do you still have the soul of a guard dog or something?" He didn't want to let his little sis do all the heavy lifting, so Lin Shen cleared his throat and said, "Might as well test out my new skill." With that, he looked up at the sky. Lin Shen let out a thunderous roar, Kui Dragon war cry, and man, did it work. The whole pack of pterodactyls was stunned by the sound, and they started shaking uncontrollably. Lin Shen chuckled. "Look at the poor things tremble. This trick definitely packs a punch." There was a massive distance from the ground to where those pests were, but Lin Shen unleashed his heat beam attack. A pillar of blue light shot straight up and absolutely blasted that flock of birds. After the attack, all 3 of them started smoking and fell like stones. With the matter settled, Lin Shen stared at the little ape, deep in thought. "Listen, sis, you're the one chosen to be the queen of Polar Abyss Island, but if you can't even handle a few flying dragons, then what are we gonna do? It seems like Brother Lin just needs to eat to get stronger, but to level up his sister's skills, he's gonna have to put her through some special training." Finally, Lin Shen shouted, "Listen up, sis. Starting tomorrow, we're kicking off your training. I'm going to train you to become a woman exactly like the queen." Man Vian didn't have a single clue what was going on. She just stood there biting her hand and asking with a totally blank look on her face, "What training? Does it taste better than meat skewers?" Lin Shen rested his foot on a rock, brainstorming the plan for the first phase of the beast training camp. What did they ask for in the P.E. exam back then? I remember there were pull-ups, a 1,000-meter run. What else? Then he started reading what he had scratched onto the rock. Stamina training, 1,000 pull-ups. Endurance training, 100,000 meters. He crossed a few things out and decided that with these 3, he'd definitely turn her into a rank 3 beast. Lin Shen pointed at the rock and blurted out to Man Vian, "Listen, little Vian, starting today, you're beginning a week of level 3 intensive training, so you can level up and become the queen of Cook-Win Island." She, with her skewer still in hand, scratched her head out of curiosity. "What's this about leveling up? Is it tastier than grilled meat?" He explained. "Leveling up means you'll be able to crush those birds with a single punch and send those wolves flying with one kick." But Man Vian couldn't care less and just lay down to enjoy her skewer. "I'm not interested. They don't try to take my food, so why would I want to hit them?" Lin Shen saw that coming, so he pulled a trick out of his sleeve. "I knew it. I can't use normal methods. Normal methods won't work with this airheaded glutton. That's why I bought extra spices, just for this exact moment. In my past life, I was an expert at taking care of pets, you know? Even the neighbor's dog gave me 5 stars. After hatching his plan, Lin Shen shouted, "Hey, Man Vian, if you do what I say, for every exercise you finish, I'll give you a skewer. A giant skewer, the most delicious one in the whole world, smothered in my secret barbecue spice." Man Vian's eyes lit up the moment she saw the spice jar, and she jumped to her feet. She beat her chest with excitement. "Yes, yes. I want the special training. The tastiest training in the world. Lin Shen sighed in defeat, thinking that the world of gluttons is really just that simple. This situation feels familiar, just like in Chapter 1. But I'm not the loser I was back then. And so the chaos began. The first exercise of the special training, 1,000 pull-ups. The movement is basic. You jump, grab the branch, and pull your body upward. Watch, I'll show you how it's done. He flexed his legs to get some momentum, but his hands didn't even come close to the branch above him. The hands of Lin Shen were just dangling in the air, desperately trying to reach the wood, as he realized his arms were incredibly short. Even so, he jumped with all his might. I'm not going to let this make me look like a fool. Lin Shen jumped and bam! He grabbed the branch with his teeth so he wouldn't fall, all while still trying to give Manhwa instructions. Pay attention. First, the 8 trigrams body suspension. She was standing down there without understanding a single word Lin Shen was saying. He looked down toward the ground, and suddenly, Manhwa had vanished. Lin Shen was shell-shocked. Where did she go? Suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of Lin Shen's face. It was Manhwa. She had already climbed onto the branch without him even noticing. Lin Shen's eyes went wide. How can this dummy be so fast? He thought to himself that he had seriously underestimated her. Clearly, you should never underestimate the power of someone who's hungry. She reached out her hand to him with a smile. Wasn't it just climbing a tree? It's no big deal. Come on, I'll help you. Lin Shen let go of the branch and said, Okay. I was being too smart for my own good. I shouldn't have tried to teach the master. You're the pull-up boss. But hey, arm strength isn't everything. The key in a real fight is stamina, so we're moving on to the second exercise. Shortly after, a massive silhouette began to appear. Right before the eyes of the crocodile king in the lake, Manhwa's foot suddenly appears out of nowhere. She steps right on him, squashing the poor thing into the dirt. Endurance training, 100,000 meters. After that stomp, the kid bolts out of there, leaving the other crocodile standing there, totally traumatized after seeing what happened to his buddy. Suddenly, a weird noise catches his attention. He turns around, scared to death, and sees Lin Shen, followed by a whole zoo stampede heading his way. Being the absolute unit he is, he brushes past some crocodiles and just yeets them into the sky. Lin Shen is going all out trying to catch up to Manhwa. The guy has never been able to beat his little sister in a race. Damn it. I've already turned into a monster, so how am I still not fast enough to catch her? She turns around and, with a cheeky grin, gives him the peace sign, basically saying she's got the skewers and marinade ready for him. The forest animals are in a total panic because of these two, and the poor things can only cry in despair. Everyone's screaming and holding up protest signs while running for their lives, but hey, this is a pedestrian zone. No speeding or running people over allowed. Screams echo from a cave. The entrance has been turned into a pile of rocks by Lin Shen and Manhwa. Lin Shen is still trying to lecture the little brat. Listen, kiddo, strength and stamina are just the basics. What really decides who wins a real fight is technique and experience. Take this. Sacred Dragon Tail Whip, third phase of special training, combat. Out of nowhere, Lin Shen launches a tail swipe that catches Manhwa. Manhwa doesn't react in time and bam, Lin Shen's tail sends her flying into next week. There's a dull thud, and suddenly the girl just sits there. She stays like that, breathing heavily, without saying a single word. Lin Shen freaks out and rushes over to her. Hey VN, are you okay? Did I hurt you? He asks. I might have gone a bit too hard. Did I just knock her out with one hit? The moment he gets close, the kid snaps into action. She socks him right in the eye, leaving him dazed. He yells, pissed off, Crap, you've learned some dirty tricks. Playing dead to launch a sneak attack? Don't you know the rules? You don't hit a dragon in the face. Suddenly, Lin Shen opens his mouth and a blinding light pours out. That glow terrifies Manhwa. Lin Shen unleashes a brutal blast right toward her. She has to fly up to dodge it. Taste my explosive breath, he screams at the top of his lungs. Those beams scatter everywhere and end up hitting some poor animals that were just minding their business. The protesting animals get blasted into the sky. Everything is wrecked, and then a voice rings out. Are you two training or just demolishing the house to move out? Xiao Jun appears, looking at the disaster. She can't help but complain. This place used to be so nice, and now look at it, everything's destroyed. This looks like a kicked hornet's nest. At this rate, we're going to end up just like the gray, dead lands of the reptiles. If you keep this up, it's going to end badly. The reptiles won't even need to attack us. You guys are going to wreck the island all by yourselves. You're going to sink the place one of these days. Lin Shen gets all thoughtful and says, Actually, you're right, I was thinking the same thing. We went a bit overboard and I'm worried. If we scare off all the prey, what are we going to eat later? What's the point of conquering if there's nothing left? But to beat the king of reptiles, we absolutely have to level up. Do you have a better idea? Lin Shen asks, feeling stressed. Xiao Jun gives him a quick once-over. She doesn't even bother looking at his massive build for long. She looks at him and thinks, with how huge he is, the ground shakes every time he takes a step, and on top of that, he wants to do this insane training. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off for Lin Shen. The size. Of course, the trick is to not be so big. Hey, Xiao Kun, if we transform into humans for this special training, will our strength in monster form still improve? She answers half-heartedly. In theory, yes. Training to the limit in human form should work exactly the same way. This can boost the body's carrying capacity to handle the core's energy. By making the vessel, the body tougher, the core's energy will naturally level up too. When you transform into a monster, the life essence that gets released by shattering the core will change based on the situation. Hearing this, Lin Shen clapped his hands and looked at Man Vian. All right, then Man Vian and I will turn human and start some hellish training. By the way, kiddo, what will our human forms actually look like? Hearing his question, the little guy replied that he'd surely read cultivation novels before, right? He quickly began to explain. When a human becomes a monster, they shatter their core with their mind and push the energy into their limbs and bones, exactly like breaking through in those cultivation novels. But for a monster to turn human, they have to use their mind to focus all their physical strength into the dantian, forming a core, just like creating an internal pearl in those same stories. Lin Shen, with his eyes bulging out, said, "So first it was breaking the core to be a monster, and now it's forming one to be human? Are you telling me I'm literally living out a cultivation novel script? Come here, Man Vian. To keep from wrecking the house any further, I've decided to turn human to continue the training." Man Vian sat down, and Lin Shen gave him, "Do as I do and start feeling the energy inside you. First, sit cross-legged and focus as hard as you can." Man Vian immediately copied him. Lin Shen kept guiding him while going through the steps himself. Suddenly, a light began to glow from his body. Imagine all your inner power is gathering right in your dantian area. Suddenly, Lin Shen snapped his eyes open, feeling something weird and thinking with a frown, "I definitely feel something. But it's just a massive urge to pee. I focus so much air down there that I'm gonna wet myself." He slipped away for a second while Manvian kept meditating to go empty the tank. After a bit, he finished his business. Feeling like a new man, Lin Shen exhaled. Oof, what a relief to let it all out. But when Lin Shen got back, Manvian was nowhere to be found. Where's Viish? Don't tell me he had to go too and just wandered off. He started looking everywhere. Suddenly, a noise made him spin around. It was Man Vian, who had already transformed into a human. He was jumping and shouting to get Lin Shen's attention. "Over here! I'm over here!" Lin Shen's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his eyes. "No way! That fast? You're already human?" he thought to himself. "Is even my buddy gonna flex on me just because I'm taking longer?" So Lin Shen got serious about meditating. With a sign on his forehead that read "Transformation Success," he focused on reciting the mantra, using his mind to pull all his strength into the dantian, to form the core. Lin Shen's mental human self was also meditating. "Vian already beat me in strength, endurance, and fighting, but fine, whatever. But theory is my specialty. I'm not letting anyone look down on me." Bored, Man Vian sat on a rock waiting for him to figure it all out. Lin Shen kept overthinking it, while Man Vian casually munched on some meat skewers. Night fell, and Man Vian turned back into a giant beast. With another kill over his shoulder, he said, "It's dinner time, Big Brother Long." Lin Shen was about to blow a fuse because Man Vian wouldn't stop interrupting him. At this rate, it was impossible to concentrate on the energy. Suddenly, Lin Shen let out a scream that startled Man Vian. "Do you think you're so cool just because you know how to transform? Can you stop parading right in front of me and let me meditate in peace?" And then a miracle happened. In that exact moment, a brilliant light started pouring out of his mouth, and he had no clue what was going on. "Whoa, what the heck is going on here?" Man Vian, scared to death, started screaming. "Hey, Long, shut your trap already. How did you let it loose again?" But he couldn't even answer, he was just thinking. "It wasn't my intention to release the explosive breath." Suddenly, Lin Shen figured out how the whole thing worked. Could it be that the way to launch the explosive breath is exactly the same as transforming into a human? In both, you have to concentrate and focus all the body's strength into a single point. Just as he was thinking that, he lifted his head to try and pull that energy ball back inside. "No freaking way. If I let the explosive breath go here, I'm going to blow my own house to smithereens. Get back in there." Lin Shen, shaking like a leaf, tucked his head and tried to swallow all that raw breath power. Finally, after a hell of a time, he managed to swallow it all. Lin Shen let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I was able to pull it back. Suddenly, Lin Shen's hands, legs, and his whole body started to glow. He looked at his hands, totally tripping out. Huh? What is this? Flash. In the blink of an eye, he turned back into a human. Grinning from ear to ear, he said, "Holy cow." By swallowing the explosive breath, I was able to transform again. It looks like this breath turns out to be a perfect shortcut for moving energy throughout the entire body. Lin Shen looked over his body, clenched his fists, and said, "Last time I was too busy running for my life, and I didn't have time to test the strength of this body." The sun slowly hid behind the trees, and the evening light flooded everything with golden tones. In the middle of the forest, Lin Shen was cracking up. "I don't give a damn if I have to run 100,000 meters or do 1,000 pull-ups. With this body, it's a piece of cake. No problem." Having said that, he started running around Man Vien and the other creatures who were knocked out, trying to start a fire. Night fell, but Lin Shen kept hitting the pull-up bar without stopping, completely ignoring Man Vien, who was starving and wouldn't stop complaining. "I'm starving," the other one shouted, while Lin Shen, acting all dignified, said between pull-ups, "I'm going to change the meaning of being an 8-second man. A real 8-second man is someone who can do 10 pull-ups in just 8 seconds. And just like that, the dawn of the second day arrived. The sun's rays began to light up a corner of the cave. Lin Shen had already done 402 pull-ups since last night. He let go of the bar and landed on the ground to rest for a bit. Training in human form is definitely way better. This way, I don't wreck the landscape and I save a fortune on repairs. At that moment, Lin Shen noticed that Man Vien and little Quarter had fallen fast asleep on top of each other. You could hear some serious snoring. How did these two fall asleep? So he rushed over and woke them up with a few smacks. "Come on, get up. Nap time is over. Back to training. Quarter, you go on lookout. If you see any weird creature approaching, let me know right away. And you, Man Vien, transform into a human and keep up with the training." Man Vien transformed while totally out of it, rubbing his eyes. Lin Shen, acting super cocky, started, "Now that I'm human, I can give it my all without holding back even a little bit. If you manage to beat me this time, I'll treat you to 10 skewers of marinated meat with." He didn't even have time to finish. Just hearing the words "meat barbecue" made Man Vien's eyes light up instantly. Lin Shen was about to say "with my secret spice," but the monkey had already jumped him to beat the crap out of him. Man Vien screamed while raining down blows. "Those 10 skewers are going to be mine one way or another." Lin Shen took such a surprise beating that he ended up face-planting on the ground. "Hey, I hadn't even said we could start yet," he protested. But Man Vien kept at it, giving him a world-class thrashing. Lin Shen, with his face all swollen and bruised, could only scream, "Stop it, you animal." A week later, at the top of the cave entrance, a statue of a dinosaur with its mouth open appeared. It was a self-portrait that he, looking like a total wreck and covered in wounds, said to Man Vien, "In this past week, thanks to my wise advice, your strength has leveled up like crazy." Meanwhile, Man Vien was strutting along looking super pumped. Lin Shen, on the other hand, was busy crunching the numbers. He'd already racked up a cool 600,000 evolution points. I'll tuck away a little over 100,000 just in case, he thought, and I'll dump the rest into an evolution right now. Right on cue, Little Cone popped up next to the system screen. Lin Shen barked out the order. "Little Cone, shove all 500,000 evolution points into my physical form." The system started its report. Host, Lin Shen. Race, Demon. Name status, updated. Form, Storm Dragon Tribe. Adult stage reached and ready to evolve. Sovereign level bloodline ready for a rank up. Current height, 58 meters. Weight, 580 tons. Attack methods, Charge Bite and Divine Dragon Tail Swipe. Special skills, Devour rank S+, Night Vision rank E, Enlightenment rank E, Beast Compass rank B+, and Explosive Breath rank S, Radioactive Heat Ray rank A, Thorn Armor rank B, and Battle Roar of the Qui Dragon rank A. Lin Shen's body started glowing like a neon sign, and Man Vien just stood there staring, completely lost as to what was happening. The system kept going. System detects the blood of the ancient sovereign beast, the Qui, recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, flowing through your veins. You've left your innocent childhood behind and officially entered your rebellious teenage. I mean, your maturity phase. Suddenly, the light died down. Man Vien looked up, totally floored by the massive dragon in front of him. "Whoa, how did you get so big all of a sudden, bro?" he asked. Hearing that, Lin Shen's ego went through the roof. "Still wrapped in a glowing aura," he replied. "Hey, I'm still in my growth spurt phase, you know? You gotta eat your meals on time without being a picky eater." Go to bed early and wake up early to stay healthy, and make sure to exercise every day if you want to be tall. A skeptical man Vian reached out to try and measure his friend. Lin Shen shut down the system and said, "All right, let's move. Today, we're going to put the results of our week-long training to the test. I found a nest full of those turhor reptiles south of the secret forest," he continued. "Come with me and let's wipe them all out. Today, we're having an all-you-can-eat reptile BBQ. Man Vian lived for food, so he got hyped instantly. His eyes literally turned into glowing hearts. He let out a yell. "Let's go get those lizards." Seeing that reaction, Lin Shen just sighed, thinking he'd officially become a pro at bribing hungry idiots. A little while later, standing in front of the reptile cave, several guards were perched on piles of skeletons, patrolling their turf with a serious, "don't mess with us" vibe. Lin Shen and Man Vian were crouching in a corner, watching them. He whispered, "There's only a few at the entrance. We can sneak in and then," but before he could finish, Man Vian had already vanished. Turning around to see an empty spot, Lin Shen blurted out, "Huh, Vian. Little Vian?" Turns out, the monkey had already marched right up to the cave's mouth. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel totally defeated. What a meathead. Does he not know the beauty of a surprise attack? He thought. The reptiles saw Man Vian, opened their massive jaws, and lunged. But in the blink of an eye, Man Vian absolutely wrecked them. Then, even more lizards started pouring out of the cave, surrounding Man Vian with some very bad intentions. They all pounced at once, but even then, they were no match for the big guy. He took care of them in a heartbeat. However, from the depths of the cave, thousands more lizards started showing up, just waiting for their turn. Lin Shen appeared then, staring down the entrance. "What's up, little Vian? Seems like taking them down is a piece of cake for you, huh? That's because after our special training, your strength, speed, and reflexes have gone through the roof." Lin Shen flashed a wicked grin. "I haven't felt truly satisfied since we fought the monster bird and the saber wolf. Finally, today we can fight to our heart's content." By then, the lizards had completely surrounded Lin Shen and Man Vian. He started tapping into his power, sparks and lightning shooting out of him everywhere. "Let him come. With this many, we've got enough food to last the whole week." Meanwhile, Man Vian, he's absolutely crushing everyone with an insane level of fury. Lin Shen analyzes the situation. Even though the way they're coming at us, all bunched up in waves, it's actually perfect for us. On the other hand, Man Vian is still fighting like a total savage. He grabs one of those lizards and rips it apart with his bare hands. Man, what a rush it is to see him dominate the scene all by himself. "Listen to me, Man Vian. No matter how many of these nasty critters you take down today, I swear I'll season them up and turn them into meat skewers just for you." Just the thought of those grilled skewers makes Man Vian so hyped that he starts stomping the ground and pounding his chest. "Skewers, skewers. I want to eat 500 skewers." Lin Shen feels proud. This kid might be a total weirdo, but his anything for food spirit is honestly impressive. "Out of all my past enemies, I officially crown you guys as the bravest for facing off against this glutton." Right then, more and more lizards show up, crawling out of their nests, looking extremely aggressive. Suddenly, from the deep recesses of the cave, some terrifying screams ring out. As they reach the entrance and spot Lin Shen and Man Vian, the creatures suddenly pull a U-turn back toward the cave. Seeing them retreat slowly, like the two look at each other in confusion, wondering why on earth they're heading back the way they came. Lin Shen is speechless at such a reaction. "Hey, I just finished saying you guys were brave, and you dare to make me look like a fool right after I said that?" Meanwhile, Man Vian is getting furious seeing his future skewers get away. "My skewers?" Lin Shen, on his end, is super curious. Why retreat out of nowhere in the middle of the battle? They have no clue what kind of environment is waiting in there. Forget it, let's observe first and then decide. But Man Vian is throwing a tantrum. "My skewers!" Suddenly, he bolts off screaming. "Get back here right now. My 500 skewers with my special seasoning." Lin Shen, caught totally off guard, can't stop him. "Hey, Man Vian, wait." All he can do is watch him charge. With no other choice, Lin Shen zooms after him. And just like that, the two of them rush headlong into the darkness. The further they go, the darker it gets. There are only these faint blue glimmers. Checking the local map, he asks hesitantly, "Where are those reptiles?" "I don't see a single one. Nothing is showing up on the monster radar either. This totally smells like a trap." "Man Vian, I suggest we get out of here and plan something better." Suddenly, a ton of glowing eyes appear on the ceiling. It was the lizards lying in wait. They pounce from above directly onto Lin Shen and Man Vian. Now they have to face thousands of these cunning lizards. Each of them starts his own battle against the horde. They don't stop coming out from everywhere, attacking Lin Shen relentlessly. Together with Manhwa, both of them glare back. The kid looks at the marks the lizards left on him. They're nothing more than simple mosquito bites. Lin Shen grunts, clenching his teeth. Even though the venom from these reptiles does little damage individually, there are so many that taking in that much toxin is going to be a real pain. Then, Lin Shen opens his mouth and unleashes a brutal breath attack to sweep them all away. No choice but to use. After wiping out a good chunk of the plague, the entire place suddenly starts shaking with incredible force. A thunderous roar erupts behind Manhwa. A giant beast comes charging at them from the back. Lin Shen reacts fast and shoves Manhwa to the side to dodge it. He's not about to let his buddy get hurt. The monster charges with a power that's absolutely hair-raising. Lin Shen gets into a stance, ready for a duel to the death. Manhwa recovers quickly to back up Lin Shen. The two of them coordinate perfectly, looking for a way to stop that massive brute. The small lizards scramble away to make room for the big beast. Its roar makes the entire cave vibrate in the darkness. Lin Shen hurls strikes loaded with power at the enemy, while Manhwa attacks with blind fury. Without hesitating, they know perfectly well that this is the big challenge they have to overcome. The battle for survival is getting tense and brutal. They have to give it their all to find a way out. Under the beast's steady, deadly gaze, Manhwa tries to be careful, but the Lizard King manages to ram him directly. Lin Shen is sent flying through the air and slams against the cave ceiling. Manhwa screams out in desperation when he sees him. Mr. Lin. He tries to run and help, but the other lizards swarm him to hold. Lin Shen pushes off the floor to get back up after that massive hit. As he looks up, he's met with the giant maw of the lizard, dripping with venom. It's trying to swallow him in one single bite. Lin Shen uses every ounce of strength in his hands and feet to pry the creature's mouth open. The venom glows inside the monster's throat, leaving him stunned. Damn it. So you know how to bite back, too. And then, it spits its venom directly at Lin Shen's body. The poor guy is sent flying backward, as rocks and dirt explode. Lin Shen's hand, soaked in that nasty gunk, starts bleeding. One look at that wound and you'd honestly lose your— Just how strong is this thing's corrosive spit? The system starts dumping all the info on the beast right in front of him. We're looking at the six-headed Venom King, carrier of the royal blood of the king of corrupt reptiles himself. He's the second in command and leads that whole— They're invading Cook-Win Island step by step. This beast is 60 meters tall and weighs a whopping 480 tons. Lin Shen is losing it looking at the system screen. He picks a random fight and ends up facing an enemy that's definitely no pushover. So, you're the king's kid, huh? What if I just kidnap you and threaten your old man so he finally gets lost from this island? I don't know if that plan will work, but the beast doesn't even give him a second to think before opening its mouth to spit venom like crazy. The toxic stream heads straight for Lin Shen. He sees it coming and pulls off a quick jump to the side to dodge it. Seeing how that venom melts through the rock, Lin Shen goes cold. This slime isn't just toxic, it hits with brutal force. It can slice through the toughest stone wall like it's nothing. Thank goodness the attack speed isn't all that great. Lin Shen quickly gears up for what's coming next. He knows perfectly well that a single mistake is going to cost him big time. Meanwhile, Manhwa is still duking it out with the minions. He can't let those lizards bother Lin Shen. The beast lets out a roar that makes the whole cave shake. It didn't expect its little prey to hold its ground this well. The fight is getting more and more intense. Lin Shen is focusing with everything he's got, desperately searching for his rival's weak spot. He has no intention of biting the dust here. Not a chance. Even though his hand is burning and won't stop bleeding, his will is stronger than ever. Luckily, the beast isn't very fast, so he can still hold his position. Quick. If he stays focused, he can dodge it without a problem. But watch out behind the venom. 2 holes filled with toxic liquid appear. The venom now looks like it has fangs and it's way bigger than before. Lin Shen is completely stunned seeing it. Is it going to unleash its ultimate attack? Suddenly, boom, it fires 1,000 super powerful jets of venom. All those streams are heading straight for him. Lin Shen's jaw drops, and he lets out a scream of pure terror. Damn it, it's got a rapid-fire mode too. The six-headed king just won't stop blasting Brother Long. A huge part of Brother Long's body just eats the beast's spit. The impact is so insane that his massive body ends up crashing to the ground. He takes a massive hit and slides across the floor. Meanwhile, Tintin is completely surrounded by the reptile plague. There are like 1,000 bugs all over him. It's impossible to get close to help Brother Long in this state. He can only reach out his hand and scream, "Brother Long." Now the battlefield looks like a triangle of pure despair. On one side, Tintin is fighting to the death with the lizards. There's no way for him to escape that trap. Brother Long is lying there, not moving. And the Lizard King's little brat is lurking, just waiting for his moment. It looks like the beast has also tired itself out after such a massive attack. You can tell it's pretty exhausted. It shows off those nasty teeth covered in green drool and starts panting like a maniac. The big guy stands still, watching Brother Long, waiting to see if the human shows any signs of life. Tin doesn't know what to do to save his big brother from what's about to happen. The six-headed king starts approaching step by step, heading right for him, and the poor monkey can barely even save himself. Suddenly, Tin looks up and sees the stalactites on the cave's ceiling. There it is. He can use those to escape. He leaps with all his strength, sending all those lizards that were stuck to him flying through the air. Finally free, he manages to grab onto the rocks on the cave's ceiling. He holds steady on the sharp rocks and watches the monster's position from above. He's looking for a way to get Brother Long out of this mess. The beast doesn't have a clue what he's planning. Time is flying by. He needs to set up a decisive counterattack right now. He grips the stalactites tight and, suddenly, he's hanging in midair, using the terrain to move fast, while the lizards follow him from below like idiots. Manhwa moves with incredible agility, shaking off the last few reptiles that were still clinging to his own buddies. Once he's right above the six-headed king, Manhwa stops and stares him down from above. The beast notices and looks up. At that exact moment, Tin drops down into the void. He lands right in front of him like a real King Kong to protect Brother Long. The boss is still unconscious, so he's not letting that beast get even a millimeter close. King Kong's most basic fighting style is just using his limbs to deliver some serious thumps. Of course, our big ape wasn't going to waste his advantage, and he throws a punch straight at the six-headed leader's face. This gorilla's arm strength is like a literal tornado aimed straight at the center of that monster's skull. That punch is so beastly, it shakes the surrounding air, heading straight for Big Head's brain cells. With a quick spin, the ape delivers a massive blow that sends him flying to the left, far away from them. The monster can't even defend himself. He's looking like a flipped 18-wheeler. While he's stuck against the cave wall, he opens his giant trap and starts charging up some nasty liquid for a counterattack. Luckily, Long has already managed to get up, and bracing himself with his hands as he sees what's happening, he shouts to his buddy, "Watch out, little guy." Eyes up. Thanks to that heads up, the little guy manages to dodge that freak's loogie and even mocks him. "Is that all you've got? There's no way that's as strong as my brother Long's explosive breath." Long, hearing that, remembers his destructive technique and starts thinking. Apparently, spitting out insults and mockery has already become a total reflex for the little gorilla. Tin keeps using the terrain to jump and land another solid blow on Big Head. While he delivers a series of consecutive kicks, something very shady and surprising is starting to happen deep inside this cave. The creature roars in pure pain and backs into the rocks, but the ape has no intention of giving him even a second to breathe. Long is already ready to back him up with the final blow. The two of them are perfectly in sync, aiming straight for the weak spot. Big Head's fate seems more than sealed. Stay tuned to see how this ends. But suddenly, the unthinkable happens. The spit the gorilla dodged earlier, for some reason, pulls a U-turn and comes back. Long is busy with his hands, crushing those scavenger lizards to finish them off. Noticing something's wrong again, he lets out a desperate scream at the gorilla. "Watch out, little one. Behind you." But this time he's too late, and the poor guy takes that six-headed monster's disgusting loogie right to the face. Because of the unexpected impact, Tin loses his balance and almost ends up hugging that ugly freak. In a moment of pure tension, the ape manages to twist his body slightly to avoid a direct hit. He ends up landing to the side of the creature. Who would have thought a simple spit take would have enough force to send a King Kong flying? Long panics and screams with all his heart, "No, brother, damn it. How is it even possible for that venom to come back like a boomerang?" There are way too many scavenger lizards surrounding him. They're impossible to count. They just keep coming, wave after wave, and his back and neck are already covered in those bugs. The floor and ceiling of the cave are packed to the brim. Being trapped by this trash is some seriously bad luck. Long can't take it anymore and snaps, "You sons of B." Those things have him pinned down, and if Long doesn't manage to break free fast, his partner is going to be in way more danger. This time, he's actually gotten pissed off. "Get lost. Why do you have to come and get on my nerves?" He's going to end all of them right now by activating armor mode. The spikes on his back become razor sharp and start skewering the scavengers. "This is what you get for messing with me, you bunch of bastards." Meanwhile, Big Head uses his pointy legs and slimy body to lunge and pin the gorilla to the ground. Keeping him pinned under his body, the creature opens his big trap, and his cheeks puff out like he's charging up to the max. He's ready to melt Tin with his acid, but things aren't going to go the way the monster wants. Before he can close his mouth to fire, Brother Long's tail gives him an epic whack right in the jaw. Big Head goes flying from the momentum, but the spit had already formed, and it shoots out like energy balls toward them. With no one controlling it, the speed and trajectory are a total mess. Luckily, they fly right over Long's head. Long himself is glad it happened that way, because right behind him was the entire horde of scavenger lizards. Now it's their turn to take that corrosive attack from their own ally. But guess what? As soon as the acid touches those things, not only does absolutely nothing happen to them, but the acid balls change direction and come right back at them. Long and the gorilla are left completely stunned by this phenomenon. He was so blown away his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He practically had to hold his jaw shut, because if he hadn't, it would have hit the floor. Holy crap, can you really play the game like that? And here comes the spit again. Uncle Long used his own body as a shield to protect Tin, making sure not a single drop touched her. Manhwa screamed at the top of her lungs. Hey, Long, that corrosive liquid doesn't do much damage to Brother Long, but we still can't underestimate it. It was a total slip-up on his part. He got cocky thinking these zombie reptiles were just dim-witted with a low IQ, never imagining they could actually organize themselves to play team pinball. Big Head opened his mouth to spit once more. After facing off for so long, if they hadn't been melted yet, they'd at least run out of patience. This time, his projectile flew right between Tin and both of them lunged to the side and managed to dodge it by a hair. But wait, there's more? Are these guys addicted to the game or something? Since they dodged it, the spitball just kept on going. It was headed straight for one of those creeps wearing a cow helmet on a rock. If the play went like the last turn, it was a sure thing that when those two objects collided, the spit would go flying right back at them. And of course, nobody is stupid enough to let that happen twice. Brother Long delivered a massive tail slap to the rock. The reptile went flying through the air, losing its chance to interact with the spitball. It smashed directly against the cave wall. I don't know if it'll become a fossil in 1,000 years, but one thing's for sure, from that moment on, it logged out and was officially out of the game. Long even snatched the helmet off its head, in the blink of an eye, and I have no idea where he got a stick from. With a mocking smirk, he said, "You think I'm gonna let you play? No catching the ball allowed here, kiddo." Big Head let out a roar that echoed through the entire cave. This time, his mouth wasn't shaping up to load ammo. It looked like he was barking orders to the reptiles nearby. Long and Tin started moving back and forth with difficulty. The situation was getting really ugly. This is bad news. If this were actually a pinball match, there would be too many bounce points right now, like a giant spider web. Even if Big Head missed his shot, the odds of another monster catching the ball were sky high. Long couldn't help but shout, "Where are all these receivers coming from?" They weren't just on the ground. Long looked at the cave walls, and they were everywhere. They had completely swarmed the place. He was going to have to use his special technique. Big Head geared up again, opening his toothy mouth like a duck's bill, sucking in all the energy around him. Once he built up enough to puff his cheeks out to the max, Big Head got into position, ready to take the field. His tails fanned out like a peacock's. He looked damn sure of his victory. Long didn't take his eyes off his every move and preparation. His mind was racing. Don't you think for a second I'll let you serve the ball that easily? You're not the only one who knows how to use their mouth, you know? When Long gets serious, nobody can touch him. He was going to let out a scream so they'd know what a real mental attack feels like. That sound was pure torture, a pressure so intense that everyone in the cave felt like their ears were bursting. Big Head had to grit his teeth to hold on. His legs were shaking, and he could barely even stay on his feet. His claws slipped on the floor, and he almost took a nasty spill. Because of this interruption, when he released the volley of spitballs all at once, it looked like his aim wasn't the same as before. Brother Long realized the mess they were in. Damn it, everything's gone south. That roar turned the vibration attack from a precision strike into a total chaotic spray. Now it's going to be way harder to dodge. As soon as he finished talking, he dropped his center of gravity fast. He ducked suddenly and, luckily, dodged two projectiles. Tin wasn't falling behind either. Even though she's a massive beast, she's incredibly agile and dodged the acid spit with zero problems. Those balls go flying and hit one of the rotting reptiles dead on. Then another, and another. Whether they're crawling on the cave walls or every single one of them bounces right back, man. It's like they've got some automatic defense system installed. The second they touch them, they swap directions. That's why, in this little game, those pests don't even have a single scratch. Thanks to the chaos Big Long stirred up, they're currently surrounded by green lights that look like a laser trap straight out of a movie. No matter where they're glowing, if you don't dodge, you're toast. And they aren't just grazing their heads or their bodies. You've got to be kidding me. One of those balls zipped right past Long's junk. The poor guy couldn't help but scream. Damn it. By a hair. The poor guy almost lost his chance at having a family. He's got to find a way to take them all out in one shot. If dodging them is already a nightmare, don't even get me started on escaping. Meanwhile, Big Green Head is out there still going at it. That bastard keeps adding fuel to the fire to keep the game going. What an idiot. He's even throwing in more materials. Long's roar of rage echoes through the whole cave. At this rate, Between the number of reptiles and those snot bubbles, the green giant loses nothing if he doesn't think of something fast. Aren't they just going to keep multiplying? This is getting way out of hand, man. Long has no choice but to use his explosive breath. He's going to teach these nasty bugs a lesson they won't forget. Before they even realize it, they're seeing the light. His power sends the whole group flying into 1,000 pieces. Who told you guys to get together for a game of catch? Long says, giving them a total death stare. He's ready for whatever comes next. The cave still smells like pure death. What a cozy atmosphere. The fight is still on. Seeing that pile of reptile corpses, Long feels like a true artist. This is my masterpiece, he thinks with a little smirk. Awesome. If the reptiles are crispy, they can't bounce the poison balls back. If that's the case, he's got to go for it. Long gears up for another round, ready to launch one more attack without caring about the poison balls. He's got to burn those bugs first. But what he didn't expect was that, before he could even lift a finger, just as his throat started to glow, the green giant was already behind him. Who knows how long he'd been there? He raises his razor-sharp claw and hits Long dead on. He slashes his leg 2 times, making our poor Long fall to the ground screaming in pain. Blood sprays everywhere following the trail of those claws, and to top it off, those poison balls are heading right for him while he's lying there helpless on the floor. Right then, Tin Tin grabs one of those rotten pests and runs toward him, yelling, "Watch out, Boss Long." Getting there in time to stop it with his bare hands was just impossible. With the ball about to hit him right in the face, in a moment of pure desperation, Tin Tin chucks the reptile at it, yelling, "Take this, you bug." And to everyone's surprise, the kids got golden aim. Their paths cross and then split, meaning, as soon as the ball hits the reptile, it turns right around. What a play, folks. A light bulb just went off in Long's head. Turns out the fact that these bugs bounce the poison is a passive skill. Who would have thought? They just figured out the secret. It turns out the enemy's greatest strength is going to be their biggest weakness. Long grabs one of those bugs. Why not use this to hit them back? Meanwhile, Big Head is looking at him with a face that says he has no clue what's going on. Now that he knows how the trick works, nothing's stopping him on his road to victory. Ladies and gentlemen, the star pinball player, Lam Than, enters the field, and like a true pro, he tells his buddies that they can use the reptiles to send those poison balls right back. Big Green Head keeps firing like a maniac, launching several balls at once. Does this guy ever get tired? Long's eyes are glowing. He gets ready to take on 3 balls at once with more confidence than he can handle. He thinks he's the world champion. Come at me. I'm going to give you a ride you won't forget. But what a total disaster. He doesn't stop a single one. He misses all 3. Playing like that, he wouldn't even win a game of marbles. Ow, that hurts. But hey, here comes another round. A brand new chance for redemption. With all the faith in the world, Long thinks he's going to make it. He starts swinging his hands around like a madman, hoping for a miracle. The honest truth is that Long has zero idea how to actually play pinball. Come on. I keep hitting it over and over, but I'm just getting more and more pissed off. I seriously can't believe my aim is this. But wait, wasn't this how they were batting in the videos? You block a ball and send it flying way over there. But then bam, it goes and hits that creepy crawly thing. So, thanks to that little slip, the damn ball ended up bouncing right off the top of Long Ka's head, and the very second it landed on him, the poor guy clutched his head, screaming in pain. Ow, my poor little head. The impact made him drop the creature, and of course, the other balls took advantage of him being distracted to launch a full-blown assault. Thank goodness Tin Tin showed up at the critical moment, with just one masterful swing of her weapon. She blocked all those venomous projectiles. There she was, standing tall in front of Long Ka to protect him. This feeling of being protected doesn't really fit his character, does it? Just look at her. I mean, she looks like a total alpha. She's even worried enough to ask the great Long how he's doing. You okay, gorgeous? Stand back and let Tin Tin, the Empress of Pinball, take control. The little monkey turned around playfully, gave Long Ka a wink, and flashed him a thumbs up. Hey, we all have our moments of weakness, so this time, it's my turn to be your bodyguard. But Big Green Head wasn't about to give them a single second to breathe. He charged up again and started unleashing volleys like a literal downpour, and they were coming faster and thicker than before. But Long Ca wasn't alone. He had Tin Tin. And check out her improved turtle fist and her double turtle hatchet technique. Even Long Ka himself was left standing there with his mouth wide open, watching her from behind, with those arms that didn't stop for a single second, hitting everything that moved without missing once. Heck yeah, not a single ball got through. Long Ca even pressed his hands together with a look of pure adoration. My God. Man, that special training really paid off. Tin Tin was starting to feel the exhaustion from parrying so many hits. But she stood her ground protecting Long Ka, while down below, thousands of those rotten creatures watched like it was a league championship match. Suddenly, Big Green Head stopped the attack and let out a massive roar. No one knew what he was plotting, but upon hearing Big Green Head's scream, the horde of little monsters shifted positions. When Tintin saw it, she was caught a bit off guard. Now even the ceiling was covered in those freaks. I'm pretty sure they didn't climb up there just to enjoy the breeze. Long Ka, who's sharp as a tack, realized it immediately and shouted to Tintin, "They've changed formation. Keep your eyes peeled." Once Big Green Head had his minions organized, the second round began. He opened that giant trap of his and bam, another volley of venom. This time, they were all aimed directly at Tin, all at the exact same time. They were going full throttle at her, but Tin, faster than a lightning bolt, knocked them away with a single strike. It seemed like a piece of cake for her. The balls went flying upward, but since the ceiling was packed with those creatures, as soon as the balls touched them, boing, they bounced right back down. It didn't matter where she batted them. The result was always the same. As soon as they hit something, they came back like they were on springs. And since Tin was hitting them with insane power, the rebound came back with double the nastiness. Tin was stuck right in the middle, surrounded by venom on all sides, without a single damn hole to escape through. But hey, if you can't run, then you've just got to grow a pair and stand your ground. Tin activated her ultra mode and braced herself for the brawl. She looked like a superhero capable of multiplying herself. She was blocking here, there, up, and down. If the ball went fast, she went 1,000 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, she created a kind of impenetrable defensive tornado, and the venom balls did nothing but bounce around aimlessly. What madness! Long Ca couldn't take his eyes off such a spectacle. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy Mother of God," with that kind of agility. Is it possible that with my special training, I've ended up raising an elite athlete for the national team? Tin kept at it, swinging those wooden rackets from side to side as if she had 6 arms. Long Ca scratched his chin thoughtfully. The problem was that, no matter how much she kept batting, the venom balls were getting faster and faster, and if they didn't hit the ground, this was never going to end. The source of all this trouble is that big-headed jerk, Luke. Looking up at that beast, who won't stop opening his giant trap to load up ammo in the distance, Brother Long had a light bulb moment. Instead of just taking hits all day, and ending up so exhausted they throw in the towel, why not just fight back for once? Thinking about this, Brother Long pointed at the big head and said to Tin, "Hey, little Vian, send those poison bullets right back to that blockhead. She's very obedient." So as soon as the projectiles arrived, Tin deflected them, so they go right back where they came from, straight at Big Luke, but the beast isn't. The big head turned out to be pretty clever and seemed to smell what they were cooking. So he decided to respond in a totally unexpected way. That first bullet was sent back like he was a pro baseball pitcher. He started playing catch with those poison bullets against Tin with a super stylish tail flick, leaving Brother Long and the little ones speechless once again. No giving up, Tin kept batting the ball back to him over and over. It's a good thing she has insane strength and a beastly physique. Otherwise, she would have passed out ages ago. Brother Long, standing by her side, kept barking orders, hit it hard right at that big head. But Big Luke kept using his body to his advantage. Every ball that reached him, he bounced it back in an instant. Tin was already fuming, dying to just charge over there and give him a legendary beatdown. If it weren't for those annoying poison bullets, she would have already lunged to knock every single tooth out of his head. Big Head Luke, seeing himself backed into a corner, also gritted his teeth to face off against the two of them. They'd been at it for too long. These guys weren't just dodging the poison anymore, now they were throwing it back. Big Head was so focused on parrying the hits that he didn't even notice Brother Long until the exchange ended, and he realized something smelled fishy. While Tin was still swatting bullets like a maniac beside him, Brother Long already had a very special little gift ready for the blockhead. His eyes flashed. This is to teach him not to bully others. They were both at the end of their ropes, so they had to risk it all to end this once and for all. Brother Long used his explosive breath, aiming straight for Big Head Luke. Even the poison bullets floating around were sent flying into the air. The beast tried to dodge quickly, but he had a pretty rough time of it. It's just that Brother Long's attack was lightning fast. That kind of power is no joke. His breath released a massive force that left the cave looking like a total disaster zone. When the dust settled, Big Luke, even though he tried to cover up as best he could, ended up with his tail cut off and several of his pointy legs snapped. Tin, seeing this, was over the moon, and gave Brother Long a big thumbs up. "Bravo, Brother Long, you're the best." He looked at her out of the corner of his eye, a little twig in his mouth and his hands still shaking, but looking totally proud of himself. But because of that attack, he turned into a total skeleton in a second. Little Vian was floored. Oh my god, you're so skinny. This time, the injuries made Big Head Luke feel not just pain, but an absolute burning rage. He gave the order to his reptile henchman again. He had to get his revenge no matter what. Brother Long grabbed Tin Tin by the hand to bolt out of there. He had 0 tricks left up his sleeve to handle that beast's tantrum. What are you just standing there for? Let's get out of here. I can only use my explosive breath 2 times a day. After that, I'm toast. The beast was furious, seeing his enemies escaping. After leaving him, with such a nasty, hard-to-heal wound, did they really think they could just walk away like that? Who do they think they are? How was he supposed to let those two just vanish from his sight without a fight? The big head sent his whole gang of reptiles to hunt them down. Brother Long screamed in terror. They're coming for us. Even though he was missing chunks of his body, that blockhead's speed didn't drop one bit. In a heartbeat, he was right on their heels. Tin Tin and Brother Long accelerated faster than a thief on the run, and split up in 2 different directions as they left the cave until they lost him. The great, big head Luke went charging out to find them, but Tin Tin was already lying in wait at the cave entrance, waiting for him. As soon as he stuck his big head out to see what was happening, she tripped him. Because he was in such a rush and wasn't looking where he was walking, Big Green Head took a nasty fall. Tin Tin pulled it off easily. Seeing Big Head trying to pull himself together in the distance, Brother Long didn't just run off to save his own skin. He stayed right there, dying of laughter watching him fall. Honestly, when it comes to backstabbing, these two are absolute masters. Before this, you wouldn't believe how many times they'd messed with him. But it didn't end there. Long pointed straight at the big guy. Do you really think yours truly had any intention of running away? Actually, I just wanted to get under your skin to lure you out of the cave. That terrain gave you a huge advantage, but tough luck, because we aren't letting you back inside now. The 2 siblings stood their ground at the entrance, blocking the way. It took a lot of effort to get him out, and they weren't about to give him a single chance to go back. Big Green Head let out a furious roar. How dare they play him so dirty? Well, now he was going to teach them a lesson in respect. Tin Tin and Long turned toward the darkness of the cave, and suddenly, hundreds of glowing green eyes appeared, so many it was impossible to count them. Hearing his call, they came out in a stampede, even crawling over Long and Tin Tin, until they piled up in front of their leader, completely blocking the entrance. With some kind of mental link, Big Head raised his head, and all those reptiles huddled at his feet did the exact same thing. Right after that, a small group of them latched onto his severed leg, slowly turning into a kind of slimy liquid that merged with the wound. It was a total sacrifice of body and soul for their leader. As a result of the sacrifice of a few individuals, Big Green Head got his leg back, looking good as new. His smile was now one of pure satisfaction. Seeing what was happening, Long couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it, how the hell can he regenerate out of thin air? He touched a bit of that liquid that had stuck to his own body and started to wonder, could the fluid from these weirdos be some miracle medicine that can raise the dead? Well, it doesn't seem to do a damn thing for me. Thanks to the sacrifice of his subjects, in the blink of an eye, the big guy's severed and burned parts were totally healed. He was the perfect monster once again, and he let out another battle cry. Both of them took their stances. They didn't know how strong Big Head would be after getting his body back, so they couldn't let their guard down for even a second. Pulling the same old trick, he puffed out his 2 big cheeks and spat out poison balls. Looks like he never gets tired of playing the same game. Anyway, they already knew how to handle that, especially now that they weren't trapped in the cave. Long gave Tin Tin instructions. Batter up. Knock all those poison balls into the air. Tin Tin's agility hadn't dropped one bit, and she kept showing that she was mastering her batting moves more and more. The poison balls lost their trajectory, and there was no way they were going to hit them. Just like Long said before, Big Head, I told you, your spit is useless out here in the open. The creature seemed to have a bit of a slow processor, because he just stood there staring like an idiot until Tin Tin finished clearing everything out. That simple attack style just didn't work out here anymore. So, he decided to switch strategies and open his massive trap. Big Green Head's sharp fangs aimed right at the little reptiles beneath him. He started gobbling them up one by one to digest them. And the craziest part is the poor things didn't even resist or try to. I guess that's what they call fate. Huh? What a total humiliation. Honestly, Tin Tin and Long were jumping from one shock to the next. Whoa, what the hell is going on? He's snacking on his own kind. We pissed him off so much he can't even tell friend from foe anymore. But the weirdest thing was that the zombie reptiles were actually lining up to walk into Big Head's mouth. Long exclaimed in shock. These bugs just turned themselves into takeout voluntarily. Well, if they're serving themselves up on a silver platter, he's not going to skip the banquet. Time to dig in. This guy is drinking with so much gusto, it's like both sides agreed on a halftime water break right in the middle of the battle. Brother Long starts thinking, comparing this to the previous times that Green Big Head recharged his energy, and he yells out, "Wait, something's fishy here. This big-headed jerk is up to no good. If we let him keep stuffing his face like that, who knows what'll happen, but I bet it won't be anything pretty." He immediately calls over the gorilla. "Come on, little bro, let's move in for the kill. We've got to stop him before he finishes his meal." While kicking those reptiles out of the way, Long starts calling the shots. "Ving, you jump high. I'll take care of holding back these pests down here. You go and block him. Don't let him swallow a single bite more." The two of them coordinate perfectly and stick to their roles. Green Big Head, still chewing away, realizes they're ruining his banquet. He's eaten so much that he's about to change his name from Green Big Head to Full Belly. He looks up, and the gorilla's shadow is already looming over him. Facing my little guy's attack, his quickest reaction is to dodge the blow. Luckily, even though he's shaped like a barrel from all that eating, Big Head still moves with some decent agility. He uses his old trick. He takes a deep breath, inflates himself like a giant balloon, with his gills almost covering his mouth. As he gets bigger, the amount of projectiles he fires goes up too. In a single burst, Big Head can fire up to 10 rounds. But the gorilla has been through 1,000 battles. He doesn't feel a shred of fear. With an imposing stance and a reptile in each hand, he gets ready for the counterattack. Whatever comes his way, he stops it. His muscular arms move at breakneck speed. He blocks the attacks with incredible skill, like it's just his daily gym routine. However, something is different this time. The corrosive effect of the bullets has increased. The reptile that the gorilla was holding suddenly snaps in two, like minced meat falling to the floor. It catches the little guy by surprise, and he can't dodge the next, so he takes the full impact and collapses to the ground. Long, seeing this from afar, gets totally freaked out and runs toward his little brother, carving a path through the swarm of bugs. But Big Head keeps loading up ammunition, and the venom comes flying out like a total rainstorm. Long comes up with a new way to move forward. He ducks down and starts rolling across the ground, dodging the bullets coming from above and picking up a lot more speed in the process. Long turns into a kind of giant buzzsaw, clearing the path of reptiles wherever he goes, from left to right. For the sake of his little brother, he has to hurry. He keeps rolling, not even caring about the filth sticking to his back. Big Head shows no mercy, mouth wide open, firing burst after burst like he's a living automatic machine gun. The venom heading for Long hits the reptiles stuck to his back and bounces right off. Big Head notices, but he's used up so much energy that he's completely drained. He's just left there gasping for air, unable to do anything to Long. It's not like he had lost his mind earlier by rolling like that. Long stands up, with his back covered in those disgusting bugs, and gives him a smirk. "Now do you see why I was rolling around like a maniac? I was making myself some custom armor out of these nasty creeps. Hey, pulling this off was no walk in the park. Keeping this thorn armor state active drains way too much energy. I've got to end this fast." Long thinks, furrowing his brow. Knowing he's running out of steam, Long decides to go all out to finish it quickly, and then he takes a massive leap. Check out how cool Brother Long looks with his reptile thorn armor. He calls it the Thorn Dragon Snake. Big Head's head is incredibly swollen now, like it's filled to the brim with green liquid. Exhausted, he opens his mouth and blasts a stream of that green goo at Long. Those jets go straight for him, with such insane pressure that the liquid sprays everywhere when it hits Long's body. He's got a whole pile of bugs stacked on his head too. Long, struggling and clenching his teeth, tries to dodge those blasts any way he can. The Big Head kept spitting that liquid, but you could tell he was totally goner, with sweat dripping down his whole face. Long CA was still pushing himself to the limit to dodge while those streams of liquid came flying right at him. Those fat reptiles on top of Long Ka's head were the ones who got the worst of the gunk. All that nasty, deformed sludge landed right on the critters Long Ka was carrying on top. He thought, damn it, this guy's venom shots are getting faster and stronger by the second. Despite the nonstop poison bombardment, Long Ka stood his ground. He built up some momentum to charge at his opponent and roared, "Just die already, you bastard." He lunged like a bolt of lightning toward where Green Big Head was still firing his projectiles. Boom! The impact was massive. Long CA slammed into him with his entire body. Since he took the hit by surprise, totally caught off guard and unprepared, Green Big Head got sent flying backward from the force of the impact. Another crash shook the place once more, but this time it was the sound of Big Head's body slamming hard against the floor. Not only did he go flying, but he landed belly up, hitting the ground with several dull thuds. With his jaws wide open and showing off those sharp fangs, Long Ka looked for a weak spot on the monster's body and went for the bite. Sure enough, he sank his teeth in right about 5 centimeters from the leg joint, reaching all the way to the long, sharp claw. Blood started gushing as the creature writhed in pain, but Long CA had zero intention of letting go. Before the other guy could even react, bam. With one single tug, Long CA ripped the leg clean off. He stood there with a piece of his enemy in his mouth, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Green Big Head didn't just lose a leg. The momentum sent him rolling across the floor for several meters. You could tell that hit was brutal. Long CA spat out what was left of the leg. He looked totally different now. As he opened his mouth, a blinding bluish-white light poured out, and his eyes, the same color, were as wide as dinner plates. Suddenly, he fired an atomic breath, a burst of infrared radiation. That weird but powerful light source focused into a single explosive beam that went straight for Green Big Head. The poor bug, who was already pretty beat up, had to swallow the entire attack. The impact left him completely cratered into the ground. Finding himself so trashed, Big Head tried to get up however he could. He opened his massive mouth and let out a piercing screech that sounded like a desperate plea for help and a rage-filled call for his lackeys. Hearing the call, thousands of reptiles swarmed toward him in a massive wave, surrounding their leader, who was a total wreck and bleeding from everywhere. The monster started swallowing the reptiles one by one. The bugs were literally crawling into his mouth without him even trying. Watching from the side, Long K frowned as sweat dripped down his forehead, thinking, wait, what's he doing? This guy isn't regenerating his leg, he's having a freaking feast. Long CA got into a fighting stance, ready for any surprise attack, while wondering if the bug was planning to unleash some kind of ultimate move. Keeping up this thorn armor is draining my energy. I've got to end this fast, he thought. While he kept watch from a distance, the enemy stayed focused on his own business. Long Cass seemed to be plotting something. He looked back at Green Big Head, who, after finishing his meal, looked way more recovered than before. The creature opened his big fat mouth again, like he was getting ready to fire his usual attack. Seeing this, Long CA focused and said, "Humph, this story again? You really want to try that on me a second time? You don't even have your front legs for support anymore. I want to see how you're going to manage to fire like that." Right after he said that, the Green Sovereign started spitting out that nasty green liquid he'd stored up in an unbelievable amount. The ground was littered with white bone fragments from who knows what kind of creatures. Long CA stood on one side, while on the other, the big-headed monster opened his mouth wider than ever. All over the floor were scattered remains of white bones from God knows what bug. He was standing there on one side, and on the other, that big-headed bug had his jaws wide open, with a mouth that looked way bigger. Everything seemed normal until that nasty green slime started pooling in his mouth. When he couldn't hold it in any longer, he hocked that massive, slimy loogie forward with a disgusting noise. Splat! The ball went rolling full speed toward its target, pulverizing the ground in its path just because of its sheer size. The little lizard guys had to scramble out of the way in a hurry as a deafening rumble shook the place. Seeing that glowing green ball of death, packed with lethal poison and looking like a freaking house, hurtling right at him, Long CA panicked and shouted, "Damn it. How is that thing so huge? How the heck did he even fire?" Without missing a beat, he charged forward, using his spike-covered back and the lizards clinging to him as a shield. With a gritty voice, he declared, "I've got this. I'll stop it." The pressure from that ball was so insane that Long CA was struggling big time just to hold it back. His feet dug deep into the dirt, carving a long trench and kicking up a massive dust cloud. The scene was pure chaos. He was hanging on for dear life with everything he had, while everyone else stood around watching his every move. He thought to himself, "Am I seriously not going to be able to push this giant egg back? Hey, monkey, get your butt over here and help me out right now." Hearing that, King Kong let out a pumped-up roar toward Long Ka. Brother Long shouted, "I'm coming." The second he said it, the ape charged in and gave him a massive headbutt to the gut, launching him backward. Half scared and half dying from the pain, Long Ka screamed, "Are you trying to kill me with one hit, you idiot?" King Kong's shove sent them both tumbling to the ground, and the surrounding lizards scrambled away instantly. The zombie reptile went flying too, and that giant ball finally came to a halt. Both were stoked they'd managed to stop Green Big Head's attack. Long Cat cheered enthusiastically, "Thank God. We actually stopped it." He sprang back up in a flash, and started charging up an attack in his mouth, forming a supercharged ball of blue and white energy. He glared at Green Big Head and said, "What goes around comes around. Here, have a little gift from yours truly." And with that, he blasted his fierce breath, which looked like a total death beam. The beam went straight for Green Big Head, piercing right through that sticky ball. Long CA's attack landed right inside Green Big Head's open mouth while he was totally off guard. The sheer force of the impact sent him flying back, leaving him with zero strength left to keep fighting. With a massive crash, he slammed into the ground, kicking up a giant cloud of dust. He'd been completely owned by Long Ka. Finally, the zombie lizard started jumping off his body, sliding through his sharp claws to make their escape. Seeing that Green Big Head was down for the count, Long CA slumped to the ground in relief, his body covered in scratches. Exhausted after the battle, he groaned, "It's finally over. I didn't think that just looking for a quick scuffle would land me against such a tough boss. My luck is the absolute worst, but when it rains, it really pours." Hearing him, King Kong sat down to catch his breath too, leaning back on his hands and laughing while he hyped up Long Ka. Brother Long is still the beast. Suddenly, Long Ka looked down, his eyes bugging out, completely shocked by something that caught his eye. At Long Ka's feet, there were some plants glowing with a weird light, and a butterfly was fluttering gently above them. Long Ka's voice was full of wonder. "Wait, is this?" Long Xie and King Kong were sitting in the middle of a beautiful green meadow, surrounded by massive mountains under a bright blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. The sunlight was hitting just right, making everything feel super warm and cozy. Their shadows stretched across the grass in a surprisingly poetic way. But something on the ground had them totally hooked. They both had blank stares, looking on with pure curiosity and shock. "Huh, everything's so green." Long Xie was completely baffled. How did things end up like this? Suddenly, Little Khan appeared, wearing a face mask, goggles, and a white lab coat, looking exactly like a doctor analyzing something on the ground. Deep in thought, Long Ka asked, "Hey, Little Khan, do you have any idea what kind of weird phenomenon this is?" Little Khan kept analyzing while he answered, "A while back, I picked up some kind of nasty corrupted energy inside those rotten lizards. It doesn't belong here, like it came from a parallel reality." Our boy Kun was right there with his reports, surrounded by test tubes and lab gear, sitting right next to that green big head's corpse, which still had a mouth full of that gross green slime. Kun explained, "We're talking about a life force that can fuse together, subdue everything around it, and turn its victims into literal ash. Honestly, trying to figure this energy out is becoming a massive headache. See, in regular lizards, this energy is super diluted, there's barely a trace left. But in the Green Prince's body, that energy is pure and ready to blow." Khan held up the tube of glowing green liquid to the light, staring at it thoughtfully before adding, "That's why I suspect they're using Shangliu's blood as a conductor. Basically, the greener the blood, and the closer it is to the royal lineage of these freaks, the nastier their corrupt power gets." After hearing the report, Brother Long shared his thoughts while finishing putting those weird liquid-filled tubes back on the rack. "All right, let me see if I've got this right. It sounds like we don't need to take out every single zombie lizard in the area. If we just kill the king and the green big heads, we'll have Abyss Island saved." Kun looked at him and said, "Exactly." The kid was pumped, with determination written all over his face. "All right then, let's mark the biggest nests on the map and hunt them all down. Not just to level up and boost our skills, but to clear the air and weaken the life force of this whole plague." It's a solid plan, no doubt about it, but Brother Long's stomach was already growling, so he looked over at King Kong, who was happy as a clam, skewering clean lizard meat onto wooden sticks, clearly getting ready for a barbecue. Holding his stomach, Long said, "But first, let's stuff our faces to get our strength back, 'cause I'm starving. Thank God our big guy is such a hard worker." He had the lizard kebabs all ready to go, his eyes sparkling with excitement, while the other poor guy was drenched in sweat and totally lost. "Hey, Brother Long, light the fire." Long gave a two-finger salute, but he looked like absolute death, covered in bruises and his eyes half closed from exhaustion, as he let out a heavy sigh. "I can't, man. I used explosive breath 2 times in a row, and kept thorn armor up for way too long. I'm completely tapped out, not even a spark is coming out of me." Then Lin Shen had an idea and said all excited, "Hey, remember that trick I showed you? Rubbing the sticks together?" Hearing something he'd never heard before, King Kong scratched his head. Rubbing sticks? He watched as King Kong laid some leaves on a piece of wood, grabbed another stick with both hands, and started spinning it like a madman, trying to get the friction against the leaves to start a fire. Long was shouting, "That's it, that's it. Give it everything you've got. Spin that dry stick fast." Sitting in the grass, King Kong was putting his heart and soul into it, spinning that thing like his life depended on it, his face turning bright red from the effort while the other guy kept cheering him on. "Yes, yes, it's almost there. Just a little more." After a bit, the fresh leaves dried out from the heat and boom, a tiny flame appeared. King Kong, happy as a clam, moved the ember to the firewood he prepared. The big guy sat there cross-legged, laughing his head off at his own success. He started putting the lizard skewers over the dancing flames to roast them, giving a little two-finger salute, sitting there, waiting for the food to be just right. Long watched King Kong as he kept turning the meat. The kid felt super proud of himself, and King Kong was dying to sink his teeth in. And of course, that stomach started growling all over again. Long Xie frowned and asked, "Is dinner ready yet? I'm starving over here." The poor guy was in a real tight spot. While he kept slaving away at the grill, he replied, "Not yet." Long Ka looked over disappointed at King Kong, who was already starting to get grumpy because she'd been waiting for so long. Long Ka sighed, "Hey, boss King Kong, are the skewers ready? I've been waiting so long I'm practically growing a beard." Unable to take it anymore, King Kong slapped everything away in a huff. The skewers and the firewood went flying through the air. Furious, she yelled, "Hey, why the hell won't this thing cook?" The guy, standing to the side, muttered in confusion, not knowing what to do. "Damn it, what's going on?" Holding the still raw skewer, he faced King Kong, who was beating her chest in pure rage. Long Ca made a face and wondered, "That's weird. It's been a good while and they haven't changed a bit." Suddenly, Shao Kun's ghostly silhouette appeared, carrying a tray of samples. He used a magnifying glass to examine the skewer and said, "It's no surprise they won't cook. Since the energy in their bodies doesn't belong to this world, the fire in this place is totally useless against them. But since the energy from your fire breath and your thermal radiation aren't from this world either, you're the only one who can actually cook them." Long Ca started thinking back to every moment. He used that blue and white power beam to blow everything away and defeat Big Green Head. Shao Kun glanced at him sideways and continued, "Therefore, the reality is that, even if the beasts on this island are much stronger, none of them can kill the death crawlers. You're the only exception." Sitting next to King Kong, who was holding her raw skewer in total dejection, Long Ca got lost in his thoughts. So, it's likely that even if legendary monsters with immense power, like King Kong's parents, had teamed up, they wouldn't have been able to defeat these damn reptiles. They died for nothing. I don't know how she'll feel when she finds out the truth. He rubbed his belly, shivering from sheer exhaustion. While on the other side, King Kong was still fuming. "Forget it, no point overthinking it. If I don't eat something right now, I'm gonna kick the bucket." Long Ca grabbed the half-charred bugs, gave them a look, and stuffed them into his mouth. He was eating like a maniac because he couldn't stand the hunger anymore. Seeing such a scene, King Kong screamed in horror. At the same time, the guy said, "If they won't roast, I'll eat 'em raw. It's not like it's the first time I've done this." After a few bites, he stopped dead in his tracks. His face went pale with disgust, and he froze up like a pole. He spat out the piece of meat, his mouth still full of sticky slime. "Ew! This tastes like crap. It's like getting slapped in the mouth and my stomach is burning. This raw garbage is toxic." Long Ca looked again at the reptile in his hand, already half chewed, caught between pity and doubt. But while he was talking, he stuffed it back in his mouth and kept chewing on those bugs like he didn't give a damn. "Anything for the evolution points and energy. I'll just pretend I'm eating a straight-up habanero pepper stew." King Kong, watching him, covered her mouth, totally grossed out, like she was about to barf. Meanwhile, the system kept pumping out notifications. "Ding! You have successfully devoured the death crawler. 700 evolution points obtained." After he finished eating, Long Ca was sweating buckets, while King Kong watched him like a nosy neighbor. "That should be enough energy now." With that, Brother Long stood up and blasted a stream of blue and white power toward the pile of firewood. On the ground, King Kong jumped back in shock. Finally, Long Ca happily started grilling the reptiles using his own fire. Watching from a corner, King Kong thought, "Turns out only the flames Brother Long blasts out can cook these damn bugs I'm holding." King Kong bowed her head, sniffed around a bit, and started reflecting on everything that had happened. Her conclusion was clear. Only Brother Long has the power to take these reptiles out. In every battle, he always ends up having to use. It took Brother Long's explosive breath to actually win. I guess I was totally useless. Just thinking about it made King Kong's face sag with pure sadness. Brother Long, who was right next to her, looked over curiously. "What is up with this girl? Why is she acting so deep all of a sudden? She's not even getting hyped for her favorite meat skewers. Could it be that time of the month? About 1,000 meters above them, where you could see the entire landscape of mountains and forests, it seemed like someone was watching from above. It had these feet with long, razor-sharp claws in a super creepy, sinister blackish-purple color. Those claws were perched on a rock covered in green moss. That overgrown bird, along with its goons, had the most arrogant look on its face as it thought, "Look at those two idiots. Wait a second, what's that in front of them?" The flying creature glared down at King Kong and Brother Long like they'd just insulted its mother. It was totally losing its mind, thinking, how on earth were they able to clear out all that poison? The bird remembered its fight with the big green head. It had him pinned down by the head and used its beak to rip off a leg to get the upper hand. But Big Head didn't just take it. He opened his maw and spat that nasty venom to fight back. The bird couldn't dodge in time and swallowed all that super toxic slime. It couldn't even stay upright anymore and ended up crashing to the ground. The bird hit the deck hard, taking a massive tumble. Then, some of those scavenger bugs swarmed it. They lunged at it without mercy, doing some serious damage, so it had to wrap its entire body in its wings. Big head also crawled over, baring its teeth to threaten the bird. While the bird was replaying that moment, it got all philosophical with a look of pure bitterness, watching the scene below. Suddenly, we're back in the present, and the pterodactyls flew over to give their report. One knelt down respectfully and said, "Boss, now that they're weak, should we take them all out?" The bird, taking flight, replied, "Let them pass this time. Our priority now is catching the sword wolf. Who knows where the hell he's hiding?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up for Brother Long and King Kong. Ding. You have devoured the royal big head. Evolution points, plus 10,000. King Kong and Brother Long were digging into a fresh barbecue feast, happy as can be. Ding. You have successfully devoured the royal big head. Evolution points, plus 9,000. Congratulations on your first time devouring a poisonous royal big head. You have obtained the explosive bullet skill, a rank A technique. The explosive bullet, it's like a mini version of the explosive breath. It charges up super fast. You can spam it, and it hits and explodes at the same time. Plus, it can bounce twice off any surface and on the third time. It's time to show off how pro you really are. Seeing the notification, Brother Long was over the moon. He was laughing his head off, almost crying, telling that delicious-smelling reptile corpse, "Green Prince, you turned out. Imagine giving me a skill even after you're dead. Out of all my enemies, I swear, you're my favorite." The sky was clear and the sun was beating down on the nest of those rotten reptiles. The ground, that used to be bone dry, was starting to turn green with grass, though it was still littered with the skulls and white bones of the bugs. Lin Shen and the great ape were sitting there, leaning on each other, each with a few skewers of those scavenger bugs in hand, looking totally satisfied, as they feasted away. Right in front of them, the fire Lin Shen had lit was still roaring, cooking that roast to perfection. And all over the ground where they were sitting, there was nothing but a graveyard of white insect bones. While Lin Shen was stuffing his face with that mountain of roasted meat, the system screen popped up with a notification. "Congratulations, you have captured a Mystic Zone creature for the first time. Reward, 2 million evolution points." He stood there like a statue, staring down at his food, and said to Shao Kun in total disbelief, "Whoa, 2 million points in one go? Shao Kun, it looks like you finally decided to stop being such a cheapskate." Shao Kun, dressed in a sharp suit and a wide-brimmed hat, appeared out of thin air. Acting like it was the most natural thing in the world, he adjusted his glasses and said, "This humble servant has always... After all, aren't all these skills and items worth a literal fortune?" Hearing him brag like that, Lin Shen couldn't help but let out a loud snort, tossing a petty jab his way. "Ha! You really get a big head the second you get even a little bit of credit." Then, with his hands still glued to a roasted rot beetle in his mouth, full of meat, he mumbled a question about the notification from a moment ago. "Hey, what on earth is this Mystic Zone creature thing anyway? When I took out those other beetles earlier, none of this popped up." Shao Kun stroked his beard calmly and, with his eyes narrowed, began to explain slowly. "That is because the spiritual essence of common beetles is far too weak, which prevented this servant from being able to analyze them properly." Shao Kun scratched his chin, recalling the image of that bug that called himself the Sixth Prince and the trail of poison he left behind, as well as the data he had managed to process, and continued explaining to Lin Shen. "Luckily, this time we were able to analyze the Sixth Prince's venom, and we discovered that this energy originates from a mystic zone. No wonder those rotten bugs and their poison have such rare and bizarre abilities, and why the monster compass couldn't track them down." Lin Shen listened for a bit, but he still wasn't quite getting the point, so he asked again. "Okay, but what exactly is this mystic zone?" To help him keep up, Shao Kun deployed a massive virtual screen before his eyes, showing an image of Abyssal Island, but beneath it was another land that looked like the trunk of an ancient tree holding the island up. Shao Kun began to recount what he knew based on his data. Legend has it that in ancient times, a terrifying disaster struck this world, causing a fracture in space and giving birth to a mystic dimension parallel to the human one. The strongest creatures of antiquity, those whose power far exceeds any energy in the current world, were confined there, creating a completely different ecosystem. Who would have thought the legend was actually true? That unknown power in those rot beetles must come from there, and since they all come from the depths of Abyssal Island, the entrance is most likely hidden right there. Hearing this, Lin Shen scratched his chin and muttered under his breath, "Heh heh, I can't wait." In his head, he was already imagining himself as a towering being overflowing with power, a look of pure excitement on his face as he thought, "Insane power, monsters that make the ones in this world look like a joke. If I could get into that mystic zone and go on a real feeding frenzy, I'd definitely rake in a ton more evolution points and resources." but he quickly snapped out of it, stopped daydreaming, and clicked his fingers at Shao-kun to ask for something, without letting go of his roasted bug skewer for even a second. "My dear little Shao-kun, open up the system shop." Upon hearing the request, he spread his arms wide, and his tiny body began to grow rapidly right before Lin Shen's eyes. Then he rested his chin on his hands with his eyes closed, looking quite pleased with himself. An intense light starts glowing from the horn right on top of his head as well. In front of little Kun's now giant body, a golden screen pops up with a shopping cart icon right in the middle. Lin Shen reaches out to tap the icon while asking him, "Hey, little Kun, that monster life fruit we snatched from that giant python the other day, is it available in your shop?" Little Kun looks him up and down with total superiority, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world, and replies to the big dummy, "You can. Just type the name of the item to search for it." As soon as the shop screen shows the info for the fruit, it says, "Item name, Monster Life Fruit. Origin, Mother Monster's Kitchen World. Price, 500,000 evolution points." The moment he sees the price, Lin Shen lets out a scream like he can't believe his eyes. "Are you kidding me? 500,000 evolution points? Why is it so freaking expensive?" With his hands shaking, he pulls the fruit out of little Kun's mouth, mumbling to himself to try and feel better. "Whatever, it's for my little sister Yuan. If it's 500,000, then 500,000 it is." He looks back at Man Yuan, who has her eyes closed, totally enjoying her roasted lizard meat. Hidden in the white fur on her shoulder, you can still see a massive wound. The flesh in that spot looks like it's been charred to a crisp. I remember that wound the sword mantis gave her last time healed pretty fast. It must be because of how corrosive those poison bullets are, right? My wounds have already healed completely, but hers don't show any sign of closing up. Suddenly, the wound starts to scar over, especially on the part of her back where she'd lost her fur. Lin Shen taps the system screen with his finger, which displays a prompt. Does the user confirm the expenditure of 500,000 evolution points for the monster life fruit? In his head, he starts remembering the effects of the fruit he already knew. Monster life fruit contains the essence of great life within. For serious injuries, even those in critical condition or on the brink of death, it can heal them with ease. Right after that, he turns toward Man Yuan and tosses her the fruit he just exchanged. Man Yuan reaches out and catches it midair without a problem. "Here, little Yuan, eat this quick. You'll see, as soon as you eat it, that wound will heal right up." While Man Yuan, for her part, doesn't even think twice, she tilts her head back and opens her mouth wide to swallow the fruit, while Lin Shen closes his eyes, thinking about the death spirit bird. Speaking of going bald, I wonder if the head and neck of the death spirit bird also ended up naked from fighting those rotten reptiles so much. The creature he's thinking about suddenly lets out a sneeze. Man Yuan has already finished off the life fruit, and an aura of green light starts to wrap around her completely. Even the injured area emits a greenish glow. She starts moving her arms, super happy, flexing her muscles with excitement and says, "Ah, this healed so fast, and I feel like I have way more strength than before. Hey, big brother Lin, do you have any more of these? Give me a few more, okay?" Hearing that, Lin Shen can only laugh with pride. "What do you think these are? Cabbages they just give away on the street corner?" Even though he says that to Man Yuan, seeing her change, he's already making plans and worrying about her on the inside. Heh, she even grew a bit taller. This life fruit isn't bad at all. In the future, I'll have to grind for more points for my little Yuan. On the other hand, Lin Shen puts on a mischievous smirk. With a look like he's plotting something, he thinks about the death spirit bird's bald head and comes up with a wicked idea. Heh, looks like later on I can use these fruits to negotiate with that plucked chicken. After eating the fruit, thanks to her boosted abilities, Man Yuan has hit a massive growth spurt. She cracks her knuckles and shoots Lin Shen a mischievous look. I'm finally taller than you, brother Lin." He acts like he doesn't really care, but he raises a finger to give her a playful warning. "Oh, yeah? Well, then you better keep your eyes peeled, okay?" But right after that, he barks a command at Pikekun. "Pikekun, dump 1 million evolution points into my height right freaking now." Pikekun agreed instantly with a grin from ear to ear. "No problem, boss." In the blink of an eye, Lin Shen's body started glowing with a blinding light. It was so intense that Man Vian, who was standing right there, had to shield her eyes so she wouldn't go blind. Suddenly, the system screen popped up with Host, Lin Shen. Race, Demon, now renamed as the Thunderstorm Dragon Race. Form, Evolvable Adult. Bloodline, Upgradable Sovereign Level. Height, 70 meters. Attacks, Charge and Bite. Divine Dragon Tail Whip, Supreme Path of the Demonic Dragon. Special Skill, S+ Rank Predation. E rank night vision, E rank lighting, B rank beast compass, S rank explosive breath, A rank radioactive heat beam, B rank thorn armor, A rank demonic dragon war cry, and A rank explosive projectile. The system detects that through your veins flows the blood of the ancient divine beasts from the legends of the Shanhaijing. You've left your innocent childhood behind to dive headfirst into the rebellious and messy phase of your teenage years. Manvian craned her neck to look up, her face a mix of pure disbelief and total disappointment. Hey, big bro dragon, how the heck did you do that? You turned into a giant in like a second. She scratched her head, totally clueless, as she looked Lin Shen up and down. Hey, if I ate more greens than you, and I even wolfed down a monster-life fruit, how come I didn't grow as much as you? Lin Shen started breaking into a cold sweat, having no clue how to explain that he just modded his, so he could only think to himself, even if I told you I'm a player using cheat codes, you wouldn't understand a damn thing. But then, he clenched his fists and let out a wicked little laugh. Hey, 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 time to test out the new toys. The moment he finished speaking, the spikes on his back started glowing a light blue. Manvian, who had her mouth stuffed with raw, rotten bugs, just stared at the lights on his back with pure curiosity. Big bro dragon, what are you cooking up now? Lin Shen didn't answer. Inside his mouth, a sphere of radiant light began to form. Seeing that, the poor girl nearly jumped out of her skin, dropping her bug skewers and all. Her eyes went wide as saucers watching Lin Shen, who had just spat out a ball of lightning that went zooming straight ahead. That sphere flew like an arrow toward what used to be the rotten bug nest. Manvian followed it with her eyes, terrified, sweating buckets and rubbing her head to calm down. Whew. Thank goodness that wasn't the explosive breath. I almost had a heart attack from the scare, but her peace didn't last long. The lightning ball slammed into the wall of the bug cave and bounced back like a tennis ball, heading straight for Manvian. Wait, what the heck? Why is it coming back? She screamed in desperation. Manvian ducked instinctively, covering her head, and by a hair, she avoided getting wiped out by the sphere. Lin Shen, standing right there, seemed to be having the time of his life, watching how he'd scared her and let out a satisfied laugh. After bouncing all around the forest, the ball shot up into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Shen had eyes sparkling with excitement. Not bad at all, he exclaimed proudly to himself. Looks like I'll have to go farming in that rotten bug nest more often. Right then, man. Vian was so terrified she was practically crawling on the ground, looking at him with pure horror. Lord Lum, how come you know how to use boss monster tricks now? At that very moment, the spirit bird of death was flying over a deserted mountain range with its underlings. In its head, it couldn't stop cursing that miserable piece of work. That damn Song Dao Lang has wasted way too much of my time. Suddenly, a bad omen crawled up his spine, putting him on high alert. Damn it, where did this bad feeling come from all of a sudden? The moment he turned around, he saw a ball of blue energy flying toward him from a distance. That thing froze him in his tracks, reminding him of the sixth prince of those rotten reptiles, the one who kept spitting poison from his massive mouth. The spirit bird, without a second's hesitation, reached out with his claws, tore the long beak lackey flying right next to him. He snatched the guy up and used him as a human shield, just in time to block that dangerous ball of blue energy. As soon as it hit the poor subordinate, the ball exploded in a brilliant blue flame. The boss was choking the life out of his subordinate, who was scared out of his wits, and seeing that the blue fire didn't burn him, he let out a sigh of relief, thankfully. It wasn't poison. He hovered there in midair and looked toward where the attack had come from, spotting Lam Than and Manvian down below. That put his mind at ease. Talk about a death scare. For a second, I thought that poison had come back to life. Behind him, the two subordinates who barely escaped, by some miracle, were comforting the poor wretch who had just been used as a shield. As the sun was setting, bathing the mountain peak in its final golden rays, at what used to be the rotten reptile's lair, Lam Than and Manvian had already stuffed their faces. He let out a super satisfying burp and said to her, Man, after eating and drinking this much, it's time to head home. Little sister Vian, let's haul all these reptiles back with us. With all this food, we won't have to go shopping for at least 2 days. Manvian totally agreed and let out a howl, a woo. 2 days later, at their stone shelter, decorated with a roaring dragon head on the roof, there was a sign right at the entrance that read, Lam Than's Mansion. Lam Than, as usual, was giving it his all lifting weights, and he called out to Manvian, who was also training hard with 2 dumbbells behind him. Little sister Vian, that's enough training for today. I'm taking you to another nest of rotten reptiles. We've run out of stock, so it's time to go get some more supplies. The moment Manvian heard that, her eyes lit up. Without a second thought, she dropped the homemade weights, overjoyed to go along with Lam Than's plan. Yes, yes, when are we leaving? He was left speechless by her enthusiasm. At that very moment, a massive shadow fell over them from the sky. Lam Than and Man Vian looked up in confusion. Flying across the sky were several giant creatures known as mutant Quetzalcoatlus pterosaurs, 31 meters tall and weighing 31 tons, flapping their wings. Seeing them, he braced himself and wondered, huh? Did some other pterosaurs come here to wreck the place? But just then, one of them flying above dove down and started pecking at the neck of the one below it. Lam Than was totally blown away by the scene. What on earth is happening? Are they fighting each other? But soon enough, he noticed something on the creature's neck. A dragon rider? Actually, clinging to its neck was a monster with a wolf's head and a human body. With one hand, he stabbed a knife deep into the creature's neck so he wouldn't get thrown off. With his other clawed hand, he tried to hold on tight to the pterosaur's body. The monster reached back with one arm, drew the sword from his waist, and let out a slight frown. His eyes were burning with pure determination. In the blink of an eye, he whipped out both swords at once, one that was still stuck in the pterodactyl and the other that was still in its sheath. He spun around like a whirlwind while jumping, and that long sword of his flew through the air with him, delivering a massive slash to the beast flying above. Lin Shen shielded his eyes with his hand, tilting his head back, completely losing it over what he'd just seen in the sky. Holy crap! What on earth did I just see? I think I saw someone riding one of those monsters and slicing up another. And there was even a dragon knight on that giant bird. Next to him, good old man Vian was doing the exact same thing, eyes wide as saucers and mouth hanging open, staring at the heaven. Way up there, the beast man landed back on the pterodactyl's back, looking up slightly to keep an eye on the other two circling over his head. One of them, scouting from high up, spotted the warrior's weak spot, and the guy had no idea he was right in the beast's crosshairs. The monster waited for the perfect moment and went into a steep dive from the top, aiming its beak right for the dragon's neck, exactly where the warrior was. But the guy reacted in a flash. He leaped with incredible agility and managed to dodge the attack by a hair. Taking advantage of the dragon dipping its head to strike, the beastman jumped to match its height, gripping both swords tight. He slammed down right on the side of the monster's face, and without wasting a single second, he used that long sword of his to drive it straight into its eye. The dragon let out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony, thrashing that massive head around like crazy, trying to shake off the warrior who was still digging into its eye. But the guy used the momentum of the struggle, ripped the sword out of the beast's eye, and slid down that long neck all the way to the body. As soon as he found a good spot, bam! He slashed through the wing membrane and absolutely shredded it. The beast was screaming its head off while flapping its wings wildly, but one was already completely trashed by the warrior. With its wing like that, the poor creature couldn't stay airborne anymore. It plummeted toward the ground, taking the werewolf with it. The guy was clinging on for dear life with a dagger buried in its back, not letting go for anything in the world. That massive dragon was falling from the clouds like an arrow shot straight toward the thick jungle below. Man Vian and Lin Shen, watching from below, realized things were about to get ugly. She yelled at him, "Hey, Long, it's coming right for us." Right after that, she tensed up and started glowing all over, while Lin Shen backed away just in case. In a split second, little man Vian transformed into a giant King Kong, letting out a thunderous roar and beating her chest out of pure instinct. With just one hand, she ripped a tree right out of the ground, roots and all. Without hesitation, she wound up her arm and hurled the trunk with all her might at the dragon that was diving straight down. The tree hit the bullseye, delivering an impressive blow right to the beast's face. The impact was so brutal that it managed to completely knock the fall off course, making the dragon crash land pretty far from where those two were, sending a bunch of surrounding trees flying through the air. The werewolf, who was coming down with the beast, jumped nimbly across the flying logs, dodging them all as he launched himself forward. He landed hard in the clearing right in front of Lin Shen, kicking up a cloud of dust so thick you couldn't see a thing. When the dust settled, the werewolf stood up with all the swagger in the world. With one hand on his dagger and the other on the hilt of the sword at his waist, he said coldly, "Finally, I found you." Then he crouched down a bit. The guy shoots a dirty look at Man Vian and sneers that she's nothing but a common little monkey. Then he moves in on Lin Shen, tilts his scruffy wolf head toward him, gives him a couple of sniffs, and declares, "You've got to be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, right?" Lin Shen, looking completely lost, backs up a bit and looks up to face him. Are you someone we know or something?" Inside, he keeps repeating to himself, "A werewolf? A dragon slayer werewolf?" He finally snaps and screams at Xiao Kun Kun. "Xiao Kun Kun, explain this to me right now. What kind of world did you send me to? Is this a cultivation world or Lord of the Rings?" The wolf man, shoves the handle of his dagger between his sharp fangs and tells Lin Shen, "We've met before." He glares at him, crouches down, and grips the dagger tight, trying to recreate that image of the wolf with a sword in its mouth. He looks at Lin Shen and spits out, "Don't tell me you forgot." At that moment, it clicks for both Lin Shen and Man Vian, and they both stand there with their mouths hanging open in shock. He points a finger at him. "No freaking way. Are you that sword wolf? You can turn human too? Oh my god. Didn't they say that after the kingdom was founded, monsters weren't allowed to evolve anymore? Why is every beast I run into able to turn into a person?" Lin Shen collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face, wailing in despair. Does everyone know how to transform nowadays or what? The wolf man, seeing he's been recognized, pulls the dagger out of his mouth with his hand. He gives Lin Shen a defiant look and proposes, "Let's fight again. Last time I lost because I was in my wolf form." He hunkers down, points his two swords forward and takes a combat stance, shouting with all his might, "This time, in my human form, I'm not going down." Lin Shen scowls, clearly annoyed to have a sword tip right in front of his nose. "Are you out of your mind? You just show up out of nowhere wanting to fight. Plus, what you're saying makes zero sense. If I remember right, you were a human who turned into a wolf to fight me, and that went terribly for you." The wolf man ignores his words, drops low, braces one hand with the sword on the ground, pulls his other sword back, and tenses every muscle. Lin Shen turns pale, seeing him in that pose, almost on three legs with the other one raised holding the sword. "Holy crap! Did you accidentally eat a transformation fruit too?" He screams, totally weirded out. "But you didn't even change all the way. You've got a wolf head, a human body, and you're crawling on all fours. Was the fruit you ate not ripe yet? Or did it just not have enough kick?" The wolf man doesn't even flinch at the taunts. He builds up momentum, takes a massive leap into the air, does a flip, and slams down hard, swinging both swords from above with a roar, aimed straight for Lin Shen's head. He jerks his head back just in time, watching the edge of the blade graze his face by a single millimeter. Then he immediately jumps back, dodging the wolf man as he lunges at him, and yells out in a rage, "Damn it. Are you for real? You almost took my head off." The wolf man mashes his teeth together. He gets back into position and locks his eyes on Lin Shen, who just landed a few steps away. He charges back into the fray with his greatsword in hand, unleashing one slash after another without giving him a second to breathe. With bloodshot eyes and a thirst for battle, he roars, "Defend yourself, or you're dying right here." Lin Shen dodges the thrusts as best he can, thinking to himself that this is getting really ugly. Just as a sword slash grazes his calf. "Damn it. This body isn't like the demon dragon's. My skin isn't hard as a rock yet. One single hit, and I'm already reaching my limit." The raging ape takes one look and spots the bloodstains immediately. Blood spatters as the blade moves, and she, completely furious, launches into an attack. Her face is twisted with rage, and her eyes are glowing with... She bares her fangs with a roar and raises her arms, getting ready to give that damn werewolf everything she's got. The raging ape's giant fists slam into the ground with beastly force, making the earth and stones beneath her feet crack wide open. But she doesn't even come close. The wolf was faster. He took a massive leap to dodge her. Right after that, she lunges at him again, trying to flatten him with those enormous punches. But the guy just flies backward. He managed to dodge the girl's strike without even breaking a sweat. She keeps throwing punches like a maniac, using her massive frame to try and crush her rival. But that damn wolf is slippery as an eel. He's dodging left and right, and he even has the nerve to slide right between the ape's legs. He gets right behind her and stares. The poor girl is so pissed off you can see the veins popping out on her face. She opens her mouth full of fangs and won't stop roaring. The werewolf, meanwhile, starts drawing his own conclusion. This monkey isn't human. She fights like a total beast. It's all brute force with zero technique. He grips his greatsword again and shoots toward Lin Shen, who is still just standing there on the sidelines. He's fast as hell. Lin Shen backs up, trying to find a gap to counterattack. The raging ape roars loudly behind them. This fight is getting seriously intense. Lin Shen keeps a close eye on the other guy's movements, while the ape's giant fist is about to come crashing down. She goes after him, and following his trajectory, she ends up charging full speed right toward Lin Shen. This way of fighting makes zero sense. It's like the girl can't even tell friend from foe anymore. She swings a heavy blow right where Lin Shen was standing, forcing him to jump in shock so he doesn't get flattened. The poor guy has to dodge just like the wolf did. He turns around, totally annoyed, and yells at the girl, "Little Sister Vian, when you start throwing hands, at least look at who you're hitting first." Hearing his shout, she finally seems to snap out of it. She calms down for a second and just stands there, looking a bit lost. The werewolf lands on a nearby rock and lifts his head to taunt her. Well, little Sister Vian. Things have changed a lot since the first time we met, haven't they? Lin Shen realizes immediately what that mutt is up to. He's trying to trigger the girl on purpose. And boy, does it work. Those words hit her right where it hurts, deep down in her soul. She grinds her teeth as her anger flares up again. The wolf just smirks and looks up at the sky. There are a few pterodactyls circling overhead, but he keeps talking directly to her. But I'm so sorry. I don't have time for you right now. I'm only interested in fighting the human. The image of a monster flashes through the ape's mind, a beast roaring with uncontrollable fury. With bloodshot eyes, she lets out a massive scream and starts raining down blows, one after another, without letting him breathe. Lin Shen is totally stunned seeing her shatter the rock where the werewolf was standing just a second ago. The kid jumps in fright. My God. She took the bait completely. He turns around and hauls ass out of there, fleeing the area the girl is tearing apart in her fit of rage. He turns back, totally indignant, and yells, Hey, you big brute. Didn't I tell you to watch out for me when you're fighting? But right then, something happens that no one expected. The werewolf appears out of thin air and plants himself right behind his back. He moves faster than the wind and draws both his two swords in the blink of an eye. He puts the blades directly to his neck. Yeah, pressed right against Lin Shen's throat. He leaves him completely pinned. If I'm not mistaken, you're the human, right? Lin Shen doesn't quite get what he's playing at. What does this mutt mean? Is he talking about how I look right now? He turns his head slowly, gives him a super mischievous smile, and his body starts to give off a spectacular golden glow. I'm sorry to let you down, but I'm afraid you're in for a disappointment. I'd much rather fight you in my beast form. On the inside, he added silently, Yours truly hasn't been a mere human for many, many years now. Sable Wolf dropped to one knee on the ground, looking up toward the sky. A golden light from Lin Shen's transformation completely covered him. The fact that he could switch freely between his human and beast forms left him pretty shocked. Still, do you really not plan on fighting me in your human form? Lin Shen shoved his massive dragon head right into Sable Wolf's face, and with his eyes wide open, he answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Are you out of your mind? If I can easily squash you in this form, why the hell would I be stupid enough to fight you in that tiny ant form? Besides, you've got two sabers and I'm barehanded. At the same time, he thought to himself, only a total moron would fight you as a human after you actually dared to carve up the wind god's pterodactyl. Sable Wolf kept staring at Lin Shen, with a hint of pity in his eyes and said, I don't know why you turned into a beast, but that monster body doesn't suit you at all. Lin Shen, in his massive dragon form, looked down at Sable Wolf, who looked like a pathetic little ant under his feet. Hearing such nonsense, he wasn't having any of it and let out a scoff of pure contempt. On this hellhole island full of colossal beasts, a human body is basically a crawling bug. What the hell would it even be good for? The other guy seemed determined to prove that his words actually made sense. To prove it with actions, he crouched down again, pressing almost his entire body against the ground. Holding his great saber high with just one hand, he calmly answered the question Lin Shen had just asked. The human body lets you pull off human techniques with maximum efficiency. He wanted to take them to the highest level possible. Next thing you know, he locked his gaze forward with pure determination. His whole face shifted with his explosive momentum. His clawed feet kicked off a tree trunk with enough force to use it like a spring. Sable Wolf rode that momentum and launched his attack, pointing his massive saber straight ahead. He shouted a warning at Lin Shen. Watch out, 'cause I'm coming straight for your throat. Sable Wolf shot forward like a razor-sharp arrow, swinging his long saber to rip through his rival's body. He sliced right through Lin Shen's massive dragon torso, leaving a long trail of blood splashing behind. He landed on another tree and spun around instantly, getting into a stance for the next strike. At the same time, he warned his opponent again. This time, I'm going for your face. Once more, he pointed his blade forward and lunged directly at Lin Shen. He didn't even have time to react. Terrified, his eyes darted around, trying to track Sable Wolf's attack. But right after, Lin Shen raised one of his massive dragon claws and took a swing to defend himself. However, Sable Wolf read his moves instantly. He sidestepped and skillfully planted his foot right on the arm. He kicked off the arm, Lin Shen swung at him, and looking like a total winner, leaped into the air. He didn't forget to point out Lin Shen's mistake, that glaringly obvious fail in how he acted just a second ago. He said, You had it right next to your mouth to bite, but you chose to use your claws instead. When a human gets nervous, they act on pure instinct. He continued, explaining it like he was some kind of master. While he talked, he gave the saber's hilt a quick spin in his hand before gripping it tight again. He went on, Humans have agile hands. You have to learn how to make the most of them. Push them to their absolute limit. That's the only way you're winning this fight. He geared up for the finishing blow. The damage was going to be devastating, but depending that much on his hands was also his biggest weakness. He grabbed the saber with both hands, pulling it back slightly, getting ready for the final thrust using his whole body's momentum. Suddenly, several slashes glowing with a blinding light snaked forward like vipers attacking head-on. Lin Shen, paralyzed with fear and his mouth hanging open, was sweating buckets, seeing the tip of the saber just inches from his eyes, with Sable Wolf right there in front of him, gripping his weapon with insane strength. Lin Shen couldn't help but tremble as he finished his sentence. A human. His eyes went wide as he saw the tip of the sword stop just a few centimeters from his pupil. The swordsman Wolf seemed satisfied with his reaction and softened his tone quite a bit. He pulled back his arm a little and said, "You really are a human. Good thing this little trick worked." Hearing those words, Lin Shen still didn't have a clue what the heck was going on. As soon as the sword tip vanished from his sight, he frowned and asked him, "What do you mean by that?" He stared at the wolf, who was still gripping his weapon tightly, while he racked his brain for an answer. It seemed like the connection between the swordsman wolf and humans ran really deep. How was it possible for him to know human behavior and gestures so well? Even his combat techniques and swordplay looked like they were learned from people. Right at that moment, the shadow of a giant bird swept over the treetops, cutting their conversation short. Both the wolf and Lin Shen looked up at the sky, on high alert. "It won't give me another chance to jump," the wolf muttered. No sooner had he said that, the death spirit bird dove down from the sky. It used its massive talons to snatch the swordsman wolf and carry him off into the air. The wolf was totally floored and couldn't react in time, only letting out a cry of surprise. Lin Shen, who was standing right there, let out a snort of rage. Damn it, not that oversized chicken again. He glared furiously at the beast that dared to invade his turf to pull a stunt like that and gave it a death stare. He roared at the top of his lungs. "How dare you come into Uncle Long's territory to kidnap people? You're gonna pay for this." Without another word, Lin Shen unleashed his explosive dragon bullet technique. A stream of blue energy shot from his mouth, like a giant thunderbolt fired toward the clouds. The death spirit bird turned its head and was stunned to see Uncle Long's attack coming. It screeched, "Crap, not this game again." Immediately, the bird grabbed a poor pterosaur that was flying nearby. The pterosaur shrieked in terror. That big bird used the pterosaur as a meat shield against the attack coming from Uncle Long. Suddenly, the bullet hit the pterosaur and bounced off in another direction. The bird was confused. Wait, what just happened? It seemed the hit hadn't left a single scratch. Right then, it dropped the pterosaur it had used. The creature scrambled away as fast as it could. I almost kicked the bucket from that scare. Meanwhile, the bullet from Uncle Long, which seemed to have lost its way, was now heading toward a completely different pterosaur. The projectile hit that second animal and bounced again, but this time it went straight for the big bird. The bird was absolutely flabbergasted when the bullet landed a massive blow right in its gut, forcing out a muffled groan. The impact was so painful that the death spirit bird's mouth flew open and its eyes rolled back. It screeched in pure agony. "Oh my God, that hurts so much." The hit was so powerful that the impact zone started smoking, leaving the big bird totally knocked out of commission. Its claws lost all their strength and opened up on their own, letting the swordsman wolf fall. Seeing the beast defeated, Uncle Long burst out laughing. "Ha ha, that makes it 3 times I've taken this chicken down." Yuan, who was by his side, immediately flattered him. "Uncle Long is the strongest." Long thought to himself, earlier, that swordsman wolf had a clear shot to seriously injure me, but he didn't do it. He just wanted to test me with that move. Plus, it really felt like he was very familiar with humans. If I could manage to convince him to fight against the rotting reptiles, he'd definitely be a top-tier ally. An incredible support. Right now, the wolf was falling from the sky. Uncle Long pointed upward and said, "Now is the perfect time to make him owe us a favor. Yuan, go and rescue that swordsman wolf." Yuan raised his hand with total confidence. "Leave it to me." In the blink of an eye, he made a massive leap, flying through the air to catch the wolf. While Yuan went for the rescue, Uncle Long dashed off to see where that pesky bird had landed, wearing a mischievous grin. "I'm off to see my old pal, the one I've used for target practice 3 times already." I sprint over to the spot, but when Long CA gets there, there's not a single feather of that monster bird in sight. Just one massive, gape. Long CA looks around, scratching his head. He's thinking, wait, does this chick really not give a damn about the knife wolf or his goons? Did she really just bail and leave them hanging? Then, suddenly snap, a noise nearby. Long Cow whips his head around in a heartbeat. "Well, hello there. Something's moving." Long CA creeps closer to where the sound is coming from and spots something dangling from a tree. Turns out, the death bird has shifted into her human form. She's tangled up in the vines, hanging totally upside down and coughing her lungs out. Long CA flashes back to what Little Kun told him earlier. See, just a bit ago. Long CA was shocked when Little Kun just popped out of nowhere. He was like, "Whoa, Little Kun Kun, Where the heck did you come from? Little Kun just hummed and said, I'm picking up energy signatures from a monster that's taken human form. Long CA was floored. Holy smokes. Are you really that ugly as Sin Bird from before? So you really can turn human. And wait, you're a girl? Seeing how gorgeous the death bird looked, Long Ka's nose started bleeding like a faucet, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Whoa, hey, you're way easier on the eyes as a human than as that overgrown chicken, aren't you?" Right then, she snapped her eyes open and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Shut your trap, you pathetic, ugly dinosaur. You've been a massive pain in my neck over and over again. The first time, you and that monkey brat stole my transformation fruit, turned human, and hauled tail. I searched high and low for her, only to find out you'd gone and rescued her. The second time, you came alone to swipe my fruit. I tried to stop you, and you actually had the nerve to wound me." Hearing all this, Long Ka just starts whistling, acting all innocent like he has no idea what she's talking about. She kept going, practically spitting fire. "The third time, I decided to finally finish off that monkey. I was going to make her pay for the theft, but there you were again, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I haven't even begun to settle the score with you for all of that yet. That lead wolf ate my transformation fruit, which is the only reason I came after him. And then you show up and stop me, AGA." Then she sighed and added, "But, fine. Since you helped me out with that poison, I'll let the whole fruit-stealing thing slide. Just this once. If you've got any brains, get out of my sight right now and stay out of my way while I hunt down that lead wolf." Long Ka walks up to her with a cocky little smirk. "Look, I just followed the trail of where you crashed. My original plan was to turn you into a grilled bird kebab, but I can see you're a pretty proud little monster. Tell you what, I'll let you go. But how about a little deal? What do you say? To teaming up with me to take down those stinking, rotten reptiles?" The death bird put on airs, acting all high and mighty, and asked arrogantly, "And why on earth would I ever team up with a guy like you?" Long Ka breaks it down. Simple. Because we've got a common enemy, those gross reptiles, and that sixth prince guy with his nasty poison. She huffed and looked away, totally offended. "That poison? Whatever. I was just busy. I didn't have time to deal with it, so they got a lucky shot." Long CA gives her a teasing look. "Oh, really? That's weird, because my monkey friend told me a different story. She said those poison bullets kicked your butt so hard you ended up completely plucked." The death bird's face turns beet red with embarrassment and she screams at him to shut his mouth. Long Ka just grins and keeps going. "Hey, look, it's fine to be a little bald. I've actually got this special fruit that makes hair grow back. It could fix that shiny bald head of yours right up." Long Ka starts imagining her totally featherless, but then picturing her eating that cucumber-looking fruit and having feathers sprout out of every inch of her body again. The death bird's expression goes cold. She doesn't say a word, but this terrifying, heavy aura starts oozing off of her. Finally, she mutters, "You're a real piece of work, aren't you? You almost made me lose my cool for a second there. But I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're just stalling for time so that little monkey can rescue Bin Chi Lang." She pointed toward the sky and warned him, "Open those pathetic dog eyes of yours and look closely. Did you really think I wouldn't come prepared?" Following the direction of her finger, Long CA turned his head back to look at the sky. Bin Chi Lang was currently in the clutches of a mutant ancestral divine pterodactyl. Plus, there were two others attacking MVN. Suddenly, those two mutant pterodactyls snatched MVN by surprise. MVN looked at her hands, totally bewildered. Seeing his companion being carried off by two of those mutant freaks, Long Ka screamed in desperation, "MVN!" Then, Long Ka, absolutely furious, faced off with the spirit bird of death and warned her, "If you dare touch MVN, don't you realize the massive mess you're getting yourself into?" But she, pulling out one of her feathers with total confidence, replied, "Don't tell me you thought I'd just sit back and let you tear me to pieces. You're dead wrong. From the very start, I haven't even considered you a threat." Her face turned cold as she dropped a warning. "These feathers are priceless, and I don't plan on wasting them on trash like you. But if you're so hellbent on annoying me, today you're going to taste this lady's true power." Right after saying that, she used her feather to unleash her octagonal wind blade technique. Instantly, all around her, dozens of razor-sharp wind blades appeared and shot straight toward Long Ka. Seeing the attack coming, Long CA panicked. Damn it, it's attack magic. He tried to hold his ground as best he could. The blades shredded his skin, leaving him covered in cuts. The spirit bird of death, feather in hand, said arrogantly, "If you knew what this feather was worth, you'd be crying with gratitude for my generosity. That last feather was your punishment for trying to save that monkey, and this one is for helping Bin Chi Lang." Immediately, the bird used the feather to summon several tornadoes. Long CA had no choice but to hit the dirt to try and dodge them. She directed the whirlwind straight at him. The force of the wind was so insane that the surrounding trees started crashing down on Long. Long Cow was crushed by massive trunks, his body covered in wounds. He started coughing hard, cough, cough. With that third feather, she looked down on him as if she were enjoying his torture. He tried to pick himself up and screamed furiously. Damn it, my body is pinned down and I can't move. If she drops another attack like that, I'm finished. But suddenly, the bird changed her mind and decided to spare his life. Actually, I was going to punish you for stealing my transformation fruit, but since you're already lying there on the ground begging for mercy, I'll let it slide this time. She let out a loud laugh. Her body began to glow intensely, while the logs crushing Long Ca shook violently. He struggled to look up. She returned to her true form and took flight, throwing out one last warning. Don't you dare bother me again. Below, Long Ca watched her fly away in a rage, thinking, it seems that ugly bird isn't so heartless after all. There's no reason to spare an enemy who can't even defend himself. Suddenly, the spirit bird decided to let him live. I was going to punish you for stealing my transformation fruit, but since you've humiliated yourself on the ground, I'll let you go. She laughed heartily. Ha, ha. Do you see the level difference now? Her body glowed, and the tree's Long Cow was under shook. Long Ca tried to get up while she transformed and ascended to the sky, shouting, Never cross my path again. From the ground, he watched her leave with resentment. That ugly bird woman doesn't seem all bad. There's no point in sparing someone who's at your mercy. Don't bother me again. Long Cow from below was fuming. He watched her fly off. That fugly creature doesn't seem like the type to use dirty tricks. I don't get why she spared. A rival with no way to fight back. He sighed in relief. That power was way more terrifying than he'd imagined. He stood up in silence, gathered his things, and prepared to leave. He looked up and saw the bird with a flock of mutant pterodactyls. They were carrying away Vian Man and Bin Chi Lang, slowly getting further away. He muttered in rage, Damn it, this is no time to overthink things. If I don't do something, they're going to take Vian Man and Bin Chi Lang away forever. But at that distance, it's impossible to hit them. And on top of that, I've got that ugly bird right in front of me. Enough thinking. I can't just sit here and watch them kidnap my friends.